Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Decider Wednesday here in the studio, where we find out which two of our remaining teams will join EUR and Zeta Division in the Challenge Finals at Gamescom. Now, that sounds a lot simpler than it is too, because with potential tie situations on the table here today, it is still anyone's game. Which teams will we see in Germany? Well, let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where today is the last day of regular play in our challenge season here for Brawl Stars. It's going to be a very exciting day as we determine which of our squads will be making it through to the challenge finals in Gamescom, and I can't wait to get into all of it. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion. I missed you guys, and we've got Sunny, Ark, and Trav on the sofa with us. I am so happy to be back.
Yeah, happy to have you back. I'm happy to be here. Match day 7 out of 7, week 4 already. And it's also a bit sad that now I have to say goodbye to my beautiful co-casters here today.
I couldn't disagree more. I'm glad, absolutely glad to be waving goodbye to this and that terrible choice of shirt. I don't know what he was thinking. Unbelievable. You started something, you realize that, right? It's my turn next. You need to watch yourself today.
This was already revenge, so now you're going to have to get revenge and revenge and revenge. Trav mug, and now Ark shirt.
Listen, if it ends up being a merch battle, I'm here for it. Okay, we'll have to see what you can come up with. You've got a little bit of time between now and Gamescom, so if I need to see something big.
I can see him selling outside the venue, me getting a royalty on the back of that.
I'm going to drive up to Gamescom with a van with Ark's face on it.
Okay, well, obviously this is the end of regular season play, but we still have lots more action in store when we're talking about Gamescom, so make sure you're following us along on all of our social medias. We've got Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Make sure you're watching all of our live streams, and of course, join our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, to hang out with the community, keep yourselves up to date on even more stuff, talk all things Brawl Stars. You just definitely want to be there. All right, now, let's talk about the day. We keep saying it's the last day of regular play. Well, if you're just joining us and today is your very first broadcast, good timing, but we'll break it down how it works. Trav, can you explain it to him?
Well, we started with 2 open splits from split 1, 4 progressed from split 2, 4 progressed from there as well. Got to the challenge season where 8 teams battled it out. We've had 6 days already behind us, and we're here for the final day today to see what 2 teams will join both EUR and Zeta Division in the challenge finals in Cologne at Gamescom for the Season 3 finals. We'll get them there, top 4, play out for some cash, and then we'll do it all again for Season 4.
Yeah, well, we're talking about cash. You mentioned it there. We have to highlight what our players are playing for here today, because it is no chump change, okay? We've got a serious prize pool on the line for our competitors, which is why they want to make it through to that Gamescom stage. That's when they have the opportunity to win the big chunks of money. Sunny, talk to me a little bit about the money that is on the line here for our teams.
The players don't only play for pride and honor, but also for some cash. With $50,000 on the line, nobody goes home empty-handed. First place taking home $20,000, all the way to the last place, $1,000.
All right, well, now that you guys know how it all works, you know what is on the line for our teams. Let's talk a little bit about how the day is going to go, okay? We'll show you the schedule here, and we've got some very important matchups on the line. Ark, can you explain that for him?
Yeah, absolutely. So for match 1, we've got Team Queso versus EUR, and Zeta Division following that versus Mr Dosa. And EUR, obviously, of course, are still in contention with Zeta for that #1 seed. If EUR win that first matchup, however, they will have the head-to-head over Zeta and be able to obtain it. Now, where it gets really interesting is match 3 and 4. SK Gaming versus Humble and Foot Esports versus Navi. Because if SK Gaming, take a fall today and take the loss, and Foot Esports get the win, we will have a 3-way tie between Foot, SK and Navi.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with those tiebreaker potential situations. It could get a little bit crazy here today. We'll keep you updated on how it's all playing out. Those will be those last 2 matches that you saw on the schedule that we really want to keep our eyes on. So it's going to be exciting, to say the least. But the final piece of the puzzle to all of this competition, of course, it's not just here. We're also keeping our eyes on that road to finals, okay? Because there's points on the line for our squads here as well. Trav, talk me through that.
Well, changes have been made since last week. Zeta Division, they're still sitting on top. 4-3-5, can't complain. But Reply Totem and Foot Esports have closed the gap quite significantly, considerably so, for the side of Reply Totem. They won the monthly final at the weekend. Foot Esports came second. We've seen them catapult up the ranks there to second and third. Below them, Humble, who are out of contention for Gamescom, so can't get any points for that, aren't looking the best. I mean, fourth, it's not bad, don't get me wrong, but no more points will come until at least next month. Navi, still in contention. SK, still in contention as well. And then A&R have obviously already locked that spot, so it just means so much to so many of these teams to get these points from this competition.
Yeah, that's why there's a lot on the line for all of our teams. Now, obviously, it's taken a lot for our squads to get here so far. So in case, like I said, you're just joining us here for the first time today and you missed what happened last week, let's actually give everybody a little bit of a refresher, a recap on the action that they might have missed out on here, Sunny.
Well, last week we started off with the match between Foot and Humble, and it went all the way to the very last set. It was the only game last week that went all the way. We only had sweeps, which, yeah, made me sad, obviously. Humble looked very strong. In the end, it was for esports to take it, and if they can continue to look that strong, they can take the win today and can still make it to Gamescom.
Yeah, it was an incredibly important match, wasn't it, for Foot? Because if they lost that, there wasn't really any question coming into today whether anything more could happen. I mean, Drake has also tweeted to say that if they are able to make the challenge finals, then they're pretty much locked in for Worlds in the BSC, basically because of the way that the points are situated, and having just that ability today to fight for something goes such a long way. And then, of course, the sweeps began, didn't they? That's all we saw for the rest of that day. Mr Dosa and SK Gaming, it was a very one-sided affair.
Yeah, and I think we kind of expected it throughout this one, right? But considering how well SK Gaming have been playing, they're only 1 win away from locking their spot to Cologne as well. They've really been playing incredibly throughout this competition and pretty much only taken losses to some very, very strong teams. So we'll see if they're able to do the same again. But Mr Dosa, they just couldn't really stand up to the might of SK Gaming. You know, kind of following the fashion of we've seen through the past weeks of them just getting quite a decent amount of losses there as well. And I believe they are locked in for that last spot. So still taking home some cash as well. We can't forget about that. But this is... It was definitely a bit of a surprise, Sonny, this one.
It was. We expected Zeta Division to maybe even take this one, even if we did say this has to be a very close one. We have one of the casters said, if any of the teams can take it, it's probably A&R, and they took them 3-0 in the end, our second sweep of the day. Keep in mind, we only had 6 sweeps over the whole season, so 3 in the last match day. Kind of crazy.
I don't know who that caster was, but he sounds like a very smart, intelligent guy. And then, of course, we saw Navi up against Team Queso, and Navi looked very, very fierce, to be completely honest. You know, we expected it to be a win for Navi, but not necessarily a win as this convincing. And today, again, a massively important day for them. If they get the win against Foot in their match, then they'll qualify for the challenge finals, and that is a huge, huge result for them.
Yeah, so lots of storylines we're going to be keeping our eyes on here today. Here is the lay of the land as it stands. Obviously, like we've said, A&R and Zeta Division, the top 2 teams right now at 5-1. The first 2 teams that have qualified through to Gamescom, and then followed by Navi and SK both tied at 4-2, then Foot and Humble. And that is where all of the action will start to take place here today as we get into our matches 3 and 4 later on. And we'll see how things shake out for some of these squads. Will it be cut and dry, or will we start looking into those potential tiebreaker situations and trying to figure out how all that's going to go? I cannot wait to see. I think it's going to be a very action-packed day. So now that you guys know how they got here, how the last week went, what is on the line for all of our teams. We've got lots to look forward to coming up right around the corner. One of the things that I thought would be really fun to talk about before we get into our matches would actually be pick rates. All right, we're going to talk both the picks and the bans for the entire season. We'll start with brawlers that were picked first, the top brawlers throughout the season. Ark, start me off with these.
Yeah, I think it's kind of relatively clear-cut here because simply, you know, Bonnie's always been such a versatile brawler and very much able to cater to the majority of game modes and just slightly out of the ban rates. So not surprised to see her as high as she is. Carl, as we know, so aggressive in nature and has, again, that ability to really cover a great deal of ground. Gus, absolutely up there. We saw a little bit of a drop-off recently as a result of brawlers like Cordelius coming into the mix and causing a bit of a ruckus in the meta. And Squeak, of course, as well, doing fantastic work in terms of those pick rates. But B, Ems, Bell, and Pam. Pam's a bit of a surprise for me, but not too much to see B, Ems, and Bell there. Again, they're just some of those brawlers that are just safe pairs of hands and just don't really kind of cater into the bans necessarily. There's bigger fish to fry as far as that's concerned.
Well, then on the flip side of that, obviously our top bans throughout the season as well. Trav, Shelly, right at the top.
Who would have guessed it? Who would have guessed it? Shelly sitting on 65, double and one the amount of second place there with Crow, Squeak just up after that as well, which is kind of what we expect to see. Stu sitting down in fourth, and Cordelia's only been in play for a single week through the Snapdragon Pro Series, already up there in fifth spot with 18 bans. I think that goes to show how strong he is, Tick, Bonnie, and Carl. So even though Bonnie and Carl are sitting at the top of the picks, they've also been banned out a lot as well.
Well, we'll have to see how these play into our final matches here today on match day number 7. But we keep talking about the matches. Let's start diving into them. We saw it on the schedule. Our first match of the day will be between A&R and Team Queso. What can we expect out of this matchup here, Sunny?
Well, A&R obviously sitting in spot 1 at the moment. They have won every single match apart from a single one throughout the last few weeks. Team Queso on the other side not looking that good yet, but they can still turn around things. They don't have the opportunity anymore to go into Gamescom, but they can still move on in the leaderboard.
All right, well, we'll talk about the roster here a little bit, Ark.
Yeah, Javi, Boss, Black Sea, and of course, you know, they got an opportunity to potentially cause a ruckus when it comes to that #1 seed here today. If they are able to get a win, it will place then Zeta in a formidable position in that respect. But we haven't really seen this sort of two teams face off too much, to be honest. Just going back to split 1 in the Cup 5 semi-finals was when we saw them clash. It was a 2-1 in favor of A&R in that respect. It was a while ago now for sure. But coming off the back of the BSC as well, you know, Team Queso and A&R, they've had their sort of clashes here and there, but A&R got reverse swept over the weekend to Humble, and that might be putting them in a bit less of a favorable position today.
Well, Rama, Nob, Alex, and Mebius going to be the roster of A&R, and they've been in a wonderful position all season long. They started to look very, very strong, and then we saw in the Brawl Stars Championship, they got reverse swept by Humble. And that's after Rama got on the camera, give us a little flex of his biceps and threw up some pins as well. It was a little bit embarrassing for him. But, you know, he's at the top of the SPS leaderboard, and that's what we're here to see played out today. They've been looking great throughout this. They defeated Zeta in a very convincing fashion, which only Ark, I'll give him some credit once more, thought was going to be happening, and it did. So they really have been the team to beat in this competition. You know, Team Queso, they're trying something new. They tried bringing in Seoul, and it didn't really pay off that much. But in Queso Cup yesterday, we saw some great play from them. So they're still going to be battling out hard.
I think if they find their way into consistency and gain some self-conscious, they can do it today. Looking strong yesterday, maybe they can take it over to today as well.
All right, well, it's definitely going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Queso, but if now is a time to kind of make a stink, it be the moment. Great way to close out their season going up against A&R. Now, we also have some numbers to talk about here for these two teams. Okay, we have a head-to-head of their stats for the entire season here so far. So what really jumps out for you here, Ark?
For me, A&R certainly looking better when it comes to the kills, and death's pretty even. I was quite surprised because A&R are quite an aggressive team in that respect, so good to see that both sides are kind of valuing things, but you know, damage as well, pretty much even, but it's realistically where the kills are at, and that's where Team Queso are behind. They do like their kind of long-ranged maps on the side of Queso, their long-range control ideas, but today, you know, that aggressiveness of A&R might be where things unravel.
The question is, will A&R use this as an opportunity to potentially try anything out preemptively for Gamescom, knowing that their spot is locked? Is that something that teams have to worry about, Trav, when it comes to going into the last week of regular play where they know that they are already set and ready to go?
I mean, the thing is, I don't think they're going to have much to hide, so I think it's probably a good idea for them to just, you know, come out, play, get that #1 seed locked in, and obviously, when you're facing the 4th seed, you've got the highest chance of moving through that competition, but the meta can change. Like, we could just have a balance change in the next few days, and everything could change, so I don't think there's that much point in hiding stuff. I think they should just come out, show their best selves, and probably beat Team Queso.
All right, well, we'll be getting our picks and bans up here on the screen in just a little bit, just making sure all of our players are loaded in and getting themselves ready for match number 1. I can't wait to see how this is all going to turn out. Now, I kind of want to do one more little touchback on it while we have the time right now before we get into match number 1. In case you guys are just showing up before things are starting, can you break down the tiebreaker situation for everybody in case they missed that at the beginning of the show? Because there is the potential after matches 3 and 4 for there to be a 3-way tie with some of our teams. And if that happens, things are only going to get even crazier.
Absolutely so. So for A&R and Zeta, it's just confirming their seeding positions. Obviously, Zeta didn't have the head-to-head against A&R because A&R beat them in that sweep that we saw last week. So if A&R get this first match under their belt, then they lock themselves in for the number 1 seed. And regardless of what happens next for Zeta, it's already done and dusted. Matches 3 and 4 is where things get really, really interesting. SK Gaming versus Humble is going to be the first stage in that process. And for SK Gaming, they've got to get that win. And Humble are looking quite fierce as well. We've got to remember, in the BSC, they did reverse sweep A&R, so we can't count them out. We can't necessarily look back at their prior performances and just say, that's clear-cut. I think it's not clear-cut today, and SK yesterday has some terrible performances as well to consider there. So if SK lose that matchup, that's the first stage. The second stage is in match 4. And there, if Foot Esports get the win over Navi, that is when we will have that 3-way tie, as we'll have 3 teams on a 4 and 3. And that is going to be very, very spicy if that happens. It's been the case last season, actually. And I think the way that Foot are performing at the moment especially, it's quite concerning to me on the side of Navi, because Navi did not have a great weekend in the BSC, not by a long shot. And for Foot Esports, they made the grand finals, went to the 5th and final set against Reply Totem. So they are looking better than ever. They are saving the best for last as far as I'm concerned, but we'll have to see how it fares.
All right, well, we've got our picks and bans up on the screen right now. Sunny, talk me through what you're seeing up here so far.
Carla Grande, of course, Shelly's going to be banned out once again, together with Gray and Eve. That we didn't see a lot, I have to say. Cordelius would still be open, but Team Queso, of course, going to go with their 2 favorite picks here. Carlo was a great first pick up here, just to get the blue star. A lot of control right at the start. Otis, not too bad either. Great counter to it as well. So far, they don't really have anything against the Gene, though. I do like that pickup from MENA as well.
All right.
So far, I like the fact that Shirley's banned, for sure, but Cordelius, not sure whether it's the perfect map for him. It's going to have a lot of short range, but Team Queso do like to gravitate towards that particular brawler. A&R, of course, with the Gene, going to have to support that magic hand, pull in with some, and Bonnie as well to go on the aggressive. Quite like that as a follow-up.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. I think the Cordelius can be solid if you can get control of that mid, but if you're obviously stuck in the back of your spawn and not without your super, you're going to be in a bit of a tough spot. Maybe Cordelius. We'll say one of either Cordelius is banned and Gray's picked, or Gray's banned and Cordelius is picked. One of those 2.
All right, well, Sunny, I want to get your thoughts on this last pick that we get through here and how you think they're going to be informing the matches while we get ready for match number 1.
I do like the comp from Team Queso so far. They definitely need something against that Gene. They have a lot of aggression together with the Gray as well. I assume is going to be the last pick here. And they decide to go with Ash. They have a super to play against the Gene. They have some aggression themselves. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. Whenever EUR decides to go in, they have a great push.
All right, well, we'll have to see how things play out. We'll send it on over to the other half of the studio for the boys to get match number 1 started.
Well, we'll see who's going to come out on top of this one. Personally, I'm kind of liking Queso's comp. I won't lie. I like the Ash, the aggression. It doesn't seem like A&R have kind of got the DPS, unless, of course, that is a Cordelius instead of a Gray. Then they might have a good amount to do over there. But the Gene, the body, doesn't have that much burst damage when they're in the tank form, or Gene, obviously, in the normal form itself. So I don't hate the Queso comp.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive one that we were kind of expecting to see more on the side of A&R, realistically, here. And going in, we'll see, in regards to that Gray, whether it's the Cordelius that was banned. Yeah, so probably Cordelius was banned then by A&R, and that would make a lot of sense. Team Queso have been playing it a great deal so far. Great start for Team Queso, already getting A&R really clustered together. In that top right-hand side, of course, the magic puffs from the Gene will help in terms of that HP survivability. Blacksy might get some value here. Doesn't go in for it, though. Don't mind that under the circumstances. Just get the kill and play it safe.
Yeah, I mean, Blacksy sliced through all 3 of them and got the spin-off cyclist super there really nicely and does have the lead. Now for Team Queso, 3-0, and they're in a really tough spot, but there's the walking cane through the wall, and that quickly flips it back into the hands of A&R. Obviously didn't have to use the Gene Port, but did use it then, and is actually going to miss it as well. A&R, they're in the lead, but they're not in the best of spots.
Yeah, Boss is trying to creep forwards here, but can't realistically do too much until we get some support. Blacksy with the flying hook might be able to pinch this left-hand side, and Boss then from the right. Javi in the middle, potentially with a fat splatter as well, could force their hand. Boss though low has to reconsider himself a little bit, but again, A&R being very close. A great teleport there from Nob. Can put some pressure then onto Blacksy. Blacksy coming back into the middle, and still 3 apiece with the blue star in favor of A&R.
Yeah, chose not to pursue it after that as well. Ash kind of rotated across, so you can't blame him for it. It's still got a body jump as well. If Team Queso makes something happen, grab something back, then they can quickly see him jump into action. Teleport's still there as well. Gene pulled through the wall and grabs Blacksy. Brilliant from Rama to extend this lead by another 2. And now they're going to have to do a little bit more than just killing one, either Nob or Mebius.
Well, it was Rama's thumbs down pin, which was the start of the reverse sweep in the BSC over the weekend, and I guess getting out of the way early because it can't be reverse swept yet. Boss tried to go on the aggressive pulse to shield pill, but then the pull from Rama is still good, and that is going to be a healthy amount of stars, but this push from the right-hand side, Javi coming in, gets a kill, Nob escapes away, but that's a takedown from Blacksy. That's 9 stars in favor of Team Queso. They have the lead, flying hook over the lake as well, and they might be able to survive the next remaining seconds if Boss can stay on his feet, which he does. What a turnaround!
I mean, that was massive coming in from them there. They got the turnaround so well, and how A&R, they held on phenomenally for the majority of the game there, but through those closing seconds, they just weren't able to bring the same energy, and it did kind of hurt them. But we do have another 2 games here, and they did look in quite commanding control.
Yeah, you can't deny that. A&R, from start to finish, really looked like they should have tied that one up pretty convincingly. But you've got to admire the resolve in that respect from Team Queso to turn it around how they did. Fat splatter early there from Javi. Walking Cane connection as well, though, on the side of A&R, but low HP all round. Those Gene magic puffs have got to come in nicely there. Boss pops the chill pull just in time. Maybe it's surviving on, but in the meanwhile, Javi falls, and that is going to bring 4 stars in favor of A&R.
Yeah, Boss still stood on this side as well, and he might be able to be shot down. He does get a kill. Chill pill used by him as well. Brings that back and takes the lead back in Team Queso's favor. Surprising A&R had let something like that slip, considering it was the 3v1 there against Boss. So not the best scenario for them, and now heavily pinned back in spawn once more. Through come those robotic rats from Boss. Great placement for him to stop any Gene balls coming through. And yet again, Team Queso in a phenomenal spot.
Yeah, they have the high ground for sure. But Rama has Magic Hand as well. And if he goes for Boss, he's got the support network behind him to be able to realistically take the kills. Maybe is tapping there as well. Vision Gear rolling in to help with that connection. Nob goes into the left-hand side, finds Javi, gets 2 taps on him, and Blacksy following things up. Maybe the Lorcan Cane is popped on the side of the gadget from Nob. Not going to do too much at all. 10 stars to Team Queso still.
Yeah, and Mebius did waste a jump there as well, but teleported over to the left-hand side. Doesn't get anything done over there either. Nob's still got a teleport in hand as well. Gets another one back, and Gene pull is there also. 35 seconds on the clock or roundabout. Still chance of a comeback from A&R, but Team Queso playing this so well.
They really are. Oh, what a pull, though, at just the right time. 120 HP, allowed for a very swift takedown. That's exactly what A&R needed against the Otis, but Nob escapes that. Wow, I did not think he was going to be able to do that. Surviving on still and keeping the gap very close to just 4 stars, but with 10 seconds remaining, there's got to be a kill on the side of A&R.
I mean, it's a possibility. They're coming in now. Javi, going to be low, got the mute though, and jumps there. He's going to go in on Boss, surely get the kill, but Chill Pill kept him alive a little longer. Javi falls as well, and just like that, A&R turn it around massively to bring game number 2 back home.
That is what we wanted to see from A&R, wasn't it, really? Some back and forth towards the end. What a fantastic way to end that game. And this set's still up for grabs. It's very closely knit. I mean, I've got to be honest, though. A&R are very clusters for the majority of the time, and that's always a concerning thing to see on a map like Canal Grande. But again, if they continuously hit these Gene pools at just the right times, it could very much go for them. Great Walking Cane to kick things off yet again. Boss low. He's got Gadget, of course, to be able to heal back up if he wants, but he doesn't go for it. A second Walking Cane connection, and he goes down.
Yeah, disappointing for Queso, that start there. Jump still available as well. TP's there from Nob as well. And still got the lead. Good DPS coming in from Javi, though, to bring Ramalo, force them back, but Blacksy's going to go in for the spin there. Has to turn around, chooses against it. Right decision, but a TP away. It's forcing A&R out of position, and with that, nice walking came through the wall, just finds him out of nowhere. Boss though as well, but still got Chill Pill, can't use it anyway. Falls down, and it looked like Team Queso were going to bounce back, but it's actually A&R who extend the lead.
It's kind of rare to see a Walking Cane kill on the best of days, but that's back-to-back there already. Oh, Blacksy way out of position there. You can see it coming a mile away, and that is going to be a healthy amount of stars for A&R. 5 to the head of Nob there, and he'll be surely the prime target for Queso. Boss on the left-hand side thinking about it as the miss pull on the right-hand side. This is going to be a pinch-perfect situation for Team Queso to start to turn things around, and big taps from Javi are getting closer for it. Blacksy's going to go in just the right time. No ability for the body to jump away there, but Rama responds with a magic hand of his own and gets the takedown.
Yeah, maybe it's there to take out boss as well. Jump goes in, chill pill still available, but surely not going to use it. He's not surviving that anyway. Low A's armor, and he does survive. 34 HP, but TP's back into harm's way. Gets 1,000 heals along the way though, so not the worst of choices. But this is a tough spot now. He comes in, gets the pull off, and actually stops him from using that mute. Does get it off on Nod, but Rama answers anyway. 19-9, and any step out of line from Team Queso will cost them, but they have to risk it.
It's going to be a team wipe. 10 stars are needed. The blue star's still with A&R, of course, and it can be done, but as the timer goes down, it's going to take a combined team effort here. So many heals on the side of A&R, but on the right-hand side, Javi's closing in. Maybe it jumps away, this boss who falls, and that is going to be it. The set decided then, and A&R take it.
And Nob with 7 at the end of that game as well. 5-0 in that the third game of Bounty, I should say, there as well. Great performance from A&R. But at the end of the day, Team Queso had control of the map for the most part. Felt like they just kind of stepped out of line. And obviously all the abilities to just kind of drag them out of line as well from A&R. The walking cane, the gene pull, the body jump. And they can just take advantage of the slightest misstep from Team Queso. And I feel like that's exactly what they did, because I don't know if it's just me who felt this way, but Team Queso had a lot of map control all the way through.
Yeah, they had a lot of aggression as well, which I really love to see, because again, they are normally a team which really kind of thrive off the back of the long-ranged affair. And you know, for a team that, let's be honest, have kind of underperformed this season a little bit, that was a pretty decent, first set showing there from Team Queso. I kind of admire the way it went down. 47 stars though to A&R, and 47 handed over on the side of Team Queso is kind of where the objective lies. In terms of the damage, pretty even, to be completely honest, and considering the lack of DPS on the side of A&R, I think that says a bit more for A&R than does Team Queso, but I think nonetheless, I mean, that's how you kind of want to start things off. Regardless for Team Queso taking the loss in that set, they looked pretty good doing it.
Yeah, they looked very, very solid. And I will say, I thought coming into this one, pretty much 3-0 to A&R. I think a lot of us did as well. But Team Queso is definitely showing their worth, and they have done over the past few days as well. Through Queso Cup, they looked good. They didn't manage to make it to the Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals, but at the end of the day, they've had a bit of time off. They've had some time in the Snapdragon Pro Series, not done the best. They came into Queso Cup yesterday looking very good, but it's too little too late for them here, and I don't know if that's hindering the performance or kind of helping them as a bit of a last Hail Mary.
It can work in both ways, can't it, realistically? When there's less pressure on you, you can actually kind of do things that you wouldn't normally do when there's that additional pressure to perform. For A&R, of course, it wasn't a great weekend for them. So they're not in the best of places right now. I mean, Rama, he still looks as confident as always, dropping the pins in the first set. But nonetheless, locking in that #1 seed, it's so incredibly important. As we know, when it comes to those challenge finals, you want to make sure you give yourselves the best possible chance. And in doing so, it's that little bit that goes a long way on the best stage of all. For Team Queso, that ability to potentially disrupt things can go a long way as well. I still think there's a set within Team Queso here. I don't think this one's going to be a sweep, but A&R, of course, do thrive at the back of that momentum shift. But where they struggle the most is when they have it and they've just got a match point to lock in and then they falter.
Yeah, we did have word as well. The second ban of A&R, so we won't be seeing a grey ban. It's going to be a Cordelius. They've got that out of the way, not allowing Team Queso to try and play their aggressive tendencies. On the other side, we've got the Nita, Barley, and Bonnie bans, Shelly and Crow to go along with the Cordelius. So top 3 brawlers pretty much banned out by A&R there. First pick was the Gus. Return, we see the Stu coming in from A&R.
I like that for A&R. It's normally Rama on it, but regardless, I mean, they're phenomenal with the Stu pick. And Spike is a bit of a safety idea, of course, because if Team Queso want to bring in some tanks, you kind of have to have something in the back pocket. It's a rough time in the draft to really kind of commit too heavily to an idea. Otis is an option, but I do prefer Spike when it comes to Brawl Ball. Got the ability to slow down so much and have some more defensive measures potentially there. Still, walk-ins could happen with Otis on the field, so Queso got the opportunity here. Could go in with an Ems and then bring in a tank of their own. And Willow is a great idea for mind control. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, but the last time I saw Team Queso with it, Black Sea missed pretty much near every single mind control bar one. So I want to see that accuracy land the mark a bit better here today. And they've got the long range, they've got some support. I would quite like to see something tanky come in. Whether or not that's their game plan and their strategy, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but I really do like the Willow pick here. It's going to be good against the Spike, and if they can prevent Stu from getting supers, it's going to be decent against that as well. But for the most part, it's Brawl Ball. You go aggressive, you're going to feed that Stu super. You're going to go with the Tara to go along with it as well. See it managing to make this work, but A&R still have their last pick as well. So not the best spot, but I do like the Team Queso comp. Yet again, we saw from the first set, Zeta liked it and they did pretty well. We'll see if they're able to do more of the same in the second, and hopefully, for their sake, take the set home with them as well. A&R do still have this last pick, and for the most part, they've gone for a very well-rounded comp so far, but they definitely need something against that Willow.
You got the choice realistically as to how they want to approach this one. The Tara's definitely going to be very good into the stew, and that's my concern with the stew. Sprout for control. That's daring, actually. They can see the full extent of the draft, which is some, saving grace for them. So it's less risky to have it as that third and final pick, but it's got to bring in the value. And it's going to be very difficult on the defensiveness, so they need to make sure that they just keep a good amount of control from start to finish to really give that Sprout some value.
It's a tough one. I don't think I like it, but A&R, they've got phenomenal drafts, so I don't doubt that they'll be able to make something happen with it. I feel like it's just going to be a bit of an issue, Pop some support from beyond. If they take some different routes, you're going to have to take a couple of shots and instantly you're going to be back in spawn. But I'll imagine they'll be want to enforce in that Willow matchup, and it does outrange us, so it's not terrible. And at the same time, if a Sprout gets mind control, it's not going to be the worst for your team either. So I don't think that's terrible from A&R, but it wouldn't have really been my shout. Although I say that, I wouldn't know what I'd go instead.
Yeah, I do feel like this could be a Team Queso set. I mean, the Tara is great because you can effectively break the walls, and that is always a good thing to be able to do, at least on some level on this particular map. And the Gust for the mid as well. Spike. As long as they don't realistically lose that control, A&R could be okay here, but Team Queso, they're hungry for this set. They already started off pretty well. Let's see how they fare in this second. Great start from Javi, a nice little gadget there on the cookie popper side of things. Speed zone to try to deflect the shot, and it does nicely there. Rama survives. Shield for Javi, gets a kill for Mabius, and some good pressure.
Yeah, good wall low coming in, but he is pinned heavily in spawn. Blacksy does get hit once more, though. Support from beyond was there as well from Boss. Good from them. And now Javi just trying to keep this control. Another wall comes out, and Blacksy gets blocked in this time. One more shot from Novel, bringing down the bounce hits. But he does get a shot in return. Might need to cover the goal here. Does go down, but Rama's there to cover it. Maybe a still super on the right-hand side, so can keep Boss back. But Javi is playing so well here.
Boss in a great spot here if he can just get super as well. And of course, the gadget will go such a long way against the majority of this comp being run by A&R. Maybe something that super as well might help out things considerably on defense. But Blacksy with the mind control is where my concern really is here. If he can just get the timing right and land that with the ball just in the right place, he can score with the players on the side of A&R and take control of the situation. This could be a prime time for it. He's thinking it. He missed it yet again, and that ball is going to be surely defended.
I mean, I think that's more of a good play from the defense, to be honest with you, rather than Blacksy being not really hitting it. He had to go back into the goal and just narrowly missed that mind control. So rough from him, but a good avoid. Or evasion, I should say, coming in the back lines. And now it's A&R who are actually on top of things. Rama's got a super in hand as well, can keep this mobility up. Maybe it actually does get hit, though. Gonna have to be backed off a little bit by the Willow there. Javi's gonna pop the shield, but actually not gonna have a lot to come behind it. Low, and the burn down coming off the spike, the stew damage as well. But Blacksy's back in and throwing over these walls, just deflating the push.
This could be disastrous for Team Queso if A&R can land some of these shots. The ball on their side of things realistically in a good spot for overtime, but going to be pocketed now, which I think is the wise move as Rama goes into Javi. Shielded just the nick of time, and Boss coming in for support, but maybe it's still in a great spot. Great super as well to land. Boss might fall here, he does, and now maybe can get the pass through, but there's no one there to receive it. He's got to go for glory. Not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't kind of just wait it off a little bit there, or just try and force that last shot rather than holding the ball onto Javi there, but the push comes through. Nob's going to get some good shots off, and Rama's not going to be far off super, considering he's a stew. Super to the middle, super to the left.
What? That's... What?
I'm lost.
I am lost.
Did he get the shot off as the mind control hit? And it, therefore, maybe it was mid-shot.
I'd love to see that replay back.
Was the super shot midway to the goal and the mind control hit, so it then counted as a defensive shot?
That could be the logic, actually, genuinely. I'd love to see that back. That makes the most sense to me.
I've never seen that before.
Other than that, I mean, I was thinking it must be a box glitch or something, but I think that is absolutely right. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's got to be. What an interesting interaction. 10 seconds remain here. I don't think A&R can realistically get the ball, but that could have been one of the best defenses that we've ever seen. Rama going in, though, has super. Maybe it's to get the pass off here. There's still time. I don't think now. Oh, just a save by the clock.
I'm still lost for words, but we
You're
remain at 0-0. I thought the game was done. The super to the mid, the super into the goal, but I mean, I don't have an explanation as to what just happened. I'm really hoping we can see it at some point, hopefully at the end of the set on some of those replays. But I'm baffled.
It's a rare thing, isn't it, on the casting desk for two of the casters to be speechless, actually, and seeing things for the first time. But nonetheless, into our game to replay it out. It was a great start from Javi. He likes to utilize a lot of the early gadgets, doesn't he, to get that high ground potential. Maybe it's in the top left, might falter here, going to survive as Blacksy dives in, but didn't quite time it the way he would have liked, and Team Queso are not in a bad spot at all, but A&R are starting to fight back now.
Yeah, lucky for them that they got the trade there. Nob's going to throw out the wall a bit higher up and just try and pin off this Willow, and now Javi just playing through this mid. Not really got a lot of competition there at the moment, but Rama's eventually making his way up, and Mebius with Super here as well. Good pinch coming in from Rama too. Super available and should have this mythic gear on to slow them down massively, but Nob just not really finding much of a pathway up the left. It's kind of just a stalemate there between the throwers.
Black's under a lot of pressure here. Going to be down to 792 HP as a wall coming from Nob is a good one at that, forcing Blacksy to the left-hand side. Rama going the aggressive, gets the takedown there of Javi. Pushes himself forwards as well and gets the takedown there as well on Blacksy. It's just Boss remaining. Bit of a fumble though. It's a tough angle to realistically get. He would have had to have moved further forwards to find it, but that is still great defensive work here from Team Queso, but far from out of the woods.
Yeah, and the wall's still there, but might be able to regain it if he brings it back. Good stuff from Mebius on the right-hand side, though. Manages to bring down Boss once again. Blacksy pushed back. Has the mind control, though. You could see Javi wasn't far off shield then, but I don't think it's going to matter as Rama brings him down yet again. Super Veil from Boss able to use that gravity to get a kill, but instantly pushed back into the spawn. Wall comes down. Javi should be able to break it quite quickly, though. So Nob gadgets back into his hands, waits for it all to burn down. Blacksy's got the mind control, but he's quickly eradicated by both Nob and Rama there. Shots coming through, slows there as well. The stick around makes it happen. Javi's got to get a cookie pop, but the mind control again from Blacksy keeps them out of it, but for how long?
What a time for it, honestly, but like you rightly say, Team Queso are in trouble, and that is a good takedown to Boss, which might open up things to a potential goal. What a great pass through. It wasn't just for flair, it was just simply to ensure that that went the way it did. And A&R now with that goal, unless we get a response from Team Queso in the next 10 seconds, we'll take the game past the Blacksy. Blacksy pushing forwards. A great defensive wall there from Nob, shut down entirely, and that game goes the way of A&R.
Yeah, great denial there by the Sprout wall. You could see him, he was going to be so close to that mind control as well, and all it'd take is a shot and a mind control to be able to get that ball in. So a great wall coming through at the pinnacle moment in the match. Wonderful stuff from them, but overall, A&R played a great game this time. They were on the defense for a lot of it, but when they got their chances, they took advantage of it.
Yeah, this was a great opportunity there, but I don't think Rama would have been able to do much more than he did. And obviously what followed next was far, far better in that respect for A&R. Rama taking a lot of shots early on again from Javi, trying to use the gassy hill to stay in the mix, and is doing so quite nicely so. Around 400 HP there. Boss might be able to try and force this one through before the utility is there on the side of A&R, but he can't. Javi with the shield actually gets to the other side of the wall. Be able to place some more additional pressure onto Nob coming back now, surely actually goes down for that play.
Yeah, overstayed his welcome a little bit there as well. Nob not going to gadget that wall back into his hands. Knows he's probably close to another one after all those connecting shots, but Boss is quite low. Rama's trying to dash around, get some gas to heal off and stay alive. Does get the shots and gets the kill there as well. Maybe it's coming out the bush to get Boss as well. But Javi just trying to find the connecting shots, but doesn't manage to get any. Now the three-way pinch comes onto him. He's surviving well, but the wall pushes him straight into the hands of Mebius and Rama. The slows on the defense as well. Boss only got the ammo to pass the ball away. A super shot to Mebius and a slot in the right-hand side puts A&R ahead yet again.
Really great footwork there from A&R, as we've seen consistently so in this set. Boss though has super, shielded over from Javi, but yeah, force it through, just hold W mate, but then that super from Mebius really did shut the idea down fast. Blacksy with no mind control here to do much. Needs to try to obtain it, and Javi low as well. They can't really push this right-hand side, and certainly not now that that Sprout wall goes down from Nob. They have to wait for Boss to come in, try and make some space here as we approach 1 minute on the clock. Pressure mounting for Team Queso.
Yeah, triple tap from Nob there as well. Nice stuff from him. Super's there as well. Well, Hedge comes down, Boss gets the super off as well. Great stuff from him. The healing shade's going to keep him in the mix as well, but Rama may have gone too aggressive. The burn down damage onto Javi, but the shield keeps him alive. Mebius now as well, just having to back up. They've only got 40 seconds on the clock, so not too much to worry about, but this gravity is going to be a big, big issue for them. Hedge comes down yet again, and Boss just puts himself in a terrible position, gets himself taken down, and all members of A&R survive on longer. 1-0, 25 seconds, and not much time for Queso.
It's going to have to be a seriously good defense here from Team Queso and a responsive push to follow off the back of it. Blacksy, though, standing still. Might have been some connection issues for him there, potentially, but can Boss make something of this? Not certainly without miss pull on the gravity side. Pass through there, Rama will pick it up, and he doesn't even need to necessarily. This one's done. A&R will claim yet another set.
I mean, that was a great performance from EUR in that match as well, and hopefully we'll be able to see that highlight. Look at Mebius 10-1. Showing his worth in that game, that was really phenomenal from him, and having that Tara matchup put him in a good spot. The stick around, the mythic gear, everything kind of came together to really play out so well, but it wasn't his first game, so let's keep an eye out for it. EUR really just played so well. I think I might have skipped over it here a little bit, actually. Might see it a little bit on further down the line, though, and I'd love to see that moment. Yeah,
the plays from Blacksea there, as solid as they were today, and they were better, absolutely so, still wasn't quite enough. And Team Queso at the end of that set, they definitely looked deflated. That can't be ignored. And the stats as well, yes, they had a dominant story as we witnessed. EUR really did take back control of that set and made it a much more convincing affair. 66,000 on the side of Team Queso to the 100,000 of EUR, and that goes a long, long way to say about, you know, like you said, how well Mebius played as well. But I think the whole team really came together and made a combined effort in that side of things. I think some of the Sprout Walls from Nob, absolutely on point. Had some really, really clutch moments with them as well. But just a well-rounded comp. You know, the Stew's always a bit of a concern for me, just simply because when you're looking into the face of what Team Queso brought to the table, it can really thrive or it can sometimes struggle, and they did draft it quite early. But that spike value, you know, it's a brawler that always escapes the draft, it seems, in terms of the bans. It's not really up there when players are thinking about what to ban, and you're going to see why it was so good in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, I mean, you really can. The overall comp that EUR brought together, I was a little bit scared about the Sprout, I will say, but it did play beautifully. Some of the walls that it brought out were phenomenal. Defensive, offensive, you know, just circling people out and making sure that they're not able to get the help from the teammates while putting them in a 1v2 on the defense. It's really good from him, and I was a little bit skeptical about it, but in the end, it played out perfectly.
Ultimately, you know, what players feel most comfortable with goes so much further than not necessarily what we think as well all the time. And I was still concerned, though. I'll be honest, you know, it's what I was kind of given to feel a little bit safer around was the fact that it was their third and final pick. So if it was like a Sprout early pick, then you're running yourself into so many counters. They felt comfortable, clearly, by doing that pick. And I mean, the value it got just kind of goes to show just like how well it was played as well. But EUR's drafts are looking great. You know, that's kind of where sometimes they faltered, as we saw over the weekend. You know, they didn't quite land them, and then things started to tumble out of control. I hope for their sake today, though, in this third set, that it's not necessarily for Team Queso their final one, but if EUR get a bit too overconfident here, I do worry a bit as we go into Ring of Fire. Cordelius banned out, Shelly banned out on both sides, Crow, Carl, and the Bonnie. And we'll soon see the signs of the first pick, but certainly mid-control here is so crucial to have. EUR probably trying to grab something like a Stu or a Tara for the, yeah, there it is, for the side lane aggression. It makes a lot of sense, but Team Queso would probably respond with a Tara of their own to be able to counteract that, and probably add a mid to themselves to have here. Maybe Bell is quite a kind of typical Team Queso brawler to have in mid here. But certainly, you know, getting a balance is crucial in Ring of Fire between that mid lane control and the side lane control and the mid control as well here. But there's still plenty of options to consider.
Well, the squeak is going to come in from Team Queso. Obviously, without it being banned, it becomes a pretty solid pick overall, as we see it high up on that ban list, high up on the pick list. And over here as a first pick, the residue is going to be very, very solid, I will say. You know, when you're able to just throw that down the mid and stop people from coming close for 10 seconds, and then you've got like 3 of them as well, you're never going to complain about that. But we will have a second pick coming out of Team Queso shortly. You kind of got to imagine it'll be something down the lane unless they want to double down in this mid. They're going to go with Eve. I don't mind it. I really don't. You know,
here?
I actually don't hate it. It tanks quite a lot. When those spawnables come in, it's going to be able to tank a lot of those shots from the Stew. The same with any other that EUR might bring further for down this mid as well. You know, if you bring something like a B, it's going to take 2 shots per spawnable.
Certainly agree that the B is now a bit of a deterrent measure. I don't like it, though. I don't like Evil Ring of Fire, I'll be honest. I think that, you know, in Safe Zone, I kind of get it when they bring it in. It's definitely in a much better place, there's no doubt about it, in terms of the Brawler's abilities. I mean, the quadruplets as a gear now really does pack so much more of a punch. Poco coming in for EUR, and this is going to be very interesting as to what they combine with it in that regard, because, you know, it could spell tanks, but without that third and final pick, you know, they're running a risk if they choose to do so. We see Foot Esports go with Sam here a great deal. I don't really feel like it's EUR's type. I think the Carl ban is quite interesting as well in that regard, because
it is EUR's type.
Actually,
Sam.
I didn't even see it.
It came down as you were saying it, to be fair. Couldn't have picked more comedic timing from EUR there, but I don't mind the sound. I think it's very solid. You know, you said Foot Esports bring it in quite a lot, and it's successful. Some of the time.
Some of the time, exactly. I'm glad you said that.
Depends what obviously Team Queso bring down as that last pick. We've seen Sam picked here before and Colette picked into it, something like that, so I wouldn't hate that. But I kind of feel like now Team Queso have got a bit of a weird comp, you know, they just don't have the most... Oh, there's the B coming down. That makes sense against the Poco, against Sam. You can't really fault them for that pick.
Yeah, they have the Eve there, as we were saying, pretty much to deter A&R from that idea. So that makes perfect sense to double down and have that in the mid, and Team Queso can genuinely pack a sting a lot with that particular brawler. It caters into their playstyle. The long-range affair, like I say, is pretty much where they tend to thrive the most, where they feel most at home. Bit surprised to not see the Bell on their side, but nonetheless, I think B makes a lot more sense. They're going to have to eradicate the Poco. I mean, I want to see the Sam go on the aggressive as well. That was kind of going back to the foot matchup where we saw Lennon not really kind of getting much value on the back of the Sam. He wasn't really pushing up deep enough, or wasn't able to at least nonetheless, but I want to see realistically, I'm assuming maybe it's on that Sam. I didn't quite catch it as he came in, but Nob's going to be on it. Okay, great. I love this from MENA because they are mixing up the players that tend to play the quality of brawler.
Well, I mean, Nob's going straight in and found a way around the backside already. Going to throw the super out and try out heal this damage coming in from Blacksy, but Rama's going to get hit by that super as well. Reset that healing, almost take him down, but the gadget of Boss will do just that. The Rattled Hive, and now establishing some mid-control. They do already have the lead as well, regardless of how well Nob played off the start. A little rotation there was found out by Blacksy. Residue placed down as well, and only pretty much one pathway through past that.
Great connections from Boss, but that one wasn't fantastic, and Nob closed the gap in the meanwhile. And he's not done yet. The slow is so crucial there, and Javi will get the pickup. But in the meanwhile, A&R are claiming back a lot of this scoreline from that Stu presence in the mid. Maybe it's now pushing on the side lane as a Poco is an interesting thing to see. And Screeching Solo, I think they're coming out, but Team Queso are staying firm to it. Great connection from Blacksy, important to do so as well in the situation. And now full mid control, looking much better for Queso.
I mean, Rama coming in now as well, but quickly taken care of. Flank round the right, and Residue placed down once more. Nob's going to fall as well, and Team Queso just walking away with this one. Those spawner balls coming through as well, and now they can't really do too much, even with the Stu. Rama's going to waste all his ammo off spawn, and Nob just coming back up. He's just going to go down to B again, surely.
These taps from Javi are brutal as well. Low HP now, though. He will get to see where Nob is. Jump away, gotta go, but not gonna escape the clutches of death as Nob comes in. Boss shuts it down. And great value from Blacksy, wasn't it, realistically there? And the mid-chain reaction coming in clutch. Big time for him, and 10% now is all that Queso needs. This is the first time we've really seen this pushback from them, and what a great set to do it in. One more, they will get the set, but we're not there yet. A&R have got a chance to respond. They've got an aggressive comp, but they were not able to get the synergy that they needed to be able to ensure some time in the mid.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they can just keep Nob in this back bush and, you know, stay away from that mid portion of the map and, you know, stay aggressive, then I think they're going to be fine. But it's just getting that position early on that's the issue. And I feel like he maybe overextended towards the start. They got his kill. Maybe should have just backed up and tried to stay in the grass.
An early residue into the mid then as Nob creeps around the right-hand side. A swift takedown to maybe it's very early on here. And a double tap from Boss. Great work from him. And now Queso can fully contest this mid. But they've got to be concerned that when the players respawn back into the side of A&R, as they are doing so now, Nob is going to go on a potential tear. But the slow is so suppressive. It's realistically what's keeping him at bay time and time again.
Nob's been hit there as well. Needs to try and get the super off on some of it. Rama just juking nicely. Gas a heal being brought into the mix as well. Beautiful stuff from him, and the super from Nob comes out. Needs to try and heal up and get to his Knuckle Busters, but can't do it. But already more percentages come out of A&R this game than it had in the past. Good heals coming in from Mebius behind as well. But now come through the Parasites. And the gas a heal from Rama keeps him up on the left, but has to shoot once again to reset that healing.
I'm loving these taps from Boss, as I am the Rattled Hive gadget, which is a bit of a rarity to see, but Team Queso do love to play it, and that was almost a double takedown with it. My word. An important kill for Nob, though. Boss, Blacksy still full HP, but Rama's too aggressive, overthrows them both, and now with the heals coming off the back of things, as maybe his approaches, he can just go on even more of a tear. Still surviving onto Capo, coming in for him, and this looks like it could well be a game going the way of A&R, because Team Queso have really struggled to regain control.
I mean, this looks like it's going to be a match point. Mebius juking nicely, gets those protective tunes coming in as well. Nob just going to come down the mid and tank out the rest of this damage needed. Blacksy looks defeated, and so do the rest of Team Queso as A&R move on to match point.
As quickly as that, we see the shift, and A&R step up a gear. Again, if they can get this one game, they will lock in that #1 seed for the Challenge Finals. And they know that that is something very much still to fight for. I would love to see some resolve, a bit more from Team Queso. We saw really the first sign of it in that last game. I'd love to see another set out of this series because I don't think the scoreline really reflects how Team Queso have been for the most part of things. They've had some great moments, but every now and again, just drop their guard a little bit, and you can't really do that against a team like A&R.
Well, it's a similar start as to last time, but this time Nob is going to have to go back and try and pick up those parasites. Does it nicely, moves right back over to the right-hand side yet again. Throws at that super and now has good position, but uses those Knuckle Busters too aggressively and loses control of them entirely.
Another good connection from Boss and Blacksea doing great work, but Boss will fall, and that's going to leave it as a 2 versus 1 into the mid. For Blacksea's got to retreat. We'll place down Residue as well into the mid. That will keep Mavius forwards, but Nob is in a perfect spot to help defend the situation. Robber comes round and turns things as well into his favor. Going on the aggressive, Boss will go down. And Nob's still surviving on, Rob's still surviving on. The A&R are just staying on their feet more, and when it comes to an objective like Hot Zone, that's exactly what you've got to do.
Yeah, Nob was low and did go down though. Just trying to survive a little bit longer, maybe it's to get some percentage on the board, but it doesn't happen. Spawnables now coming in, the babies of Eve. And Nob just trying to flank around the right yet again. And this is what works for them. It worked for in the previous ones. When he gets control of this bush, he makes it work. But the rest of his team are not having the same luck as they are locked in their spawn. And the Ral Tide spins back round and picks up Nob as well.
All tied up, 53 apiece on the percentage side of things. And again, more quadruplets coming in to help out Javi and his team. And Nob will be poisoned down. Rama's one shot away, but the Gasser Hill will keep him in the mix if he can just try to cycle off the back of things. And the healing up now as well. Very important dashes away from that super from Blacksea. But meanwhile, Team Queso are on the zone. Huge tap from Javi, all 3 connected. And that might just be enough.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be. Maybe it's coming back through, but can't really get a heal off onto anybody there. Nob just walking through the mid as well. Needs to try and get people off, but Blacksea's going to survive a little bit longer. Heal comes in, though. Nob's still there. Super gets off. Javi's low as well. The turnaround capability's there. They do bring him down, but they need quite a lot to bring this back, and maybe this is too low. Has to continue shooting, and now too low to contest the mid.
Yeah, Nob's just going to hold W, go straight into things, but not necessarily going to work out too well for him now as all 3 members of Queso pushing forwards. That hail was not timed enough for Mavius, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. It'll be Team Queso to take it by 3% and get a set on the board.
I mean, you see, the thing is, Nob needed to go in the mid there, but maybe they controlled it a little bit better. They could have got the 3% more needed. If you just run in a straight line, tapped up by everybody, that's the issue. Team Queso bring it back to 2-1 now. No sweeps allowed this early on in the day. And A&R, I feel like they could have won that one.
I think you're right, and you know, in those moments you do have to just try to buy down a little bit of time, don't you? I mean, you know, it's one thing to go on the aggressive, but you can't be overly aggressive. Got to shout out Boss though as well in that round. It went 10-4. I mean, it was playing a phenomenal B, and I was expecting maybe Javi to be on it, but I mean, the way that that Boss was playing it just went to go and show that it gave Team Queso many opportunities time and time again, and more often than not, landing every Rattled Hive into the bodies of A&R. It just gave Queso so much space and time to work with, most importantly.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a rough one there for A&R, but I mean, looking at the kills and the damage, they kind of deserved it for the side of Team Queso there. 35 kills to the 17 of A&R, and 123,000 to the not even 40,000 of A&R there. I mean, heals are going to be on A&R's side with that Poco, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough.
That amount of damage is crazy, but I mean, when you're getting a kind of Poco healing kind of comp and Stu as well staying on its feet with the back of the Gasser Hill, it makes a lot of sense, but you've got to land the shots nonetheless. You know, you've got to hand it to Queso for that, because it's one thing to have a comp that can manage that kind of level of healing, but they did it convincingly under pressure as well against that match point. I mean, you know, that's a really tough thing to be able to do. They've managed now to reset things, take it to the 4th set at the very least, and that's a great result so far for them.
Well, we'll be heading on to Flaring Phoenix to see if A&R can close it out here, or if we'll be going to that set number 5. Bans are the Tick, the Shelly, and the Cordelius. Good bans coming out there, and A&R pretty clear they had the first pick. Just looking at the bans, I think the Penny, the Ruffs, and the Barley coming from them. Gene of the first pick, and then we go back to Queso with the RT, and another one following up shortly.
I think Gene's always a good place to start, realistically, from A&R. I do like the Ruffs ban, and Cordelius and Shelly, kind of a must at this point. You can't really get away from it. But RT into the mid as well, it's not going to necessarily have the best of times against the Gene. Obviously with super to hand, that's going to change things massively. Grom coming in, again, often banned on Flaring Phoenix, so makes a lot of sense to try to pick that one up. Bonnie's actually not banned out here, which could be an interesting idea if they want to float it on the side of A&R. It would kind of fit their play style in that regard. Might be a little bit challenging when the Gene hands do come into play, and you do need to have something to realistically take things down quickly, but survivability as well is really important to consider on maps like this. When you get into the later stages, of course, that's where things can get really tough to manage. Gray going to come in. Do love that particular brawler on Knockout. Can have some great moments, but again, lacking a bit of DPS, as we saw, but that didn't seem to be a problem for A&R when we saw it in their first matchup of the day. But I want to see something else added to this, which does have that ability to really pack a punch or have a bit more of a tankiness to it. Or healing. I think Pam wouldn't be a bad shout here for me, maybe not the best of shouts. But throwers here as well can have a good time. It's not the worst time for them to pick a Sprout potentially here if they want.
Yeah, but as you say, I feel like they need
Bonnie,
the DPS. They're going with that Bonnie there. I can't blame him for that. Bonnie's just a really good all-around pick. And Gene can pick the moment, you know, you can still almost three-shot that Grom there, and with a little bit of help, then you're going to be able to do fine. RT on the other hand, probably not going to be pulling that anyway. Too much HP, and especially with these backup brawls, unless both of them are there like they were in Canal Grande, then they're not going to be able to get the biggest amount done when the pull comes in, because the DPS is just so low. But we do have Team Queso with the last pick. They've still got the possibility of countering a lot of this out, but not really sure what they'd go for here. They've already got the throw on the board, so they're not really going to need another one. Going to go with the Pam, your pick from a little bit earlier on, and I don't hate it at all. It's quite tanky, going to be good against the Bonnie shots, good against the Pam, good against the Gene, the Grey, going to be able to eat a lot of those.
Yeah, it's not too bad. But I was with you, I was thinking, where is this going, you know? I think in terms of the late game, it's fantastic for Team Queso. Grom can be challenging to hit shots with, though. That's my only concern at that stage. It's definitely more of an early to mid-game kind of brawler. RT as well is a brawler which Team Queso played pretty well to their credit. And often people forget just how oppressive the gadget is on the side of RT. To be able to literally cause damage at the touch of a green button can be the moment of taking a kill away, making it that 3 versus 2. And if Queso can do that in these early moments, that's exactly what will give them the upper hand here as we go into things. A very early walking cane from Nob, won't connect there on the right-hand side. It's Javi doing what he needs to, just going in the aggressive, making sure that they keep Roman back and not providing him any value. Maybe it's popping the gadget as well to get the additional speed, taking back control, and just everyone just trying to get that early sign of utility.
Yeah, I mean, it's Black who's had the most connecting shots so far, and Javi did have quite a few as well, so Team Queso definitely on the upper hand at the moment. Nob just trying to find a few shots onto boss. Obviously, as you said, the walking cane came out quite early to try and give him that early teleport, but nothing really came of it. Still trying to find it now, and does get a couple of shots onto boss, who throws up a pin. Clearly not feeling too good about that there. But Mebius just has so much HP to be able to tank these Grom shots. Already fed soup, but not really showing a lot for it.
Well, on the side of Blacks and Javi, they have supers, and the Grom Bomb going to make an early show. Will break the bush, but not too much in terms of connection. Boss going very aggressive, has to pop down the healing station there to tank the shots, and it does so pretty nicely. Mebius jumps in, gets the kill, almost gets 2. It's 2 versus 2 now, however, but Nob gets to take down on Javi. 2 versus 1 now, and Black will fall, but all the side of A&R were very low. That was very close.
Yeah, it was a really nice walking cane through the wall there, but that is another one used for him to be able to get that kill. But I mean, the round's worth it, right? And he has the teleport along with it as well. 0 walking canes left, actually. Must have used 2 in those late stages. Javi does have the ability to drop his legs, get some serious burst damage down, but Black's got to be careful. Got to be scared of Nob here with his teleport, and now Gene with the pull as well. It becomes increasingly more dangerous.
Well, Rama's got to be thinking about a pull here, but Black Sea's moving over. I think that's wise under the circumstances. This boss can really cause more of a problem, place down the healing station when he can obtain it, and I think for A&R they've got to try to deprive Team Queso of that, as we know how influential it can be in the later stages, and also to be able to, get behind, and the magic hand can't really do as much as it would like. Nob, though, not going to be able to go in aggressively here at all on his own. Both sides realistically need to wait until the late part of the game, and to their credit, they're doing just that. Maybe he's trying to make some space now, popping the gadget into the mid, forcing Black and Javi to make a decision. And the connection to Boss makes him low. Boss pulled in, though. The heals, though, will be enough for him to go on an absolute tear. And maybe this is the last to fall. What a team wipe from Team Queso.
I mean, this is what we said, you know, you got to pull in and you got to have a DPS to be able to get the work done, and that's exactly what happened there. Boss had his super as well, so couldn't come at a better time for him. Nob still has this teleport, though. I feel like he's maybe a little bit disappointed with his teammates there, not really putting the best performance out, but he's eating Grom shots like nobody's business. And now, A&R with this map a little bit more opened up. Obviously, the unbreakable walls are going to remain there no matter what. It does help them a little bit more against Blacksy, though.
Boss still is being deprived of that healing station, as Mavis doing a great job of keeping his distance. Robert getting a few little taps, and the vision gear will be, obviously, of course, displaying the whereabouts of Blacksy and Javi. But it's these early moments which really don't amount to much, because both comps are already designed to go super on the aggressive. Mavis can obviously pop the gadget here and there, but he's exacerbated all 3 now and can't really do so. Not trying to just whistle down things. Javi was thinking about they could pop gadget, but he's not got any left either. Grom Bomb connects. low HP, but no follow-up here on the side of Team Queso. They are in a great position for it. TPO from Nob, 3 versus 2 now in favor of A&R. As quickly as that, though, the takedown is there. 2 versus 2 minutes jumps in, goes down himself, it's down to Rama and Javi can hide behind the healing station.
Yeah, this is great for him here. Rama needs to get some good shots in, but the legs are going to be dropped to tank some stuff anyway. There you go. I mean, this should be Javi's game, and it is. Team Queso move closer and closer towards this reverse sweep. But I mean, A&R made some great moves there. They looked in such a bad spot. They got a kill, but couldn't get anything more from it, sadly. So a bit of a rough one for A&R there, but Team Queso looked great throughout those first and third games.
Yeah, Team Queso just really valuing the moments of the early stages of the game, and that's something which they do pretty well to their credit. They're not necessarily the most aggressive team, in this region, but they do like to be a bit more methodical in their approach sometimes, and this is why this game mode and map really caters towards them. The comp is a good one for it. I mean, if they just keep this up, they'll be able to take back another set. I mean, there's only 1 game away now, just a couple of rounds. Javi goes in and take it back. Team Queso love to go on the aggressive Trav. It seems to be really playing into their favor.
I'm not sure what the plan was there from the Grey to just go in and get taken down like that. He knows someone's going to be lurking there, and specifically Javi. A couple of shots would have brought him down as well, and that's exactly what it did. So now A&R fighting a losing battle in this 3v2, and it's going to be tough to bring this one all the way back for them, but kind of want to get your supers and try not to feed the opposition, I think would be the aim for A&R.
Yeah, absolutely so, because ultimately A&R know that they've got a very tough opportunity here to try to make something of it, likely just waiting for the gas. As Boss, Javi and Blacksy start to close in, yes, straight into it, not hesitating at all. But yeah, I think maybe he's got super as well. That's just the best outcome really for A&R here. They've got some utility to work with here. If we get like an early pull, I think every single player has a super. Only one on the side of Team Queso. They can try to really harness this round into their favor. Miss Walking King yet again to start things off on the right-hand side.
I mean, it's rough, but we do still have a pull there from Rama, and if he can get the vision gear through and can get some shots in, then they're going to be looking pretty good for hitting this. But obviously Watchtower's going to be able to tank. If Boss gets a super, that's going to be able to tank as well, so they need to be careful. Just hold off until this late game where the pull is pretty much just an auto-aim and win. But I mean, they're just stepping out of line too much, and honestly at this point, Team Queso, they're going to break it to a set 5 if A&R don't clutch this.
Well, Rama's placing the pin, but I mean, realistically here, it's because Team Queso are about to claim it. I don't realistically see how A&R can turn this around, but it's possible with Gene Pool and the right person at the right time, and the support of Nob is going to have to be there for it. As the Watchtower goes down yet again, just exposing the whereabouts of A&R, Nob popping a gadget as well for the Scrapyard Sucker and goes in on things. This might be overly aggressive, a lot of big taps there as well. Oh, Paul, but he's not even there to be able to pick it up. It's just Nob in a 3 versus 1, and Team Queso have evened things up.
I mean, it just seemed like bad plays from A&R, to be honest with you. They stepped out of line so much and just gave away kills in both of those rounds. First game was a little bit closer, but that one, I don't think we even saw a kill coming out of A&R, and just instantly a 3v2 in both games. They had the pull, they had the super advantage, but they just over-aggressed. Got hit by the RT, gave them a mark, and then Blacksy just followed up with a couple of killing blows.
We've seen this, and it's a worrying thing, because when A&R are in a formidable position, 1 game away from just wrapping up the series, it's like they just dropped the ball a bit. And Team Queso were absolutely on it. And again, with their patience there, it just prevailed so nicely. And A&R it almost felt like they were a bit flustered, knowing that their comp wasn't realistically going to handle those late game stages because of the way that Queso drafted. That's good drafting on the side of Team Queso. I mean, they deserved the set. I think A&R didn't really have many moments, if really any, in that set. And it's a stark contrast. It just felt like it wasn't really a mode that they are really catered towards in their playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it felt like pretty much all the way through these 4 sets that we've had, Team Queso have looked good in every single one of them. Even the ones they've lost, they may have even looked better, especially in Bounty to start things off. We said they might have lost the set, but they're looking good, and surely they're going to be able to bring something back in future sets, and they have done just that. When A&R went 2-0 up, I mean, we kind of expected it to be over in the 3rd, but then Queso have just drafted pretty much flawlessly through the rest of them.
Yeah, and to their credit, massively so, because, again, less on the line as far as I'm concerned, but they want to end the season on a high. And, historically, Team Queso have not had the best of times, in the Snapdragon Pro Series. They've always come a little bit short. I mean, Season 2, again, we know how that went for them, right? And this is their chance of a bit of a redemption arc, because we're going to safe zone for Heist, where this will be decided one way or another. Bans on the side of Team Queso being 8-Bit Grom and Carl. For A&R, it's going to be Colette, Eve, and Penny. So 6 individual brawlers being banned out here. Bonnie, first pick then for Team Queso. A really good solid one to have to start. I think Bell will be surely on the minds of A&R here, potentially. They do like to tap with it, with the Carl being banned out as well. I think they're good bans all round, I've got to be honest. I mean, Cordelius here, I mean, I'm still on the fence with it, but it works, right? It works.
I'll tell you that.
Shelly's open too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a rough one, I will say. You know, if A&R obviously going to let one of them slip if it doesn't happen now, and Bell's going to be their first pick, as you said, it's going to be good against the Bonnie. But with, you know, Colette and Penny and stuff banned, it's tough to defend against an Eve, even at that. So with Bell as his first pick, they're going to have something that can defend really nicely against this Bonnie jump. So maybe something like a Shelly or a Cordelius wouldn't be a bad shout. Now we still do have one pick for A&R, though. They're going to go with the Brock, just something a bit more conventional yet again. But now we do have the possibility of both Cordelius and Shelly going into the hands of Team Queso, but I just don't know if that's the best combo.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, I really don't. I think that in hindsight, they're going to dig their own grave if they go for it. I mean, Cordelius on its own, I wouldn't mind, but you kind of have to back it up with some range. And unfortunately for Team Queso, a lot of the brawls which they would love to have are out. That's the problem now, and that's credit to A&R here as well. I mean, throwers potentially here, but they're just not necessarily the best, let's be honest. I mean, it's going to be a tough one for them. They might go on the aggressive, something like Shelly, maybe Daryl to match with it. But then I've got a bit of a concern with Cordelius as a response.
Cordelius last pick.
Exactly. So it's a tough thing for them now. I mean, Shelly's not a bad thing, but they are still lacking range or aggression, and I'm just not really sure how many options they've got to have to consider at this point in the draft.
I mean, Shelly's slimy with it. You know, she can dodge some of these shots and doesn't really need to be that close range, because she can just move past these shots with the speed that they've given her. And I mean, Cordelius can do a lot of the same. To be honest with you, get someone else in that realm, take them out of the picture, and I wouldn't mind it as a last pick from Queso, but they're going to go with the RT, something a little bit more safe rather than the Cordelius, which would just be kind of a bit of a throw everything we've got at A&R and hope it works.
Safe on safe zone.
Makes sense.
I think it does make sense, yeah, for sure. I mean, RT's value here is not going to come from the super. We know that for a fact. I mean, it's going to be really tough. You pretty much can't even use it on this particular map, on this particular mode. Definitely all that is going to be coming from the amplified marks and having the body to be combining with it. And for A&R now, I mean, do they take a chance? Do they take a dare? It's the fifth and final set. This is for the first seed. Lola, I mean, to be honest, with everything to consider here, it's not the worst brawler at all. I mean, it's pretty much the best that they could really hope for. I mean, there's so many opportunities for comps that are banned out by the bans themselves. They can't really go tank because of the Shelly on the other side of things. This looks pretty decent. I mean, in terms of the draft, I'm definitely preferring what I'm seeing on the side of A&R. I think that kind of like the safer long-range brawlers are always going to have a bit of a better time. But Shelly...
I was literally about to go, but Shelly. That's the thing, right? Like, you've got a very good conventional comp from A&R. It's just the norm. Like, that's what we're seeing from A&R, what would usually be played out versus Shelly. And we know what Shelly can bring to the table. We've seen it win on Safe Zone before. Even if it doesn't have the range, it can make a lot of things happen. Rocket Fuel instantly going to break up that wall, give Mebius a little bit more maneuverability throughout our mid and not let just this one pathway through for Javi, you know, beat him at his own game.
Gadget pop then to push into the mid, tapping up there nicely onto Nobs. Rama's contested heavily on the right-hand side, and Team Queso get the first sign of damage. 9%, but climbing still, and A&R have got to get out of this spawn and break some walls or just take care of Boss, who's still standing, by the way. Clay Pigeon's there. Gets a little bit of value, but not too much, let's be honest. But you can't really grumble at 20% damage to start.
Yeah, 2 Clay Pigeons were used, though, by Boss, and obviously that's going to be the main reason you'd bring it in. Other than that movement speed, he's just been hit by 3 Brock shots in a row. Shots coming in from Rama now, super as well, and that takes the lead straight for them. But body jump in should bring things close. Nob cleans him up quickly, though, and Javi gets 1, but leaves 2.
Not sure about that break for Boss. I mean, he's got the speed to be able to juke the shots, but it is going to hand things over nicely to A&R to just have even more control over the situation. Big taps from Mebius, and continuing to do something to Blacksea, who eventually trades it out. Rama can just try to close the gap here, spam some shots. As soon as he gets super or rockets on the safe, the Incinerary is just going to be going nuts. And that's only 39% remaining on the side of Team Queso. What was a great start is now dwindling as the utility is being exacerbated.
Yeah, well, Javi's still alive now, but the Rocket Fuel says no to that, gets him down quickly. Blacksea's got the jump, but you can't jump in on a mark, and a Lola going to be there waiting for you. Rama now use this super once again to try to get some more damage on safe. Does get around 6% there in the last Clay Pigeon from Boss. The jump in from Blacksea didn't do too much. It's not out of reach, but looking at how well A&R have been playing, I don't see them losing this lead.
Band-Aid there from Boss helped him to survive a little bit longer, but not too much, all things considered. Maybe it's can just like literally auto-aim that onto Blacksy. And more Brock shots onto the safe. 12% now. A couple of taps away from A&R moving on to match point, but Team Queso are not done yet. They know they've got to hold this mid. They cannot falter now. 30 seconds on the clock. Boss marked up and goes down. And Rama surely can now just push forwards, get a couple of taps, and maybe it's there for good measure. That'll be it. And A&R moving on then to match point.
I mean, A&R just seems to have outclassed them in the draft here. You know, the Shelly made some good moves when it had those clay pigeons, but when it didn't, it was kind of just walking up and dying over and over again, and obviously it doesn't have the most damage either. We didn't see enough out of Blacksy getting the jumps onto the safe and getting the damage. It really is quite rough for them in this one, but it is match points to A&R now, and I kind of feel like they're going to close it out.
I don't think Ruffs was banned. Ruffs could have been a possibility here in terms of draft, but I mean, I understand from Team Queso what they were thinking, just to have a Shelly in the back pocket for if A&R brings something out, but you know, it's a deterrent of tankier ideas as well, and they just kind of adapted, and I think that they've adapted really nicely to it. Lola's not the best here, but the situation upon them makes a lot of sense already, though. Team Queso pushing forwards, as we saw them do in the previous game early on. Realistically here, though, they've got to stay firmer, and with Blacksy falling, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Javi, forcing Boss to reconsider his position as well. He's going to go in, maybe get the takedown on Robert and go back onto the safe here, which he will do now. Oh my word! Double value with the clay pigeons, leaving a great situation for Blacksy and Javi to pick up on defense.
Yeah, and damage on safe, and Blacksy's now got super as well. This is a great position for them now. Boss still surviving as well. Rama's going to die as well. Boss gets another super onto the safe, and Mebius alike, and he's missing shots. Jump comes in from Blacksy, and this is great from Team Queso.
Beautiful cycling, absolutely beautiful cycling from Team Queso, but the response, it's going to be a fierce one here from A&R. And with Boss, I think with one more gadget, or maybe two still to hand. Oh, great from Rama. Huge taps, huge damage onto the safe, not from the left-hand side there, pops the ego as well. And now A&R start to claim things back into their favor. And Team Queso have got to shake them out of these spots.
I mean, having got the gadget light off there as well, but Rama's still alive. No, not going to have to jump away, so it's just going to die for that kind of damage. I mean, Team Queso are still ahead. Boss now getting some shots off Blacksy with jump in hand, but Nob just keeping him back now. Shots connecting from Team Queso and then making it work. Just got to hold off for 55 seconds. It's a tall order, but it can happen. Boss still got a clay pigeon in hand, but going to hold onto it for a little bit longer as this mark is not helping him out.
The beautiful nest egg placement from Mavis and the value off the back of it. I'm surprised Nob actually was able to stay on his feet. Blacksy jumping in, getting more value down to 32% now. Very little in it, especially with Rama in that spot. You know, that's a guaranteed rocket rain with follow-up rockets as well, and the support from Mavis is going to be there too, 41%, and the damage continuing to climb. Team Queso have got to defend this now. It's a great time considering that Nob's not got any gadgets to hand here, but they've got to clear up Mavis, and Boss is not going in.
Yeah, it's even now, but Rama coming back up as well. Boss can't really go in. That's the issue. Doesn't have any more clay pigeons. Super's there as well. Needs to get off. Gets him down. Nob's going to fall. Rama's going to fall. 9 seconds. Can Team Queso get the work done? They're bouncing on each other, but the jump's there. The damages as well. And no time for A&R to even things out. Double match point between Team Queso and A&R.
Who would have thought it? Honestly, coming into this matchup, that it would be decided at match point. I mean, A&R beat Zeta division in a 3-0 sweep, and it hasn't been the season that Team Queso were hoping for at all, so they're coming into this matchup deflated, but they're not looking like that right now. Maybe they were in the second set, but not at all. They've got so much now behind them. It's definitely the tougher of these two comps, but if they play it right, as we've already seen, it can be done. It's going to be close regardless. If they lose control, it can escalate quickly, and A&R can still take it very much so, locking that #1 seed for the Challenge Finals. Let's see who it's going to be.
Yeah, Boss got hit hard there, and the clay pigeon did activate, so going to have to wait for that once again. But I mean, the Band-Aid popped, the clay pigeon's going to be used now, and good takedowns from A&R. This is completely different to what we saw in the previous couple of games where Team Queso took the early lead. It's A&R in a dominating position early on.
Jumping from Blacksy helps out considerably. Double takedown for him. And now with damage gear potentially onto the safe, he will have it there and get some taps for his time. 90% now hiding in the bush, but oh, beautiful from response. Rama and maybe it's there, cleaning up aisle 5 and now pushing back firmly into the mid.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, A&R didn't get that much done with the control they've got and the comp that they had. It's a bit of a issue here. Gadget comes out from Javi after a nice double tap. Blacksy looking for another super. Good connecting shot from Javi. Might need to use another gadget to get him down. He does. Just wants him out of that position. Follow-up tap's not going to be connecting though, and Mebius' shield should keep him in the mix. Rocket Fuel came in for Armor as well, and to guarantee the hit, and A&R extending the lead.
I don't necessarily mind Boss breaking things open wide, but it's that consideration that A&R will have a bit more strength behind their positioning. It's just basically to deter Rama away from getting into that corner spot and connecting with the safe. As Baxi jumps in, Nob survives though, and that's going to be 2 to handle for Javi. It's a great way to start. One tap, gadget, but they're going on the aggressive, leaving the defense to Blacksy. I'm not sure whether it's the play. They've got to get damaged, no doubt about it, but Nob will heal up in the meanwhile, and then there'll be a problem.
I mean, Blacksy's jump is what gets them the damage, but Boss gets the kill up top, but Mebius is there to get the bounces off of the safe. It's going to be hitting Blacksy, and he can't stay out of the way of it. Javi's coming back in to provide some help, but I mean, Nob's still surviving. Boss going to get the kill up top. They need this kill on Nob to pinch down onto Mebius, and I mean, it's just not going to be possible. Ego's there, the shots come through, and that should be it, as Mebius gets surely the killing blow here. Not yet, but a lot of damage needs to be done. Boss keeping it up top. There's the final kill, and A&R get the win against Team Queso.
Just about. Just about. I mean, it wouldn't be an A&R match without a little cheeky spin and a pin to end things off, would it? Let's be honest. But I think Team Queso had a commendable performance, no doubt about it. I mean, you can't not hand it to them.
It really did look very, very good for Team Queso quite a lot of the way through. They started to bring things back, but A&R cut them short. Sonny, what do you make of that one?
Almost the reverse sweep. What a play there by Team Queso. The last 3 sets, they looked so strong. Finally waking up. And yeah, you said it. Almost it wasn't a win for A&R. They're looking at the kill and damage here for the very last set. It also looks very close. Those two teams are actually head-to-head. A lot more than what we expected.
I mean, talk about making A&R work for it. They were not giving them this last week easy at all. I thought we for sure were going to get the 3-0 sweep, and Queso just came back with a vengeance. I mean, good for them. That bodes well for them heading into future seasons as well, if that's what they can do here at the end of the season.
You've got to hand it to them. You really do. I mean, you know, A&R are not an easy team to play up against, and Team Queso had some terrible results. I'm just not going to sugarcoat it. I mean, if I sugarcoat it, Trav will tell me that I am. So, you know, I think they played great.
They did. I mean, Team Queso, I kind of think that maybe they even deserved a win there, because in a few of the sets that they lost, I feel like they should have won them. So it's a little bit of an issue for them there, but at the end of the day, A&R are going to lock in that #1 seed, which is great for them heading on to the Challenge Finals.
All right, well, we said today was going to be action-packed, and it definitely has started to prove us to be right in that sense. An almost reverse sweep, double match point way to kick off the day with A&R coming out on top. But now it's time for a short break for us while we get ready for match #2 between Mr. Dosa and Zeta Division. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 1 is in the books. A very close match between ANR and Queso. And we're about to get into match number 2, but before we do that, Sunny was watching everything in the back, and there were some plays that she wanted to break down, so let's check it out.
Well, I would have loved to show you the last 3 sets. Of course, Team Queso popping off there in the end. Yeah, thank you. We have a clip here of Brawl Ball. You all watched it. You all know what happened there. First game ended in a draw. The second one, amazing moment there from ANR and Team Queso. I want you to focus on first. ANR already in position, 3v2 situation here, and they're just waiting for the perfect time to push up. Nobody's overextending. They know Boss with Terra has super, and they need to get her taken out first. Nop almost able to score here. In the end, he's not able to because Blexy's respawning. He has his super, passing away the ball here. Nop getting out of the way, passing the ball here to the side. Blexy still with his super. Rama gets the ball back into the game. Now we have Nop with his first wall coming down here, still focusing on that Terra that still has super, of course. So they're trying to really focus in on that one. Nop with super. We want to have a little look at this guy. What is he doing in this situation? First dodging the shot coming in from Boss. Boss getting a super. And he's dodging it with his own one. Okay, that's not working. Sad. Well, Boss gets taken out. Nop can't score because of Blexy. Nop still with his super. Boss is respawning. Dodging the shot coming in from Blexy, dodging the super coming in from Boss, getting his ball back, now passing on to Mebius, and in the end, ANR able to score here. Amazing plays with Sprout. That's how you do it, dear people.
Thank you very much, Sunny, for breaking that down. In the end, it was ANR able to clutch that up on a double match point situation. It was definitely worth a watch. If you miss it, you're going to have to go back and check that out. Welcome back, everybody, though. We're back on the sofas, ready to start talking about second match of the day. I teased it before we went into that break. It's between Zeta Division and Mr. Dosa. Ark, what can we expect out of this matchup?
It's a good question.
Now we don't know anything.
So Zeta Division can't contest the #1 seed. And they've won every matchup this season, bar one, which was to ANR last week, which obviously we know ended in that sweep. For Mr. Dosa, they haven't got one on the board, really. So there's definitely a one-sided potential affair here. Zeta Division, as we know, Geru, Naui, Meow, with Coach Inso, they are undisputedly the top of this region. They've had their ups and downs for sure. You know, last weekend in the BSC went out in the first round to reply Totem, but nonetheless, in the Snapdragon Pro Series, we really had them down as the team which would go the whole distance, from A to B to C to D, and on from there, and they have done that. Just that 1 week where they faltered to ANR. I think that for me, it's hard to see this not ending in a sweep. I hate to say it, Sunny.
I don't want to see a sweep. We didn't see it just now in the match between ANR and Team Queso, and I really think Mr. Dosa is going to show up today and eat
the final
Zeta Division. I believe in them. Dorian, Emric and Salty together with Xiaku, their recent addition. I think they have the chances today to turn things around, to turn Ark's opinion about them around.
What is bro waffling about?
Let's see. I mean, in the end, yes, Zeta Division, winners of 3 monthly finals overall. Second seed in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series, but they lost in the first round to Totem. Maybe Mr. Dosa can follow up on that.
Trav, your thoughts? You look flabbergasted right now.
I mean, you say I'm waffling, come on.
It's the shirt.
Say something.
Listen, she says they lost to Totem, so Mr. Dosa might have a chance. Like, I'm not sure what the logic is here, but I think Totem might be a bit better than Mr. Dosa.
Ouch.
All right, well, we've got the picks and bans coming through. You know what, Sunny, then I want to hear your opinion on the picks and bans, okay? If you've got all the faith in Mr. Dosa here.
I mean, already great bans incoming here. Squeak, Mr. P, and Carl are going to be banned out here by Mr. Dosa, going with the Tick as first pick, which was left open by Zeta Division. It is a great pick on this map. On the side of Zeta, we have Shelly and Cordelius banned out together with that Eve. So a lot of first pick here potentially out of the way with the Barley and the Maisie. They will play a lot for control. Mr. Dosa still decides to play a tank counter here to not have Zeta Division on that dangerous tank.
Travis, are you nodding?
I'm liking Mr Dosa's draft so far. I mean, they've got the takes going outrage the Barley. The Lou's going to be pretty decent against the Maisie as well. If you can just keep her back and not let her get into that space with the super, I think it's going to be pretty decent. But if Zeta can establish themselves, I think they're going to be winning this one. But I mean, the Brock adds a little bit of a wall break, a little bit of grass break as well, might make it even tougher for Zeta's com.
All right, and as we get that final pick through here, Ark, talk me through your feelings on the entire draft.
Yeah, I like the Brock for Mr Dosa to just deflate what the Barley's able to achieve. I won't lie, I hate Maisie. I don't think that she's in the competitive scene, but this is a map where it actually makes a lot of sense. Canal Grande, where she can get behind that mid wall and just kind of situate herself there. The super's devastating in that regard. Great to follow things up. It's an interesting choice here from Team Queso, but if they can whistle down the chip damage on the side of Mr Dosa, then Grey makes a lot of sense to be able to go in and make those assassination attempts there. So I'm kind of siding a little bit more with Zeta, but just purely because of mechanics.
Okay, okay.
Draft-wise, I kind of like what Mr Dosa have. Tick, it's okay. I don't mind it.
The first 2 sets might determine how it goes again, you know, maybe, or not. It'll just, you'll think you know exactly how it's going to play out, and then the reverse sweep begins.
Or just the sweep.
Okay, the sweep, we're getting into it, guys, take it away.
I still don't think it's going to be a sweep. Let's see if Mr Dosa can show us something here today. They had a lot of time to come back from last week, taking a loss there, but so did Zeta Division. Let's keep that in mind. Already pushed up back here, though. Zeta Division move mid-control with the blue star. So far, so good for Zeta Division.
I mean, what a dash by Meow there to get out of that tough position. Shots coming in from Barley now, and they don't actually find him just yet. The trade comes out, then Tickhead comes down. Not really going to get a lot of work done. Double shot there by Meow will bring it down, and there's the TP as well. 2 shots, but the last hurrah keeps the Tick alive.
Great played by him there. Emmerich falling. Siakus is so as well. 10-2 already. Not looking too good for Mr Dosa. They need a way into mid. And with that Lou, it's not going to be easy. That Lou pick, a second one, I don't hate it. They wanted it to get into a tank. Zeta Division then just playing out that Grey was a great opportunity for them to counter that Lou actually. Now finally maybe an opening here. Salty with another loss to Ray. Still can go out of the situation, but still they need a lot of kills to come back in the last 50 seconds.
They're pushing down here again. Now Guerrero's just going to TP into all 3 of them. Not the best decision, but a little follow-up shots from Naui might be able to bring him down. There's only 6 now in between them, and 3 of them will lay on Naui's head, 4 on Meow's. Those 2 brought down will change this game's tide, but at the moment, it is still Zeta Division who have the control. And even so, I feel like they're being a bit over-aggressive, over-confident in it as well, with Guerrero TPing in at some points, the same with Naui as well, and Meow just holding down this right-hand side so smartly.
30 seconds left on the clock. Tickhead coming in now. Maybe connecting with both of them. They do get it taken down in the last second. Guerrero's left alone here. No, we teleporting to the other side. There's 17 seconds left on the clock now, and still we need some kills from the side of Mr Dosa. With 12 seconds, I don't think that's going to be possible.
Yeah, more shots coming in as well, and Barley's just trying to finish everybody off. He gets the super off as well. The last call does go down, and that is going to be a Zeta game to start things off today. They do it quite convincingly as well. 10 stars in their hands, and even at that, you know, as I said, I feel like they were being a bit overconfident as well, going into some situations that they wouldn't usually go into.
Well, but we all know hope dies last, Trev. So let's see. Zeta Division looking strong today, looking like they are about to take this very first set. But again, we almost saw a reverse sweep today already. Let's see what today still brings. 1 minute 50 on the clock, and we're already having Zeta Division in mid again.
Yeah, well, Meow being pushed out in this 1v3 now and actually doing a decent job of holding, and they're still not pushing up 1v3, so Guerrero's going to come in and help out, push them back a little bit more on the other side. Walking Cane comes in, but not really getting a lot done. Just a little bit of grass break there, and now Meow rotating over to this left-hand side. Ticket already been picked up as well, going to head over to the right, but then did turn to the left there. Meow brings it down quite quickly, and now should be able to get some follow-up shots in. The Walking Cane's there as well, beautiful from him, but still no kills out of Zeta.
What a great play there. No, we almost confirmed that kill, but then Ark's saying comes in here. Now just can't hit the shot with Maisie to finish off Emmerich. Emmerich still one shot there, another tap, and he's down. We have Shaku on a few HP left as well. 3-3 now. Blue Star, the only deciding star here. Zeta Division pushed back Mr Dosa all the way into spawn though. Another great position they're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally in a corner, and we're going to see him go down as well. Little Tickhead comes down. Guerrero should be able to eat that one and not really feel too many side effects from it, other than a little bit of HP taken away from him. Super comes in now, and that's going to be the last call right over to the left-hand side. Meow's going to TP and get the shots off, get the super off, cycle it down again, and actually survive, live to tell the story. We did see someone else fall on the backside. There was Zeta Division. This gap kind of closed down a little bit.
Now dashing out of the way, still has another gadget left as well. Noe in quite a miserable position there. Still decides to TP in on 30 HP, survives it. Healing herbs coming in here. Herbal tonic from Jiro saves his teammates almost. Still with him going down, Zeta Division still in the lead here with 20 seconds left on the clock. Mr Dosa needs to push up now, needs to take down onto Meow and someone else to catch up.
Yeah, it is only 3 stars though, so not the worst for them. Last call available from Gero once again. Go throw over to the left-hand side, try zone them out away from getting away from Meow, and there's the shots coming in. Really, really nice stuff from them. The super even used in Meow, just a bit rub it in. And Zeta Division are going to take the first set. It was quite convincing as well. That second game was definitely closer than the first, but still, they looked composed in the closing seconds.
A very control-based match we had here. Zeta Division playing with the Barley and playing it quite well. Every now and then some aggression coming in from the Grey. Maisie teleporting in as well, using the super turret advantage. We see it here in the highlights as well, where all played by Zeta Division there. Mr Dosa, again, I didn't hate the loo, but it just didn't work out at all into this comp.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, it's just, it had its one matchup maybe against the Maisie, and even at that, you know, if Maisie's got control, you're not really going to be able to do too much in that position anyway, so a bit tough for Mr Dosa there, but the 29 stars to 13 drop for Zeta Division. Not like that much more damage, only about 9,000 more coming out of them there, so not the most convincing scoreline in terms of damage, but they got the kills when it mattered as well.
And that's how you win in Bounty. Next match is going to be field goal once again. We're going to have the first 2 matches playing the same map, so I hope you noted down the comms from the first 2 ones. Let's see if the teams are going to show us something similar or something very different at that. Going to be interesting to see if Mr Dosa really can catch their very first point today. I think it wouldn't even make a difference, sadly, because they lost a direct one-on-one against Team Queso. But still, just for the feeling and for my underdog heart, it would be amazing.
Well, bans and picks are coming in now. Zeta Division going to get rid of the double thrower there with the Willow and Dynamite. I can't really complain about that. I'm not the biggest fan of throws. Well, I mean, I am the biggest fan of throws on this map because they're so good, but I don't enjoy watching them, so I won't complain. Primo going to be banned out there by Zeta Division as well. Mr Dosa going to get rid of the Shelly, the Crow, and the Cordelias. I think it was pretty clear as to who would have the first pick. Just looking at the bans there as well. Nita's going to be the first pick of Zeta Division. Obviously, it was banned out in the previous one as well, so a bit of a newcomer to this map today.
Interesting talking point, by the way. I feel like for now, we just see Shelly and Cordelia's banned every single time by the team that has the last pick here. Those 2 brawlers might just be a tiny bit too strong in the meta at the moment. Nita coming in as first pick. I do like that Barley is the answer. The one last thrower that is still for the taking here. Trev already mentioned it. Throwers are so good on this map. So once again, a good draft coming in from Mr Dosa here, paired with the Max. They already have a great mid at that too. Field goal is famous though for the Bunny, so let's see if she's still coming out.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't mind the Max. I think it's pretty solid, but overall, I kind of feel like the synergy with the Barley is not the best. Obviously, if you get Barley, you're going to be able to maneuver around when you don't have those walls to help you out. But I think at the same time, it's better paired with something that goes aggressive along with the Max. But we're back over to Zeta Division. They're going to go with the Stu. We did see this being played out quite successfully in the previous one. I believe it was by Rama playing it on the side of A&R there, and it did work out pretty well, I'd say.
Well, Zeta Division also has a great Stu amongst their rows, so definitely a good pickup here. I still want to see some more aggression from the side of Zeta Division. They don't really have anything tanky enough to go up against the Barley yet. Let's see if they decide to go with something tanky, or if still, again, the Bonnie is coming out here. It's gonna be Carl. Well, aggression is there, not really tanky, but that's not something we do see often from Zeta Division.
Yeah, I do quite like the call. I think it's gonna be solid. You know, flying hook towards it, and if you've got the spin as well, you're gonna be able to do a decent amount against pretty much anybody. Never mind just the Barley and the Max. So not kind of massively future-proofing themselves. There's still stuff that could come down that can do decent as Carl. Maybe something like a Tara can come down as this last pick. I wouldn't mind that.
I would love to see a boss right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it either. You know, I like it. I think Mr Dosa needs to take some liberties and just go aggressive if they want to be able to beat Zeta Division here, and along with the Max as well. If you can provide that speed, that'd be pretty good. But they're going to go with the M's instead.
Okay, we don't see any aggression really from both those sides. No tanks at all. Only really Zeta Division with that Carl being the ones to aggress up the map here. With M's, they at least can counter a Carl ult 3 times with the friend zoner, but still, I don't know if that was really the play here. I do feel like Nita's the better matchup into an M's.
Yeah, I quite like the Nita as well, but as you say, it's that friend zoner versus Carl. But I mean, you're going to get more than 3 Carl supers, and you're not going to have more than 3 M's gadgets. That's the issue with that matchup. But also at the same time, you can still slow them down, stop them from coming up, and with the max speed as well, you can still get away with a few of those things as well. So I don't mind that M's max little synergy coming in there, and I think the Barley can do a decent amount of work. I don't count Mr Dosa out this one, but I think overall, in terms of comp, I like that Zeta comp.
Have to go with you on that one. Let's see how it's going to be played out here. Already a great takedown there on the left-hand side. Emric getting the takedown onto Jero. 3v2 situation now. No, he's low in mid as well. Salty pushing up here. Yeah, is doing the same thing on the right-hand side. Although he's low, he's still getting the takedown onto Xiaoku, and that's exactly what I've been talking about. Nita just running into Ems's face is going to give them the win here. Already the first goal incoming. Zeta Division 1-0 up, 32nd goal.
I think a knockback was used there as well, just like after the clock hit zero. Not hit the clock hit zero, but the ball went in. I think maybe it was used in the faux fur and bear coming down now. That's going to use a lot of the ammo coming out of these guys, and Xiaoku won't have a lot left. Spin comes in as well. Maybe a super to the left-hand side would have gone quite a long way, but Salty's going to aggress. Nice shots coming in from Meow to keep them off this ball, and a good pinch back from Gero as well there. Good shots from Zeta and well defended overall.
What a pinch there coming in from Gero and Meow, getting the takedown onto that Ems, pushing up. Makes a lot more sense to me now, by the way, that they did pick up the Ems. Xiaoku loves this brawler, but so far it's not really helping them. 1 minute 30 on the clock, and the Mr Dosa's yet to get their very first goal. Zeta Division again pushed up all the way. They now can just wait it out and keep the control for as long as possible, for as long as they don't have the opportunity to score.
Yeah, Xiaoku's got that super as well. Speed going to be provided by Salty there, and a super available from Gero. He's going to use the knockback there and actually still get the takedown, use the friend zoner and the super coming through to be able to try and get him, and he didn't even bring him down at that. Nice pitch coming in now from Naui. That should be Salty going down as well. Just Ems left. Still has a knockback in hand, but the speed zone's there, and the amount of damage coming through should be able to close this one out anyway. Another friend zoner used when the ball already goes in, and Zeta Division extend the lead further.
2-0 already. About to hit that 2-0 mark in the sets as well, if Zeta Division manages to win that next Brawl Ball game at that. Well then, we're about to see a reverse sweep maybe? I don't know. So far so good for Zeta Division. They're looking very strong today. I do like the draft. Nothing wrong with how they play. From the side of Mr Dosa, I want a bit more aggression.
Yeah, I mean, you can dream about this reverse sweep, I will say. You know, if they manage to get this set, I'm feeling quite confident in Zeta Division, but I'm not saying that Mr Dosa can't bring it back here, because I don't hate their comp. I will say, I think it's pretty decent. They just didn't really manage to get the most done with the Ems there, and I feel like it did waste quite a lot of his kit. Meow's going to be pushing up aggressively now with that damage gear activated. Not finding any connections just yet, though, but the rest of Zeta pushing up nicely along with it to relieve a bit of that pressure.
You know, don't stop dreaming, just keep sleeping. My life's my motto here. Emric is gonna die on the right-hand side there. Salty and Xiaoku is still trying to defend here, but also Salty now falling low there, falling in the end to Noe. The ball gets passed off. Emric is able to clear that one, but with all of the team of Mr Dosa gone, this is gonna be another very quick goal here from Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, if it carries on like this, Zeta Division are going to take this second set pretty quickly. Last call comes out there from Barley, throws that super forwards, and now we do have supers widely available from Zeta, and with that Barley one being used just to get that left-hand side, they don't have a lot to answer. Flying Hook comes in, spins there as well, not going to get the kill. Emric does get the speed off it though, and now he's just about to go down. Salt's going to be able to walk this one in, even bounces the ball backwards as well. Bear up top as well was wasted by Nita, so now no supers for Zeta, and it's not looking bad for Mr Dosa.
What a kill there by Salty, passing himself the ball to get that shot off. Amazing. 1 minute left on the clock, and now Mr Dosa looking a bit stronger, pushing up quite aggressively. That's what I was looking for. Gero on the left-hand side, now slowly pushing up. Noe, quite low, still decides to go through mid, and Mr Dosa once again lets themselves being pushed back.
Yeah, now he just really doesn't care. He's just going aggressive and not stopping. Flying Hook's still in the hands of Gero as well, and Meow moving forwards, beating out a few of those shots, but actually does go down. Now it means Zeta are going to have to back up a little bit, but not without Gero getting a few shots off to Emric here. Gets the super as well, Flying Hook in hand. Just needs to try and make it more influential rather than last time he did kind of use it and go down. Going to spin backwards towards Emric, and that slowing is going to be placed down, but good kills coming through. They just can't get the ball without Meow picking them up at the moment.
Pass from Salty, Xiaoku gets the ball. Can he score here? Yes, he can, with the very slow comeback speed here in Brawl Ball. Nobody of Zeta Division was there to catch the ball. It's it was 2-1 in that Brawl Ball set. It's 1-1 now overall. Mr Dosa maybe about to take a set.
I mean, Mr Dosa, they looked pretty good in that one, I will say. They came back nicely, didn't really falter when they were put quite quickly behind by Zeta Division, who looked like they were going to finish off that set quite quickly, but I feel like Gero needs to kind of manage his aggression a little bit better as he keeps on putting himself in poor spots and going down because of it. But Meow just trying to get some shots off now. Good pinch coming in. Emric does get the kill along with Salty there, and now another chance to push for Mr Dosa.
2v3 situation here. Ball gets passed up. Gero, the only man left standing here. Quite low Noe with the respawn now, trying to heal up with Guess, so he can go in aggressively every time and still heal up. For now it wasn't enough, but with only 2 members of Mr Dosa still standing, they have to fall back here as well. Ball is in a favorable position for them, but yet no score.
Wow, I mean, Mr Dosa are actually looking better than Zeta now. They've kind of a bit of a spring in their step and looking a lot better. Speed can be placed onto both Emmerich and Jacques there, so they can switch sides pretty effectively, but it didn't really move anything. No positioning's kind of faltered from the side of Zeta. Good pinch coming in now, and the shots from Gero really making influential. Jacques' HP there, and now Zeta just in full control of the map and a great pinch on the left.
Now we're still playing as aggressive as ever. It gets his teammates the possibility to move up here. One is even falling. Emmerich and Salty did one left standing here. Can defend this one with Shiaku respawning. 3-2 situation now in favor for Mr Dosa. They take the opportunity to push out of spawn once again. But with Zeta Division, they have so much control at the moment. They just don't want to give them any space in mid anymore.
I mean, it's Gero again. He's just over-aggressing and losing control for his team because of it. But now he's playing this flawlessly, I will say. He's kind of keeping his his lanes in the game. Jacques, 1 shot left now, and now he's actually able to get out of that super without feeding him too much back. But Meow still yet to have an influential bear in this set, and Gero with a wonderful shot onto Jacques there should bring him low. Friend's only going to be missed again, and that's going to result in his death. Now he's going to use this gassy heal and supers onto the ball. Try and get it down, does get it. Super available to be passed through, but the pass misses. Meow can't get the goal there. Bear is picked up though, and a lot of control still in Zeta's hands.
Shiaku decides to go for the right-hand side here, rightfully so, as Salty respawning, taking the ball to the right-hand side. 20 seconds until overtime. Zeta Division still pushed back Mr Dosa all the way into spawn. We're playing the whole match in the upper third here. Mr Dosa still managed so far to defend it. Shiaku with the only chance here to prevent this goal. 10 seconds left, and Zeta Division is about to get a second set on their account here. 4 seconds left. This is not going to be enough for Mr Dosa to turn things around. Looking a lot stronger in Brawl Ball, but it still wasn't enough to beat Zeta.
I mean, Mr Dosa, they looked good through that set, but just not good enough to take down Zeta. And I will say, even with Gero kind of over-aggressing at certain points, it kind of seemed like they weren't able to capitalize on that defense that they were able to hold out so long on, because they were defending well, I will say. You know, there were certain times where you kind of expect them to get a goal like this one here, but a few missed opportunities by Zeta Division were not capitalized on by Mr Dosa there, and they needed to make something happen. Even a missed pass here still result in the goal in the long run.
Definitely good defense from Mr Dosa there in the third and last game of Brawl Ball. They at least prolonged the set to a third one. So looking a bit stronger definitely than in Bounty. Looking at the stats now, overall we have a lot more damage output coming in from Mr Dosa. Brawl Ball just isn't about damage though.
Yeah, sadly for Mr Dosa, otherwise they probably would have come out on top of this one, but they didn't get anywhere near as many heals. That's the thing, you know, Zeta Division, they stayed in it. They might have taken quite a lot of damage, but they healed up quite a considerable amount more than Mr Dosa did on the other side. So, big stuff from Zeta. We'll see if they're able to close this out in a 3-0, or if you're going to get your dream reverse sweep for Mr Dosa and actually getting a win on the board would be, it'd be good for them, but at the same time, it's not going to really make a difference to either of these guys' lives if they win or lose.
Well, don't get me wrong. I feel like Zeta Division definitely deserves to take this one after a great season. It would just make for a good story if Mr Dosa gets a win onto that team that has been reigning over the whole region for the whole time. Squeak banned on both sides, Terra and Lou on the side of Mr Dosa. Gonna be with Crow as first pick. Do like that one on Ring of Fire, gives them a lot of opportunities and keeps also some rollers open later on. They could go with Max Tail Poker, both of them are still open. And once again, we will just have today, every single time the team that has last pick is going to ban out Cordelius and Shelly.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at this point, but I think Crow's a very good first pick. You know, if you can't get Cordelius, Shelly, Squeak, or anything like that, Crow's a very good option to go for. And obviously they weren't wanting Squeak anyway because they banned it out themselves. Ruff's going to be coming in as Zeta's pick. As a return to that, can bring in the sandbags, can do decent against Crow at certain points, but when you know, you start moving them out and you start moving further up the map, once those sandbags are kind of used up and not in the position that you want them to be because you place them on defensive against Crow and now you're in an offensive position, it can not really mean as much. But I think at the same time, if you can get some power-ups, then it's still going to be an influential brawl.
Both of them so far has only showed us some defensive comps, not really for the aggressive playstyle or passive, which we're definitely not used to see from Mr Dosa. They used to always go tank in every single map, Emmerich on them. Let's see if they're going to go with it once again. Zeta Division, we're used to see them on that Goss and also the Ruffs comp, just a bit more passive, a bit more slow, and whenever those two brawlers will have their supers, as long as Ruffs treats all of his teammates, they're going to have a great time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this composition from Zeta is kind of solid all the way through. You know, they're just going to get the kills and then move up, not kind of take any risks like a Crow might have to do with jumping. Mr Dosa do have these next 2 picks coming up though, and obviously with quite a lot of these solid picks banned out, still stuff like I was going to say a Stu, but Poco's going to come in from those, and I actually kind of like that. Takes it away from Zeta Division. Not that they really want it anyway, but also the healing has been a big part of why teams have won in the past on this map. But Crow, I mean, we'll see the Crow, Poco, and Carl. Okay, I don't mind it. I thought maybe we'd see something else, you know, as you said a bit earlier on, like a Max to pair it with the Poco, going to go aggressive. But at the same time, we do see that Carl come in, and I don't hate it. I think there's maybe better picks.
One of the most picked brawlers here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. I feel like they just picked it away from Zeta Division. It would have been a great synergy between himself and Tegas. At the same time, we still have plenty of options left for Zeta Division. Now Bonnie could come in. Also any tank now that also counters, of course, that Carl, the Poco, Boz could be a great option here. They're gonna go with Sam instead. Also has the Knuckle Busters to throw out and gadget the Carl Super. So in that case, I have to go with Zeta Division's comp once again. They are in match point set here already. Zeta Division could already close off this match.
Yeah, the thing is, I like both of these comps, to be fair. I really don't mind this Mr Dosa comp. I feel like that Sam last pick has just put them in a bit of a tough spot, especially when those Crow slows are going to be used up. They're not going to be in the best positions, and when you can shield as well, as you said with that Gus, it pairs very nicely with a tank. When they do want to go in, you just throw a shield, and it adds like 3,000 HP to their life. So, I mean, they're not going to complain about that. We'll see if they're able to make use of this comp and get the win, close it down at 3-0, or if Mr Dosa can start the start of something special.
Bounty was very dominant by Zeta Division. Let's see if it's going to be as dominant or maybe as close as in Brawl Ball. Emmerich already falling. A few more percentages collected from the side of Mr Dosa, but Noe pushing up so aggressively here. Shaku the only one left standing, now also falling. Zeta Division takes over the mid control. They have already a Gauss shield in their hands as well, and Meow can't be far from the Ruff's super as well.
Yes, I'm just trying to stall here by throwing out these supers and healing up. Gero going to use a shield on himself now and just try and survive this one out. Meow in a great position, but although we saw all that control from Zeta for so long, they're actually not that far in the lead, but now they just quickly come up the map. Now he's going to run straight out of spawn and help getting 2 kills along with Gero. Shield being provided there as well. Jiaku, you're not going anywhere. Drags him back with the gadget. Brilliant stuff from Zeta, especially from Naui.
Emmerich needs to use his super to stay alive against his 1v1 against Noe. They're falling. In the end, they're still... Mr Dosa is not that far behind with the great start ahead. They can come back from this one. Still, Noe pushing in now aggressively. Salty has to use his jump there to get out of that situation. Emmerich quite low again as Gero is just keeping his distance against the Poco, getting him low time and time again. Noe now pushing up again, and Mr Dosa was able to catch up here, but with Zeta Division coming back now, they're about to get the control again.
Yeah, well, Emmerich's still alive and actually extending the lead a little bit here as well. Crow coming back in, still got gadgets in hand too, but Naui trying to make his push through the mid. They don't want to feed Emmerich here, or this could be a tough position. He actually gets the super, gets the heal. No shots connected from Gus, and Mr Dosa have turned this one out perfectly. I mean, Miel's been up there the whole game, but they've just ignored him. They don't care about it, and Mr Dosa are going to take the first.
99-100, and with that, Mr Dosa 1-0 up in this last set, potentially, if Zeta Division manages to get match point and take it. It could be a 3-0, but Mr Dosa, so far, not making it that easy for Zeta Division, about to take their very first set. They played it a bit more aggressively this time around, Salty with some great plays, also taking care of a second brawler whenever he decides to jump. Not only the one standing right in front of him, Noe playing it very aggressively here, once again pushing up the right-hand side, healing him up on the go here. In the end, going down, still Mr Dosa, again, with a great lead here. Zeta Division taking over mid-control now, though.
Yeah, now he throws out those knuckle busters once again. Jiaku's going to fall, and it's actually kind of the opposite of what we saw in the last game. It was Mr Dosa getting all the kills in this one, and it's actually Zeta who are going to be taking the lead now. A little treat being provided there to Gero as well. Busters thrown back and forth between Naui and the wall. Just going to throw out yet again and try. You see Jiaku trying to bait out this gadget, but not going to use it just yet. Now the super comes through and does bait it out this time, but still goes down. And it's only a 10% lead for Zeta so far.
Zeta Division coming back strong now with the shield on Noe. He can just push in quite aggressively. Gets the takedown onto Emmerich right away. Heals up himself again. Jiaku trying to go in as he knows he's close to super. Still falling in the end there. Zeta Division with a whopping 10% lead at the moment. Mr Dosa can come back from this one, but with Noe just walking over them, getting another double kill here, it's not going to be that easy.
I mean, this is what we expected out the first from Zeta. They got the early control, they got the early kills, and they didn't seem to be stopping. Another one added to there by Naui, but he did get traded out this time. Emmerich quite low, don't want to feed him his super in this position. Super thrown forward by Meow as well, trying to provide a power up, but at this point just knocking the roughs back as well. Now he'll pick it up on his way through, and maybe a few of these heals as well, but jump comes in from Crow, but it's just not going to do a lot at this point. Now we can surely just hold this middle zone out. Actually, maybe he will go down, but super thrown out once again as Yaku does clean up, but 4% is all that Zeta need.
Let's see if the time is going to be enough for Mr. Dosa. They need to hold on to the zone now for every single second that Zeta Division stands in the zone. It's going to be enough. No, he gets shielded, just walks in, sweeps them here, takes the last percentages, and they have their match point. Not going to be that easy. Every single push from Mr. Dosa got immediately shot down by Noe or Gera. Supply drops helped along the way as well. I feel like Zeta Division now just did a better job at staying alive, keeping that supply drop HP buff.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they were just being less overconfident, you know, and just running in a straight line. Now he seemed a bit more strategic around his W key in, to be honest with you. And Meow now taking a bit of a tough spot early on. Does get the super down in time to bring Jaku quite low and break up some of that map so Gero can help out a little bit more. But Emmerich's going to get that heal off and starting from square one yet again for Zeta Division.
Another good start for Mr. Dosa. They do have a lead now. It's not only 15% like in the last one, it's 30% already. Salty still standing strong there. Gets a takedown onto Noe once again. Gero also falling. Meow the only one left standing. And Mr. Dosa creeping up slowly, already with 50% now.
Yeah, it's nothing that they can't come back from just yet, but now he's reverting to what he was doing in the first, just wasting his lives and going down time and time again. Mr. Dosa extending the lead, but Gero does get a kill, gets a shield off on himself as well, should bring Emmerich down and put it in a 3v1, but this lead that Mr. Dosa have got is massive.
Salty trying to jump in there. Gero falls low, but he's still alive. Jaku with the super now. No, he's still with gadgets. Jaku standing still there. Don't know what's happening, if he's already given up. I hope not. With the 70% lead, it's the wrong time to do so. Jaku going in aggressively, gets a takedown on Noe. It looks very good for Mr. Dosa at the moment. Zeta Division needs some control over the map like they had in the second game.
Yeah, well, the Screeching Solo came out yet again, and now Naui has that gadget, going to bring Emmerich back. Jaku's going to go aggressive, might be able to pick up two. It does just that. And Naui now has to return to this mid to try and stop them from getting this win. Heal off one of those spawners from the Gust, but it's just not going to be enough. Mr. Dosa going to extend this, make sure it doesn't go in a sweep, and go to at least a 3-1.
Well played by Mr. Dosa, well played by Zeta Division as well. Gero picking up the star player even, but it just wasn't enough. I did like that Sam pickup. It was visible how strong it can be in the second game, where they just had control for a while. Noe standing in the bushes of the opponent's side, having full control for the whole duration of the map. And Mr. Dosa now just shutting down any attempt of his side to go up into that bush.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a tough one. Now he just didn't look the same in games 1 and 3 as he did in game 2, and that was a big, big difference maker for them. They got more kills, they got more damage, but they couldn't get the percentage on the zone. Mr. Dosa do take this one, even with 24 kills and 81,000 damage in comparison to the 33 and 100,000 from Zeta Division. Not the best statistics-wise, but as you said in Brawl Ball, you know, it's not about the damage, it's about that objective.
Exactly. I feel like whenever we see those stats, it never shows us who really won. It's always the other team that had less amounts of kill, less damage as well. It just shows us that playing for the objective is what you should be doing in Brawl Stars. Maybe the next map is going to be just as much of a confusing stat showing in the end. Knockout is going to be the set. Flaring Phoenix, we did see it before. Who do you think is going to have the better draft? I
mean, it's a tough one. I mean, you can never really say Zeta Division aren't going to have a very good draft, and obviously the majority of the time the favourable draft. So I'd say probably Zeta Division. They've just got such a good. Obviously, the players can draft perfectly, but supporting staff as well. It's really something that they show off time and time again how good they are at drafting. And I feel like Mr. Dosa, they've been drafting very well today. I don't think there's a single one of the drafts where I'm like, you know, why have they done this? What are they doing? It seems like they're always consistent. But at the same time, I feel like you need to kind of reach outside of your comfort zone and try something different if you want to beat Zeta.
I'm honestly really just trying to look into your eyes. Whenever I look down, I get so confused. That shirt is really throwing me off whenever you are in a close-up. The viewers at home are probably thrown off as well. We're going to head into the draft now. First time, we're not going to see a Cordelius ban here. Maybe it's going to be the first pickup for Zeta Division right away. Bonnie, Sam, and Mr. P are going to be banned out from their side. They were looking into getting that gene in their hands, banned out though by Mr. Dosa.
Yeah, good ban from Mr. Dosa, then to kind of expect it. The Grey's going to come in as the first pick from Zeta Division. I like it. Grey's very solid here a lot of the time. The TP in can really be so influential, but we saw it, I believe, coming in from A&R, and it didn't pay off that much. They kind of picked the wrong moments to go in, I feel, and didn't have that kind of best team synergy that the Zeta usually do have. I've seen them play so well on the Grey. They go in unison and it pays off massively.
I mean, they didn't really have a brawler to go in together with him. Maybe that's the first set. We finally see some more action, some more aggressive brawlers so far. Not a single tank has been picked up by those two teams. We're going to see a Squeak and RT from the side of Mr Dosa. Again, very good control coming in from them. With the RT, they also have a good brawler for the long run, for the last few seconds in overtime in knockout, which is of course something we are used to seeing in the EMEA at least. Zeta Division now needs something to go along the lines of Grey to come in and go in together with him whenever he has his super. Or a thrower, actually. Sprout is still open, Barley is still open, with a lot of options still open.
Yeah, the Grom as well still in there. The Brock's going to come in along with the Grey and going to be able to break up a lot of the walls that Squeak and RT are going to want to use, you know, especially in the late game when RT can drop his legs. The less walls, probably the better, but at the same time, RT's going to be thriving off not having the walls in its original form, you know, and being able to get some good shots, maybe even finishing some people off with the gadget. And the gadget is so strong as well. When you connect a couple of shots, press that gadget, it can turn the tide so fast when you're not expecting to die, and then a gadget just comes down and you fall. It can really have a bit of an effect on your team.
Definitely satisfying to see triple shotting a brawler with the hack incoming. He can even get a Pam down then. Pam is going to be the last pick here for Zeta Division. One of those recently a bit more often picked up brawlers. I do like to see that. Again, we don't really have any aggression from both of those teams so far. I wouldn't recommend it to Mr Dosa either now with the Brock that could rock rocket laces just jump out of the way, and also the Pam with Scrap Soccer is going to have a great time into any tank. So I'm eager to see what Mr Dosa is going to decide to go for. Zeta Division still with the option to get the match point here to close this one off on 3-1. Chester is going to be the one brawler that Mr Dosa tries to, yeah, maybe avoid set match point here. What do we think of Chester? We don't see him that often.
I mean, this is the first time I said, you know, I never really questioned Mr Dosa picks. At least
we do now.
Series, but I kind of am now. I'm not sure about Chester here. You know, we've seen it on Double Swash and it's worked massively. But any other map, we don't really see him coming in. And I feel like that's one of the maps where we shouldn't see him coming in, at least here on Flare and Phoenix. I do prefer the Zeta comp quite heavily.
I mean, the whole idea of the brawler is to be random, but it might just be a bit too random for competitive. You could have be very lucky and have your best super at hand, opening up the map with it, or you just have his low zone in the middle of a match standing right behind the walls. So yeah, I was kind of hoping it was actually Cordelius, but we do see a Chester here.
Well, Meow getting hit off the start by Salty there, not in the best spot, but the rocket fuel did break up a few of those bushes in mid. Jacques is slowly moving his way forward now, getting a bit of spray off, bit of a fan with those 5 shots coming out in comparison to what he starts off with, but Gero not in the best spot to help Nowy here, but a good pinch coming in. Shots from Jacques, but no finish off just yet. Now he's going to get the kill as he went back into him, fearing of this pinch coming in from Gero. And actually no gadget we see here from Emirates try and get the finish off.
On the right-hand side, we have Meow now finally pushing up there. Walking King coming in, breaking up the map quite heftily for his own side, which can't be the best idea for the long run, but it's not hurting them now as they have a 3v2 situation. Should be able to get this one here. Salty falling there on the right-hand side. Great shot lane coming from Meow. It's not that easy to hit your shots with Grey, but Meow makes it look easy. Just waiting now for Garrett to get his super here as well. Emmerich in a 1v2 situation with RT. It's not that easy. Already on 500 HP. Decides to go into the smoke here as he does not want to feed Gero super.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do that earlier, to be fair, but it can't be too far off from Gero as he did connect a few shots there, and the rocket fuel as well thrown out, that gets him his super. Good connected hit from him, and a smart choice to use that rocket fuel to get that extra radius on the shot to be able to get the super off. Now he's going to establish his healing turret quite early on, not going to be able to get it down unless we see something from a Squeak rotating or even RT dropping his legs behind it.
Nowy with the turret on the left-hand side will be hard to take out here. A lot of HP on his side. Salty switching lanes here, trying to get rid of the turret right away. Has a better chance now to go up against Nowy. Residue is coming down, giving himself a bit more space here. Nowy can't really go up against him now, dodging the shot for the left side. Super coming in, getting dodged by Gero and Meow. Walking King coming in here. Shaku already fallen. 2v3 situation once again, but with Meow now falling, we're equal.
Yeah, the pinch coming in from Gero there, though, really nice. And then now he's going to keep Emmerich low. Scrap Sucker as well. Super thrown out to add a bit of damage to him, but the residue's down there on Nawi. The super comes in. Not going to find a connection onto Brock. Slowly, just slither of HP left, but doesn't manage to get it done. Gero now just trying to find some connecting shots, bring his super back, but actually he's going to go down to the gas. And in a mode where we thought Zeta were just going to kind of take it there, it was completely turned on its head.
Not only because of the mode, also just because of the comps that are kind of one-sided here. I do like the Zeta Division comp a lot better. Shoku didn't really show us any value of Chester so far. Maybe we're about to be surprised though. Let's see. A 1v1 on the right-hand side with Meow so far, both not trying to feed the other. Gero super there in mid. So has Emmerich. Basically, Mr Dosa just needs to wait out for the long run, for when the smoke comes in. Maybe Chester has a bit more value then.
Yeah, and I feel like Zeta needs to try and make a bit of a push. Super available now by Meow again, can TP in, but surely wants a bit of a shot first. Bring him low before he chooses to go in rather than going in. And kind of gambling on what kind of super we're going to see Xiaoku get, as you said before we got into the game. But now, super comes down on the right, brings him only one shot on. And a TP available from Meow. Might be able to get the pinch in, but Emmerich's guarding it quite heavily.
Mr Dosa decides to stand together there, all bunched up in one spot. Noe with another turret immediately gets taken out here by Salty. But Zeta is still in the favorable position here. Walking King comes in on the right-hand side. Emmerich is low, gets not taken out, gets the takedown onto Meow instead. 2v2 situation now. Great super coming in from Salty, hitting both Noe and Gero. With Gero falling, this is going to be Mr Dosa's game here. Turning around things here. Ark, Trev.
You're getting confused by the shirt again.
No, I mean both of you. Ark and Trev. What do you say now?
I say Zeta probably should have won it multiple times, but they just don't seem to be able to do it. And it's looking like Mr Dosa might be able to mount a bit of a comeback here, but Zeta, if they can compose themselves, they can play this one a little bit better. I feel like they should be taking the majority of these rounds by the way they're playing, but Emmerich and Salty have been playing this phenomenally, and Xiaoku's kind of just been there.
Definitely. I don't see any value in the Chester so far. Maybe we're about to see some. If they can wait it out for a bit longer, I do feel like Chester could play kind of a role like a Shelly, but so far he has been taken out way too early to have any value here. Gero in the mid, opening up the map on the opponent's side always helps them to have some vision, but with the residue gadget coming in from Squeak, Mr Dosa has the same amount of visibility here. Pushing him back slowly but steadily, Mr Dosa plays this one a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, seems like they just want to try and get control ready for the late portions of the game, but Gero's going to be able to hit a few shots here. Will Rocket Fuel being popped as well, and good pinch coming in from now. He gets the Scrap Sucker, places the turret. And this is the same start we saw in the first, but Mr Dosa were able to turn multiple of these ones around. We'll see if they're able to do the same here. Meow is quite low, but Emmerich not really getting a chance to heal up. Does Gadget to keep him low, but Salty's also falling quite in a bad spot. And Emmerich's going to slot behind this wall here. Can he get the damage down? Can he bring him to the floor? He can't. This should be an auto-aim here for Gero as we see him clip the gas. But they almost made it work again. And even the two of them here, even if they just had a marginally better third pick, Mr Dosa would walk all over this one.
Just imagine for a second this would actually be a Cordelius instead of a Chester, or even a Carl. Could have been a lot better, but so far so good. Mr Dosa's holding on to the very last life here. Zeta Division still about to get a match point here. Gero pushing up in mid, getting his super now in hands. I don't know if the opponents even know he has it for now. Meow, no super in his hands, as Salty's doing a phenomenal job at just not feeding his opponent, but so does also he not get his super. Gero decides to use his super to open up the map even a bit more now. Gonna be hard for Mr Dosa to push up here.
Yeah, it's a smart decision, I mean, because her chest is having to rotate over to the right to start with now, and does actually have a super, so might be able to surprise Meow, but comes out the bush. Walking Cane to bring him back, but nothing to follow up either. Now he's got this super as well, but the residue on that side is going to keep him back quite heavily. Another Walking Cane to come through, and he's actually going to throw it aggressively just to tank some shots, and I feel like he's done that a few rounds, and it hasn't worked whatsoever. And Squeak's not even going to be throwing some shots onto it. He's going to be shooting around it and keeping Naui back because of it. Only going to eat one shot so far, but the TP comes in. Great stuff from Meow, gets the kill. Survives it out a little bit longer, though, and Gero needs to find this killing blow onto Emmerich. Nice TP from Naui to get the job done, and Zeta Division heading to a match point.
Finally, they get it, 2 attempts at it, and now they're about to close this one off. Not a 3-0 today, but maybe it's a 3-1 if Mr Dosa isn't able to prolong it even more. We had some great plays coming in from both teams. Both have fallen quite low here in this highlight as well, but in the end, the comp makes a big difference.
Yeah, you know, as I said, if they had anything but Chester, I'd feel confident about them being able to win this one, but I mean, after that convincing round from Zeta Division. They're looking quite good. Another rocket fuel to come out, and Emmerich's actually going to eat that one as well. Gero can't be too far away from a super at this point, as he got double connection at the start and followed up with another one there. But he is still hacked. That is going to be a bit of an issue. He does have his super now. He connects that fourth shot, and the super thrown to the right-hand side. Salty's going to avoid the majority of it, get clipped a little bit, but also the grass break behind it's quite influential too.
And still, Zeta Division plays this with a lot of chill, I have to say here, not really in a rush to push up here, just playing it slow, trying to get their supers for overtime, especially Noe, of course, trying to get his turret. Salty now switching again onto the Pam, but definitely the right decision here. Get some more pressure. Mr Dosa now with mid control. Can they keep it until the end is the question.
Yeah, now he's just walking forwards now, and Salty's been caught off guard by it. Down go two of them, and just the Chester remains. And what hope does Chester have in this matchup? Absolutely none, as he should be going down, but it's Gero who wants his super, and Jiaku might be feeding it to him now. Wants to try and retreat into the gas, but a straight retreat into the gas would feed a little bit of his. So not the best there for him. But Zeta Division now one round away from taking it. Gero with no super, but the other two feeling quite confident with theirs.
Jiaku at least got his own one as well. Salty, the only member of Mr Dosa without any. No bushes left on the side of Mr Dosa. It's not looking too rosy for them. Meow gets hit up here by Dorian in mid. Emmerich in mid. Meow now switching sides again. We're just waiting for the smoke to come in at this point. Super coming down here, gets a little bit of a clip on Jiaku. Jiaku just falling back now. They're just trying to stay alive for the long run.
Yeah, it was a good tank there by Navi as well, because if he did actually get hit by that, then the gadget would have brought him down, but now he ate that shot and ate the gadget as well. Does have his super as well, so is in a decent spot against the Squeak, going to be able to tank 3 of those shots and waste all of his ammo if he wants to. Gero seems to have been a tough time against Emmerich on this RT here in the mid. Meow got the TP as well, but doesn't want to go anywhere near the RT with super.
Salty again switching lanes, going on Noe here. He can't really place his turret for now. Salty will just take it out right away. Gets a bit of help from Emmerich there as well. Turret already gets taken out. Last gadget. Residue coming out here. Super falling. Noe gets hit. Gets a takedown though into Emmerich. 2v2 situation now. Jiaku tries to get a kill. Does get so. Meow versus Salty, who gets it. Meow is one shot with the faster reload speed here. Meow cheaping into the smoke. Salty winning the round. Double set point here. Still match point though for Zeta Division.
This is the big turning point here. It's either goes to Zeta Division or we see a set 5 for Mr Dosa. Good shots coming out of Gero though, and Emmerich was hunting him down as he is marked up, so not the best spot for him. Now, Meow does have another TP though, so not in the worst of spots anyway. Just trying to hold him back, and Squeak doing a phenomenal job against Pam here.
Salty time and time again manages to push back Noe into the spawn again. Mr Dosa with mid control now, but Meow has a super. Whenever one of the members of Mr Dosa is going to be low, Meow will use it to take out that very first member. We all know in knockout it's going to be a very tough one if you're 2v3. Meow just waiting for the perfect opportunity here. Gero now with super as well. Emmerich, the only member of Mr Dosa with the super. And whenever Jiaku has super, again, it's that time where that element of randomness. He could have an amazing super that turns around the whole game, or just a slowing speed or something, which doesn't help him at all.
Yeah, now he's able to heal up and rotate to the left here, but Salty comes through, super available as well. He is low though, and Pam's going to be able to burn through a lot of his health. The TP's there from Meow, gets 1, gets 2. Just Emmerich left, and Zeta Division look like they're going to close it out. Emmerich falls down, and Zeta do it in 4. 3-1 to Zeta Division, and Mr Dosa remain with 0 wins.
Well deserved by them. Great comps, great plays incoming from Zeta Division. From the other side of Mr Dosa, we did see them come back. We did see them fight back. They did not make it easy for Zeta Division. But in the end, it just wasn't enough to beat the giant Arc. I hope you were watching along.
I was indeed. What a fantastic final play from Meow, can I just say. That double tap just ended things in flair. I was a bit worried for Zeta, I won't lie. I mean, if that went to a 5th and final set, that would have been the 4th time it's happened in the past 5 days for them. But Mr Dosa, commendable performance. I mean, that was much better than I thought. I thought it was going to be a sweep, and I went out there and said it. So you've got to praise them for their resolve. I mean, that could have easily gone to a 5th. No, I'm very, very impressed by their performance. I mean, not the season that they wanted by any means at all, but they still ended on a very good note as far as I'm concerned, despite the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, another match that I think was surprising in the best of ways. Like, that's how everybody wants to close out a season, if you end up kind of picking it up, learning lots of lessons throughout the entire time, and being able to apply those to the future. Now that we've gotten through these 2 matches, though, Sunny, things start to get even more important as we head into matches 3 and 4. So, are you excited to get into those?
Exactly. Now we're about to see if we have to head into a tiebreaker or not. SK Gaming needs to win that game, otherwise they're already not in the best position anymore. If Navi and SK lose today, we're going to head into tiebreakers. Humble has the position here to bring everything a bit more into a chaotic spot.
Well, we are just minutes away from getting into those very important matches. Before we do that, it's time for another quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. The first half of our day is completed, and it's time to head into some very important matches to close everything out. Match number 3, right around the corner. You see it up here behind us. It's SK Gaming versus Humble, and this could potentially determine a lot. So, Trev, what can we expect out of this matchup?
I mean, I think you've kind of got to count SK as the favourites coming into this one. I think it's hard to root against them, but Humble, I mean, they've shown us some great gameplay. BSC at the weekend, they reverse swept ANR, and we know how strong ANR is at that point as well. So, I mean, SK Gaming, everything's in their hands to start with. If they just win, then they're going to Gamescom. But if they lose, then they're going to be watching and not going to be so happy about it.
We'll talk about the team a little bit here, Ark. SK Gaming, talk with you their roster.
Well, Chaos, Yoshi, OPE, and of course Coach Pedro have had a good run. I mean, looking back to last week, though, I mean, Chaos tweeted out saying they'd already qualified for the Challenge Finals, and I was thinking, well, I don't think you have quite yet. And today, that might come back to haunt them. It wasn't a great day for them yesterday, playing out in Queso Cup. They lost to Fantasy. I think it was a 3-1 scoreline. So they weren't looking great, but they were focusing clearly on the competition today, and that's where it matters. They've got to get this win. But on the other side of things, Humble have had a very good run in the BSC recently, reverse swept A&R. It's not going to be in an easy order at all. In that sense, they've got to make sure the drafting is on point. That is normally a very good attribute, actually, to SK Gaming. And of course, with Pedro in the background as well, doing his thing and all the notes that I know that he takes and calculates along the way. I think that SK should have a good shot at this. This is a matchup that, in my opinion, they should win. But for that same reason, they cannot underestimate their opposition because, again, Humble are on the rise.
On the other side, Humble, then we have Tomzy, Luki, Cyclone, and the recent addition, Filippo. They have been looking strong. They had a good run, but they cannot make top 4 anymore. Still, they can cause an upset today. Let's say after losing to A&R in the challenge season, they picked up a reverse sweep against them. You mentioned it before in the monthly finals, so definitely looking a lot stronger. They only lost to Totem in the end, who ended up winning the whole thing. And now in the Snapdragon Pro Series, they had a good start. Then a bit of a tougher time, some roster changes. A few of them have been on holidays, happens, I guess. And now coming back strong with their original roster today, maybe about to, cause an upset, like I said.
All right. Trav?
Yeah, I was going to say, the thing is, they've got so much power in their hands today with just kind of denying SK Gaming the direct route to Germany, and I'm sure they'll be wanting to do it as well because they're just going to want to get the wins, possibility of moving higher up that leaderboard and getting some more cash in their pocket as well. It's always going to go quite a long way. Now they know they can't qualify. That's all they're going to be caring about.
And we have seen quite a bit of chaos so far in the first half of the day, so I would not be surprised if this is a very, very messy battle between both of these squads. Humble looking to at least be a little bit of a thorn in the side of SK Gaming and make their road to Gamescom just that much more difficult. But we've got the picks and bans popping up here on the screen. Sunny, how do you feel about these so far?
Mr. P, Ralphs and RT from the side of SK Gaming, and then again we have the Cordelis and Chelly band out here as the first picks, as very good first picks. Humble does not want SK Gaming to have those 2 picks, as well as the Sam. I don't know if that is necessarily a good first pick, Trev.
I don't know if they're kind of like targeting it at some scrims maybe they've seen or something like that. That's the thing, just kind of denying it even later on down the line if it wasn't going to be SK's first pick, but they're going to go with the Gus as theirs. And I don't hate it, you know, it's a solid mid, and obviously quite often on this map we see like Genes, 8-bits coming out, and there's obviously the counters to each other, and I think Gus is kind of just one of those brawlers that doesn't have that many solid counters down the mid and obviously can help out teammates as well.
8-bit coming in as well as the mid's great mid for Humble. I mean, Gus is going to be the mid for SK, so they need to have that side lane aggression, and the Squeak is going to be a great thing on the side of Humble to be a deterrent for that. I mean, as we know, the Residue just shuts everything down so well, and for SK, you know, now, I mean, they brought in like Rico before in Hard Rock Mine because it's just one of those brawlers which works really well for them on the side lanes. It's not really one that comes out of the woodwork very often, but it is one that is kind of catered towards their kind of play style. I think the rough span, very much necessary actually on Hard Rock Mine for me. Carl, yeah, great stuff. They had to add that to their comp, and now adding to the side lanes once more.
They need to add some aggression here to go up against the Squeak, but also they need something with damage output here. I'm looking for that last pick here, because against the amount of HP that Humble already has with the 8-bit and the Squeak, they need something with that burst damage. Maybe Rika wouldn't even be that bad now. Always has been one of the best brawlers here on Hard Rock Mine. Might be still incoming now. Bonnie is technically still open. Terras as well. All would be decent options here, I have to say. Humble on their side. Well, Maisie's going to be the last pick here for SK.
Oh, I saw everybody's face not happy about that.
Definitely not the amount of damage I was looking for. It's hard to hit the shots. It's easy to dodge the incoming shots from Maisie. Only really her super is good. Well, yeah. All of your faces say the same story.
Okay, all right, Trav, talk to me about this as we close out the picks and bans here. You didn't look too excited about it.
Nah, I'm really not. I feel like they have... There's not a lot that Maisie's been brought in to deal with. That's the thing either. It's not like it's massively good against the brawlers that Humble have. I feel like it was kind of just a bit of a weird pick. I'd have much preferred Rico or something like that, something that SK Gaming they're so familiar with, so solid on, and what they bring in more often on this map. But also the Stu is the last pick from Humble there as well. I think it's a pretty solid shout.
All right, well, we'll have to see if they know something we don't, because it's time to get this game started.
Maisie before Stu. Just putting that out there. Stu was available first. I was saying earlier, Sonny, that I kind of don't mind Maisie in certain places. Canal Grande's one of them. It can have its moments, certainly in Pinball Dreams for Brawl Ball. What do you think about it in Hard Rock Mine?
Definitely not one of my favorites, especially as a lane here, Luki. on his favorite brawler here, and still SK Gaming with the better start here. Maybe we're not giving Macy as much credit as she's ought to have. Luki now finally getting the takedown there on the right-hand side. Chaos trying to get rid of him, gets a takedown with the cookie popper. Still is not able to pick up those gems. Tomzy still gets swept here. OP playing a phenomenal card right now.
He actually missed a flying hook though, and it went just into the wall. It was very hard to spot, but that would be one less, and it could have been used to go in and get the gems. That was the shield idea that Chaos was trying to implement. Meanwhile, Yoshi might get some gems here in the mid, but going to go super on the aggressive. Does get great value for it. Tomzy can't push this, no speed for it. Gems are tied, or rather split, as they go back on their retreat, and so far the aggression is paying off for SK. If Luki goes down, it's Cyclone all alone, and actually, do you know what, Yoshi? I'm warming to it, but I'm not there yet. Just keep teasing me with more plays. I love to be proven wrong.
Yoshini definitely makes this brawler look a lot stronger than what we thought. SK Gaming taking this first game already, taking every single gem that was laid out on the map with some great placing coming also from the Carl. That Carl hurt them quite badly recently when they played this map. Now having it on their own hands, they want the revenge.
You know, it's just a brawler which had a favorable buff recently, and I give it a hard time, largely for comical effect. But if Yoshi keeps playing like this, then I absolutely see the method behind the madness. And I mean, it's not a crazy brawler to have, but it's definitely in the hands of someone like Yoshi doing some great work. 2 gems in the mid, 2 in the pocket for Chaos, and Tomzy just trying to creep his way forwards. Cookie Popper there will deter him, and the shield from OPE is going to be a great time for it to push back forwards. The gem's still sitting there though, SK being very patient, I like that.
SK just prioritizing picking up the gems that spawn on their own side, not really taking too many risks. Chaos wants to stay alive with every single circumstance. Tomzy now finally able to pick up some gems. He does have his turrets there already in danger here. OP gets the chance to take it out here, gets pressured by Luki though, has a gem in hand as well. If he falls there, he leaves it for the taking. Luki with a gem, 4-4 now equalized for the side of Humble.
Yeah, Tomzy just trying to get that damage boosted down again, so he's got the TP potential to hand. OP very low there. As a result, that side lane aggression. Gadget pop from Cyclone, looking to place down the sticky residue. Not too convinced in the placement for it, but nonetheless, SK on the ropes, and time is ticking. Luki's got a gem in his pocket, he's got to be cautious. It is adding 1 to the 8 that are in total for Humble here. Now, control is back with SK, back with Luki. Comes from the darkness of the bushes, gets a takedown. Very close game though. SK now starting to get some gems back for their time. Yoshi low goes down, and that's one that could go the way of Humble.
Another gem drop there for the side of Humble. Chaos with the 6th gem already slowly but steadily creeping up and trying to get a hand onto the lead of Humble. 9 gems for them. They only need 1 more to pick up. The super even connects with Chaos there. He falls quite low in mid, so his OP finally gets taken out there, playing it quite aggressively as he knows Humble only needs to take up this 1 last gem now. SK still with the opportunity to reset the countdown if they pick up the next 2.
Important taps from Cyclone, because I'm sure that OP was not too far away from yet another super. IKS with the 8 gems, but 1,300 HP. TP from Tomzy, and again, still split. If Luki goes down, then that could change things, but I don't think it's going to happen. That should be safe and sound. Humble tie up this set.
And all of a sudden, the Mazy does not look as strong anymore, just trying to ride this wave a bit longer. SK Gaming had such a great start into the set, winning the first game with ease, 10-0 in the end. Now Humble makes it look a lot better here. Luki has a lot more opportunities to sweep their lanes off their feet, and Tomzy able to pick up a few more supers along the run.
I think he summed up my thoughts really for Macy, because like that's the thing, she can have some great pop-off potential and some great moments, especially when in the right timings, but I think struggles a lot of the time more often than not. But if Yoshi goes back to the mentality that he was in game 1, then the could spell a disaster for Humble, and they've got some great momentum. Chaos very low, forced out of the mid. Residue placed down on the right-hand side by Cyclone is going to ensure that OP stays on that right-hand side, as Luki now just has the gassy hill to hand. Should help with the survivability. Gadget pop from Chaos, but not really going to avail too much. They can't really follow up with any shots, so not too sure about it.
SK shortly in their own spawn, now finally pushing up again. Chaos falling here. Yoshi needs to pick up those gems in mid, as they would risk Tomzy to pick them all up here. Tomzy with another super gets pressured back by OP. He's playing it phenomenally, just trying to keep the position here. It's going to be a tough one against Luki though. Gets a super, still doesn't get the kill. And yet, SK Gaming with mid control, 2v3 situation here, but as long as they stay like that, as long as Yoshi is standing in the bushes like that with a super, it's going to be so hard for Humble to come back.
There's great awareness there from Humble, but Lukey gets that takedown and stops me in my tracks, and there's 4 gems there that could absolutely be in Humble's pocket, and they do. Lukey surviving on. As Chaos is trying to get back into this game, but 2 gems away. I was going to say that Humble showed great awareness to show that, you know, OP was literally 1 pickaxe throw away from a super, and they shut him down swiftly, but now going in with a shield, he's in an aggressive spot yet again, and that spells disaster. Lukey just dancing around it though, and that is the perfect way to go about it. 8 gems to Humble, but in the meanwhile, SK have got a great abundance of them from the mid.
I got some goosebumps there. Lukey doesn't even go down there. In the end, gets a takedown onto OP. Yoshi, that delay on the super hurt him quite badly than the situation with Lukey on the top right-hand side. Tomsy now looking into picking up that last gem. Not able to reset the countdown now. SK needs to take down onto Tomsy. Tomsy is standing quite far back, still has a gadget as well, can teleport any second. His turret gets taken out, but with Lukey as a shield, it's going to be a hard one here for SK Gaming to come back. Yoshi with last super here, last attempt for SK Gaming to turn the things around, but Humble closes this first set up with a 2-1 score.
Lukey protects the president and Tomsy survives on. That is the way you want to start things off if you're Humble. Again, there is so much at stake on this match, and SK just came out of the gates swinging. I mean, Yoshi had a phenomenal game and everyone really just jumped to it. It looked so convincing. But this is what we're starting to see a little bit recently from Humble. This ability to stand pressure. And you know, sometimes their drafts, not necessarily the greatest. Today, that was a fantastic draft. But more importantly, their ability to stay calm under pressure, which prevails, despite more damage on the side of SK. And more importantly for me was how much Humble valued the attention that was needed to place upon OPE. Because he really is the Carl that can go in so aggressive. He loves to do that anyway. But that is a brawler that can just absolutely turn the tides in gem grab. And every time that he was lurking and 1 shot away from super, ready to go in on Tomsy, everyone was aware. Lukey just stayed on him all game, and they reserved the teleport as well, just in the eventuality of problems. I loved it. Humble played it perfect.
I mean, Lukey kind of had the same role as OP, just trying to go in aggressively, and SK didn't do as good of a job at focusing on him, being aware of every time he has the opportunity to push in. OP was shot down every single time by Lukey there on the top and right-hand side corner. It was tough to see, honestly, after that very good game from them in the first one. Humble taking this first set. In the end, those 2 teams have never really faced off against each other either. The single time they faced off was in the Split 2, Cup 2, was the only one where SK took it 2-1, so it was already a close one there as well.
Grand finals too.
Yeah, we don't really have any other results of those 2 teams. SK won that cup, Humble making second, and both of those teams didn't really have the best of start. Like, Humble did have a good start into to see some roster switches on both sides. Then SK now slowly but steadily climbing up the BSC ladder as well. Both of those teams are kind of in an equal spot. They still have to prove themselves a tiny bit, although they are undoubtful top 8 easily.
This is the thing, you know, we haven't seen this matchup, really. It's just that one instance in the cup stages. So, you know, again, this is why SK just cannot underestimate what Humble brings to the table. Already banning out the Cordelius and the Shelly and the tick on their side for Gold Arm Gulch. The RT, the Squeak, as well as the tick banned out by SK. Again, that first draft of Gus. Going back to the previous drafts, just want to rub it in the fact that Stu was doing all the plays on the side of Lukey, and that was the last brawler drafted because the Macy came before it. Just putting that out there. Anyway, moving on. Let's see what the response from Humble will be. Of course, Golem Gulch, you know, you've got to have survivability. Gene, Magic Puffs, goes a long way. Can have the turn of the Magic Hand as well, which is just so oppressive. Provides a lot of ability to just have a safe net too. I think Golem Gulch, you know, Eve's making a bit of a comeback. I don't necessarily mind it too much. Ruffs, though, I think definitely is the way to go for me, especially because, you know, Gene's going to lack the DPS. I've seen Humble play this kind of comp here as well. They tend to run the field promotion star power to increase the HP of their squad going around. Grey coming in as well, though. I don't mind that at all, but I think SK need to get Ruffs here.
Could be a solution here. I like that SK focuses on the brawlers that they like to play here. Gus coming in here, comfort pick for them. Also not too bad in the meta, arguably. But still, I would like to emphasize, as a player, I always hated when there are 1 or 2 brawlers that are just a bit too strong in the meta. So whenever you have last pick, you don't really have any other options. You need to ban out those 2 brawlers. Now, in that case, only leaving 1 ban for you to decide what we want to play. So they couldn't ban out even a Mr. P. I was about to say, they can't ban out any of the counters now for their comp because they have to ban Shelly and Cordelius. P coming in from SK, perfect solution.
Can vouch, I saw the eye contact, I saw it on your screen, and you literally are speaking pure facts, Sonny, as always. Eve, yeah, okay, I don't mind it. I think this is actually a nice comp. Mr. P, I think it's going to do a lot more work than many people realize. I've definitely come round to it. Again, I'm always on the fence until I'm just convinced by it, and I am now fully convinced by it for sure. And Eve just has more maneuverability on this map. I mean, it can really just force their hand, and they need to get Humble clustered together. Although the magic puffs on Jean's side will actually serve to have more value when they are clustered, I think still, you know, you're more able to pinch as a team, as a unit when that is the case. And of course, the Grey going to be helping out with that in terms of defensive measures. Grom going to come in for Humble as well, which I don't mind. I mean, breaking the bush as well on this particular map is really quite key, just to have the crossover. I think so often than not, you know, if a team are able to kind of have the side lanes to their advantage to move around and keep you guessing, a Grom bomb, you know, despite getting some great cluster damage, can also just make that awareness known and force the hand of their opposition. I mean, in terms of drafts, I think it's relatively balanced. I think that maybe Humble got like a bit of a weaker one, simply because sometimes landing shots with Grom's difficult, low DPS, it could get overrun. But there's nothing really too crazy on the side of SK to do that. The Eve is probably... The Gus is my favorite pick. I think the Eve's my second favorite pick, so I've got to go with SK's comp here.
I have to say, SK's strength here are going to be the turrets whenever they have both of their supers on the Eve and the Mr. P. They can just push up quite easily into a Grey and the Jean, of course. They don't have the amount of reload speeds that they needed to go up against those two brawlers. I like the Grom last pick here from Humble, getting rid of the turret as quickly as possible, get the Eve super out of the way before the hatchlings can spawn. So far, so good on knockout. We're just really waiting for any of the brawlers to get their supers or for the smoke to come in. It's kind of just a standoff here.
Yeah, I assume Tom's going to be running X Factor on the Grom gadget side of things, but not really much necessity to see within the bush in these stages of the game when you're just kind of playing things out. The gas is going to come into the center, so Luki would definitely like to have the TP, especially in the late game. It's just a great escape mechanism. OP's pushing forwards a little bit here, looking to get that early shield, as that's going to be needed now. The gas coming in. Both sides actually doing a pretty decent job of depriving each other of utility. OP rushing in. The Vengeful Spirits coming in as well, though. And that is a really great walking stick from Luki. He'll go down, though, making it 2 versus 2. Yoshi is low. He goes down. 2 versus 1 now. Oh, my word. Great tap from Chaos, and he gets the kill whilst in midair. Gotta go. Gotta win the round for SK. My word.
What a great super coming in from Grom, but Chaos just says no to it, jumps away, gets the sweep in the end there. 1v2 situation clutched up by the Mr. P super, and Chaos there, well played. First round goes to SK Gaming, but can they take this set? It would be their first one, or is it going to be Humble closing this one in and already prolong their lead, or exceed their lead to 2-0 here? Yoshi still trying to get his second super here, just used it in the end there. Was worth it, but still, Jean and Luki, both members of Humble that need their supers, have their supers.
Well, OP is certainly in a dangerous spot now that he's got shield to hand. 2 sides of supers for Humble. Tomsy really is the person that wants to have his, though, now to really finalize things. X coming in, though, now for Chaos, and the hatchlings will definitely be a great time for SK to get a push, and they know it. Shield pop from OP. Oh, and a great gadget. QQ Popper goes down for Luki. 3 versus 2. This is a great pinch, it really is. There's no way, surely that Humble get out of that one. Perfectly played by SK. This set is looking far more convincing than it was in Gem Grab.
SK already 1-0 up, but we did like the comp a tiny bit better, and this seems to work out perfectly for them. Whenever they do have super, they're about to push up here. Highlight again, the one last play incoming was just beautifully played by them. OP also with the cookie poppers gets a takedown every single time. Quite satisfying to see that gets it coming in clutch so much.
I like the spray there from Chaos, placing the SK logo under a rock. Fantastic way to promote yourselves. Well, on the right side, Luki's getting some good taps here. Gets a walking cane as well, but Chaos will survive, and that's what makes the biggest impact here, realistically, because if he'd gone down there, that would have been a disastrous way to go. You do not want to start things off on a 3 versus 2 at all, and that's almost where Luki ended up as well. So good trades back and forth, and that's going to be some potentially earlier signs of utility this time around. Meanwhile, OP gets a little jab into the mid, but so far so good for both sides. Just taking a few risks, but that's pretty much the way you've got to start off a set of knockout. Just take calculated ones if you can.
So far, no supers on both sides. Cyclone yet to have a great team pool coming. Hoping now Super gets to play it a bit more aggressively. Chaos just waiting for that super to come in. Chaos now in the position of maybe playing a bit more aggressively, but Humble again aware of it. Super gets missed there. Cyclone with no supers. One shot here as well. Chaos trying to confirm the kill here. Gets it in the end. Places his hatchlings as well. 3v2 situation here for SK Gaming, and they close this one off. Loki, the last man standing, and they get the first round within that second game.
Whew, that could have gone another way. But again, I do worry for Humble just a little bit. The missed magic hand, you can't really be doing that with this kind of comp, because when SK can close down the clock into the final moments, again, with Grom having no super, really hard to make that work, especially without the X-Factor gadget, because Tomsy is running Watchtower. The Grey's got to come in a little bit at those moments of weakness on the side of SK, and it's just kind of not really cutting it at the moment. And SK are being very preserveful of their HP in that respect, in that regard, just making sure that they've got something to utilize. And at the moment, Humble are running a bit of a risk here of dropping a set. SK with one more round will be able to take one back.
Luka just trying to find a perfect opportunity though. He has his teleport. He can go in any second now. Chaos is low. Still decides to just play it slow, wait for his teammate to get a super sack on with an ulti.
That's the way to do it.
It's the magic offs here. Gets takedown on Chiopi. 2v3 situation now in favor of Humble. It's not going to be an easy one for SK Gaming to close this one still off with Luki as super as well. Yoshi decides to go into the smoke. Chaos does so as well. They're playing it for the long run. Interesting to see they decide to not play it out.
They can afford to a little bit. And I swear that Cyclone is not in my ear, but it seems like he heard what I was saying. That's a better spray, Chaos. I like it. Better positioning. No one on the right side, and Humble quickly located that is the case. Yoshi just patiently placing down the porters. Now with the shield gear coming into motion, he'll be in a decent level of HP as well, 5,700. But it's Cyclone that needs to get super. Realistically, that is the turning point. That is the win condition here for Humble. And when he connected it in the last game, you can see what difference it made. And if you do so again, then Humble might be able to survive on just a little bit longer in this set. Of course, SK is still on just one round away from taking it. And Cyclone now low, and the push coming in. Lucius, not the play.
Luki trying to go in there, falling through to situation here for SK Gaming. They had all three had their supers, hatchlings coming in, Mr. P, Penguins coming in here, Cyclone here in a bit of a precarious position here as well. Both of them are pushed back all the way into spawn. With that, SK Gaming sweeping them off their feet, winning knockout in the end, 2-0, 1-1 in sets.
Yeah, I don't know what was going through Luki's mind there. You can't TP into a squad that are 3 members strong. Especially when your teammates are kind of so far up the map, there's no support there. And, again, I think the SK deserved to win the set regardless. I mean, they were playing it far more convincingly, so just this moment of weakness here, it was a great pull. It really was from Cyclone, but the timing had to be there for his teammates to support it, because OP had the shield to hand there. If he'd got time, you could see him spamming it all the way down the line as well. If he was able to get it off, he may have just been able to survive that interaction just a little bit longer. But that was great awareness from Humble in that one play, but regardless of that, it was pretty much all SK, and statistically as well. I mean, there's almost 50,000 damage on their side to the 31,000 damage of Humble, and pretty much in knockout, that's where things can be won and lost. A little bit less healing for SK, but again, in a map like this and a game mode like this, it doesn't really matter too much. It's all about survival. That's what's key.
I think the most important stat actually is going to be the supers, and SK Gaming just able to cycle them over and over again, 10 to 4 supers. With Cyclone not having really a great opportunity to pull a single one, and that they win that round in the end, it was just well played by SK. I also have to say again, with Cordelius and Shelly, that every single team will have to ban out in every single map and mode. It's going to be a tough one to really play those brawlers like a Gene. You can't ban the counters out. So how are you supposed to get any supers to get any value when the Mr. P and Eve both just has spawners all over the place?
Spawnables in knockout are, as you can tell, just so hard to deal with. It stops you healing, and that's often that invisible challenge that people forget about. It's not necessarily about what those spawnables do, it's the fact that it stops you from playing out the aggressiveness that you want to, and leaves you weaker as a result. Going into open zone then for hot zone, and the bans are in Bonnie, Bell and Crow for SK. For Humble then the Squeak, the Poco and the Sam. I don't mind the Sam ban here, but open zone is a very wide open map. I mean, you're leaving Cordelius open. Straight away, you're leaving Shelly open. It's maybe not the best Shelly map, but as we say going in, you pretty much have to ban it everywhere. just to be safe. Stu first pick. I don't mind it on open zone. Honestly, I think it's one of the strongest brawlers you can probably get actually in that mid. And I think that if Humble can play that well and dodge the shots that are going to come their way, because they are going to come their way, especially with Lola. Amber here as well. I like the way that SK value Amber quite highly on this particular map because it often gets forgotten about. It's one of my favorite brawlers hit.
On an open map like that one, you can get away with not banning those two brawlers. They both can play whatever they trained with, whatever they would like to play. Luki, of course, going to be on that Stu again. And then on the side of SK Gaming, we also see two brawlers that they like to play more often than not. They are good with the Lola. Ember, I like it just because you can burn down the right-hand side. For Humble, they need something to go up against it. With Crow banned out, only really Pam would be an option now left. Meg, maybe. Lou is going to be incoming now. With Stu and Lou, they have a great possibility to push in whenever they have Lou super, pushing quite aggressively. Both of those brawlers amazing on hot zone.
But lacking in range, big time. I mean, that's my concern. Amber's going to do wonders over this, and they need to add something like all the Pam. I think the Pam is a fantastic pick to have on this map, especially with the indestructible
Let's hope they
walls.
listen to us.
I mean, they might be in our ears, I mean, at this point, because if they do, then it's going to look very sus to the rest of the viewers. But, you know, definitely, okay, but yeah, they had to add range. They simply had to add range. There's no way they could really go up against what SK brings to the table, but the B is terrible into the Lola. So they're already a bit too far down the draft. I would like to have maybe seen the B a bit earlier. They obviously really valued the Stu pick, but it's just a bit of a risky one. And SK now, you know, they can see the big picture. I think that you know, they want something aggressive, in my opinion, to just go up against the Stu maybe and just buy some time in the lanes, or just, I mean, even like a spike wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, just simply because the Stu's going to have a terrible time into it. The life plan as well, max for speed, aggression. I mean, this is interesting from SK. It's not realistically how they tend to play. I mean, this is OPE all round. Since he came into the roster, this was never an SK comp. You couldn't put that in front of me at the beginning of this year or last and say, this is an SK comp, because it just simply wasn't. OPE is going to do wonders on this pick, and you know, it's been a while. SK have actually kind of like done a really good job in that respect of making us forget like the kind of traits that OPE tends to have. Maybe not with the Daryl, he always brings that in, I see it a mile away, but the Max, you know, he is an insane Max.
I mean, to be fair, Yoshi was the max player in the team before OP came in and did do a decent job at it as well. But I agree with you. The draft have changed a little bit, maybe also caused by OP being the one doing the draft for SK Gaming at the moment, mostly. Of course, it's a discussion in the end. We have a great start here coming in from SK Gaming already. Chaos catching up on some percentages in mid, pushing Luki back quite heftily. Luki now trying to go in here, but it's going to be a tough one against OP on the right-hand side. Chaos both focusing on him. Cyclone not really doing too much pressure on the right-hand side so far. Gets immediately shut down by OP again and again. Blue Super coming down. Finally, some time on the zone for Humble.
Well, Cyclone just holding on to the amplified shot again, using the honeycoat just to have some shielding in the meanwhile. But again, this is what I worry about. The range of SK, they can just take their time with this realistically, and Humble spent some good time off the zone. Despite some interactions which they survived, they weren't really present with the objective. Luki is going to struggle big time. They need to get a couple of kills so they can get into position, and so far the pinches are on point from SK. I think this is just a bit of an outdraft moment for me. It's maybe too early to call it that way, and ultimately if Cyclone starts to pop off with this B, it will go a long way, but Max is going to do a fantastic way of evading that with the phase shift, with the speed. Chaos has got the ego. I mean, Yoshi's got the range. It's hard to see how over time SK just don't play with their food and take this as a win.
Synergy between Chaos and OP though on the right-hand side, pinching so well against a brawler that has more range than them. Finally, OP gets taken out here, and an opening for Humble to get some percentages in the zone. Chaos low as well, freeze framing coming, and still he's standing there in the zone, collecting some more percentages. Finally has to fall back here as he's falling quite low. Humble slowly but steadily coming back here.
Which is impressive. I mean, that speed zone is giving them so much value. Luki could surely place one down again, but hesitantly so, he wants to build up his HP. He's running out of gadgets there as well, so he can't. But that might go against them massively, because SK can now push this mid, now be more aggressive, and Chaos have a beautifully timed ego. My word, that honestly was absolutely perfected. And now with the takedown of Tomsy, now SK will clear this one up. But there was definitely an opportunity there for Humble to turn that one around. They brought it down to a very close scoreline, but just as the utility dwindled, they lost their advantage, and I think this one's going to come down to the start. I mean, if Humble can get a really solid start, some great B-taps to kick things off before any of that stuff comes out of the woodwork, then they might be able to give themselves a big early boost in this game, but it's hard to see it not going the way of SK if they continue to play that way, because SK were not in a hurry. And that's a very good sign for me that they've got a winning comp and a winning mentality, most importantly, in this set.
I love to see how SK Gaming decided to play Max on the right-hand side in the first one. They just wanted him on the B, although you usually always see the Ember on the right-hand side. Right, we do right now, because she can burn down those bushes. They just wanted the perfect matchup. Cyclone now playing in mid. Humble decided to switch their lanes. Makes a lot of sense to me, as Luki didn't really have any chance against Chaos in mid.
Good tap, but again, the movement forwards is restricted because Humble have not got that range, and it's going to take a bit of time to continue to push back SK here, and then when they do that, they've got to continue to maintain them in their place. Super there will deter a little bit. Bit of damage to the freeze frame, but honestly, from Tomsy, it's just more to deter Yoshi from being able to go to the right-hand side and support his team. As on the right-hand side, Tomsy goes down to OPU, continues to be aggressive, it seems, on the top side of the map. He's going to come behind Cyclone now, and now Luke is completely out of position. Despite that, though, it's a relatively close scoreline, but SK now, with all 3 bodies on the zone, approaching 50%.
I actually like the position of Luki now. He can pinch with his teammates from the bottom there, finally falling there. SK Gaming still standing in mid here, not looking too good for Humble. We were talking about an outdraft. Now it looks really like one. Opa just sneaking up the bushes on the right-hand side. Time and time again, that Chaos with that snipe. Cyclone falling as well. Luki is too. Team wipe, and SK Gaming already on 80%. It's going to be a tough one here for Humble to still try to get into the zone. It looks like Luke has given up there. Cyclone still trying to get in here, but 4% now. SK Gaming take their second set, 2-1.
You know, that's the thing. It's what I was saying coming into this series is like, you know, Humble sometimes just, their drafts is probably their weaker area. Mechanically, they're so skilled, but SK Gaming there just didn't look like they were necessarily challenged. It didn't really look like the same kind of matchup that we saw in set 1, in all honesty. And you know, that B was picked into the Lola. You know, you've got to be aware of those situations that you're placing yourself in, and ultimately being responsible for the outcome when it doesn't go your way as a result of that. I mean, pretty much anything could have worked better. I mean, Bell, I think Bell was still available, right? I mean, that could have been a great thing to have. No, I feel bad for Humble. I mean, statistically as well, I mean, very little to say in terms of the kills, just the 4. Not great at all, and SK far out there with 54,000 damage. It just was too convincing for SK. I mean, that as well going into this next set is really quite key, because SK are now on a high. They've demonstrated and proved to themselves, despite being a set down in the first available moment, that they can bring this one back, that they can stay calm, communicate better, and just play better and draft better. That's the concern now. Humble, though, looking back over the weekend with ANR, they were against match point, you know, and they brought it back. Not only that, but they brought it back to win against ANR. Now they've got to do the same, potentially, especially if SK get to match point in this set. It's a tough order to ask for that twice in a week against teams of this caliber in this region, in this competition. But nonetheless, that's the job that they've got to do now.
Could be our second 3-1 of today. Maybe it's a second 3-2, though, if Humble manages to turn things around still. SK Gaming, that's the one we were looking at for the last few weeks, maybe in months. The new SK Gaming, right? They look a bit stronger. They have a different draft approach now with OP incoming. And honestly, I feel like now they finally found their way back. They looked strong on the weekend as well against Navi. Yep. In the second set, not too much for D-Sports, making them not look too great. Throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series, they also had like some losses that we didn't expect, some wins that were great, but in the end, they're not at the top like we used to see them usually, like in the last few years. Now Humble, they're looking still very strong, even though they had a much worse draft in our eyes. It was a close one. I still feel like Humble can turn things around here.
Yeah, I think they can. Absolutely so. I mean, like I say, SK over the weekend, you know, it was a great start, wasn't it? I think 3-2 to them against Navi and then swept by foot. But nonetheless, this is what matters right now for them. Is it's all about getting into the challenge finals, locking themselves in, assuring as well those BSC points, which they desperately need in their position. They took a while this year to get themselves into the position that they are now starting to flow with. It wasn't that to kick things off. Didn't qualify for a lot of monthly finals, and now they're paying the price of that. But this is why the Snapdragon Pro Series can give them that lift, give them that opportunity to be able to come back to where, honestly, let's be honest, they belong. they belong to be back at the top. And it was a very weird start of the year to see them where they were, in all honesty, considering how consistent they've been through year by year in Brawl Stars. To see them back where they belong for me is great. But for Humble, again, not so much. I mean, again, they can't make the challenge finals for Humble, but they can absolutely cause a problem for SK if they can get this one right in Pinhole Punt. One of the maps which, again, Cordelius and Shelly being banned out for makes a lot of sense. Squeak first pick. Don't mind that at all on the side of Humble either. Poker banned for Humble as well as the Carl, Stu, as well as the Cordelius and Shelly for SK.
Well, no surprises there. Also, the Stu banned out by SK Gaming makes a lot of sense to me. They already had it in the first and second set, and it usually works out quite well for Humble, especially on a map like Pinhole Punt. They're gonna go with Squeak as first pick. One of those picks you never go wrong with. It's quite a decent pick. Doesn't have too many counters. Of course, you could go with something aggressive, but with that Carl banned out, I do like that.
Watch SK pick up Macy. Ems here is good. Speed solid. Max coming in for the speed. Maybe they won't. Maybe they won't. It's definitely better in Pinball Dreams for sure, but I've seen it play out in Pinhole Pond as well. The Max is such a great pick for SK here. Crow as well, you know, often forgotten about, has a fantastic time on this kind of map. And, you know, the Crow with the slow, the Max with the speed, those two interactions just on their own are going to do fantastic things. Again, I don't mind a spike here for Humble. It's one of those forgotten picks that I just kind of have been liking after watching a lot of South America over the weekend as well. It's one that they just keep bringing in, and it does do a lot of great work. We've already seen it play out in Brawl Ball today with some great results as well. B, yeah, fantastic stuff from Humble. I don't mind that. Of course, though, with the Max speed, it's going to be hard to land those shots, but ultimately, these are the best players in the world. There you go, spike. Humble are listening right there.
I would like to see something with a bit more like spread out damage as well, just to scan out the bushes. They don't really have that on the side of Humble so far. Especially with B, it's going to be hard to hit Max. She's just sneaking up those bushes. Would have loved to see maybe an Ems, maybe an Otis, Lola even incoming, but I do like the spike. So I kind of agree with you, Ark, and that one I kind of agree with Humble. SK still has a lot of options open here. Let's see if they're going to go with something even more aggressive now into this. I mean, Spike and B would kind of counter aggression out, so they decide to go with the Sprout, which we definitely haven't seen as much in recent times on Pinhole Punch, but we all know Chaos loves the Sprawler. OP is going to be great on that Max. Yoshi probably on that Crow. On the side of Humble, no Stu this time around, but still brawlers they feel comfortable with. So I feel like this matchup is a lot closer than the last one, a lot more equal.
Yeah, these brawlers though cater to SK greatly. Like you said, like they are the best brawlers for the best players suited for them, which is definitely a concern on the side of Humble. But I was with you, honestly, before that Sprout came in, I was thinking it wouldn't be an un-SK thing to look at a B and look at a Spike and go, do you know what, we're just going to still combine a tank with that speed. You know, genuinely is definitely something which they would tend to favor towards doing. But in we go. A very important set for Humble here. Try to cause a continuous problem for SK. This could be the set which locks SK in for the challenge finals. OP making a run for it. Phase shift as well. Almost finds the angle, but not quite enough.
That would have been an amazing play there for the Telestrator after that match as well. Great push up here already by SK Gaming. Of course, OP takes the mid control to start here with the Max against the B. Cyclone doing a great job at tapping, but it's still not going to be enough for him to take out OP, pushing up the map. SK now have full mid control. They have a ball in a perfect position to score later on. And Humble pushback all the way into spawn. Need to get out of that situation first.
That's a good wall from Chaos, separating things, but it will block the goal, and that's ultimately where SK need to bring the ball. Surely it will go down in just a moment there, however, and Tomsy takes a shot to the face on that right-hand side, low HP. You have to be cautious about whether they choose to go on the aggressive or heal up. Getting towards the life plant, I think it's the wise call there, and he'll be back swiftly into the mix. Luke taking some shot speed from OP, though, brings Chaos forwards, and replacing that wall is actually perfect. Oh, Tomsy goes to the right-hand side, even better for Chaos, but SK so far are not being able to land the takedowns which they need to open the space, but OP comes in. Lukey's one shot down. Oh my word! Oh my word! Double time! Oh my goodness me, I did not expect them both to go down.
Definitely not. I thought that surely is a goal here. Humble prevents it in the very last second here. 50 seconds left on the clock. And to be honest, the full duration of this game, SK Gaming had control over not only the mid, but also the ball. Still not able to score so far. But again, looking into getting that goal finally done. OP slots it in. Well played by them. 40 seconds left on the clock for Humble now to turn things around. But it's not going to be easy. SK Gaming with the mid control just from the get-go.
It was a long time coming, just the way that SK were being so aggressive, but that is a swift takedown there from Cyclone. Passing through to Luki. Can Luki make this? There's a potential for slow, but no! It's in! They're all tied up. 20 seconds on the clock. Yoshi had no gadget as well. That may have been a decision-making change there, but speed from OPE. They want to get the ball forwards in this overtime situation that's upon them. That slow, though, from Luki is playing a vital role, but this could be a great opportunity. Yoshi's got jump as well. This could be absolutely Yeski jumping in on this ball. If his pass falls way OPE, here it comes. Yoshi's going to jump in, surely, but no. You can play it slow, push things back, utilize chaos, try and push this one through. I'm not too sure, but the aggression and the speed might be enough to prevail here, and it is.
Well played by SK Gaming. They take this first game, and with it, also the match point. They're looking into getting a 3-1 against Humble today. Humble were looking strong, but SK just a bit stronger. They had the full mid control over like 99% of the game. And Humble needs to play a bit more, I don't know, the aggression is missing from them. They need some mid control, they need to bowl, they need to get some more goal opportunities.
SK Gaming one game away from securing their fate and not have it be decided by any other teams today. They do not want a three-way tie, and that is evident by the way that they are playing. It's the best that we've seen Humble position so far as they get a very good early start. Luke trying to get a connection, finds one onto Yoshi, but not onto Chaos. Now, a ball pass through potential opportunity as Cyclone utilizing that honeycoat shielding. Thinks better of it. That will allow SK to respawn back in, and yeah, Luki's face says it all.
Luki on the right-hand side trying to push up even more. The ball is in a good position for Humble as Cyclone potentially can pass it to Luki. Decides not to as he's just focusing on that 1v1 against OP. SK Gaming pushing up again. Loki does get the ball, but OP and KO still in his way for the goal. Not going to be enough HP to just walk through. Humble still looking a lot better now, having some mid control overall.
Looking better, but SK are looking better on defense as well. I mean, these are great moments that they are seizing with everything they've got to defend. Oh, Tomsy with great value, and also there goes down OPE. It's just Chaos, and he's got the wall in the way. Will they bring the ball forwards and try and position themselves? But the respawn would allow a big pushback. Yeah, the invincibility is going to be wrecking it down, and now Luki completely out of position. What a way to deflate the situation by SK.
Great residue coming down, but it's not going to help Humble to score this in the long run. SK Gaming, again, pushing up in mid. Tomsy, one shot. Cyclone standing in mid, but getting hit here by Chaos eventually. Trying to push him out of the mid. Chaos also breaking it up quite a bit. So Humble can't get the mid control again. OP falling on the right-hand side. Luki doing a great job there. Maybe that's going to be a push for Humble, but no, Yoshi jumping in there, getting a takedown. No pass onto him. That could have been already another goal here. 30 seconds left on the clock, and so far, not a single goal.
Humble have got to be careful here because as we approach 30 seconds, SK now can get the ball into a position where, into an overtime scenario, they can just swiftly score, or even prior to that. It's really a make or break situation, as again, one goal is all it would mean with so little time to respond for SK to lock themselves in and end the season on the 5-2, going to the challenge finals at Gamescom Cologne. Big taps from Cologne, from Cyclone. Will be able to make something of it though as the walls go down.
Overtime hits now. Chaos with a great goal already, trying to get some control together with his teammates. Yoshi still with his slow intoxing in his hands as well. This has to be going the way for SK Gaming. Humble now slowly pushing up though. Tomsy with a super at his hands as well. Humble with the ball control, but slowly SK Gaming's pushing up the map here. Cyclone with the super, trying to hit another shot here. Okay with super as well. It's really just a standoff here. Both those teams, it's evident that they don't want to lose this one. Shots coming in here. Ope falling. Humble finally able to push up here. Great super coming down from Tomsy. Chaos trapped in it. 2v2.
Oh, they fed OP that super, and I was worried for them. But Cyclone with a big tap, maybe one away from the super. They've got to be repositioning themselves here. He is one away from the super, connects with OP as well, but goes down. It's Tomsy and Luki now, potential pass, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Luki needs super to be... Oh, he gets it, but not enough in time. And maybe Cyclone's going to respond back in kind. Pass the ball to Yoshi, but no super for him. He can't jump in, but Chaos has got it. Will he find it? No, Tomsy intercepts. My word, what a defense.
So far, Humble are not out of that one. SK Gaming still with the match point. Oh, we head into a draw. We head into a third round of Brawl Ball, and everything's still open. Humble still can prolong into the fifth set. SK Gaming can still take this one. Closing it off, and finally, knowing that they made it to the Gamescom.
This set is so close. very back and forth. SK had a bit of an advantage, it felt to me, in the first game. Humble now closing that gap and creating some opportunities for their own. They haven't been able to get really a goal on the board that really matters for them. And they're going to have to do that. They want to be able to take this to a 5th and final. That's a great takedown, potential pass here, but again, some hesitations. Luki will pick it up, no super chaos. That's the way to start things off when you reset.
The hesitation was only due to the fact that they do not want to feed Chaos super. They didn't, and they slot the goal in. Chaos still with no super. Still, he's trying to push up here, getting some hits on Tomsy. Finally gets his super, pushing himself out of the way and surviving that situation. OP must be very close to super now. Maybe that's the revenge for SK Gaming in the next few seconds now, pushing Humble back all the way into spawn. Still, all of them are standing, all of them are still standing in the way of OP from scoring, preventing him. Great shots incoming. Cyclone gets the takedown here, but that was a good opportunity for him.
Yeah, but for Humble to get out of that opportunity, absolutely. That's the SK want them to be on the ropes. That's where they're going to score over time more often than not. They are starting to really tap into OPE and just deflate all this speed. And that's going to be a concern. 2 players down for SK, just Chaos surviving. And again, everyone trying to evade the potential wall if he gets maybe like 1 or 2 more shots in. But at the moment, Humble are just kicking it up a gear, aren't they, really? I mean, they're back in the spot, defended pretty well for the most part. OP is going to go down yet again, and he really is the player that's going to bring everyone into the motion. Now they can just start to take their time a bit more, push Yoshi through to the right-hand side. Humble are looking much, much better, but they've got to be able to tie this one up. They've got to secure themselves.
50 seconds left on the clock, and SK Gaming still needs another goal to finish off and get the match point, get the win over this last set, potentially. Humble is looking a lot stronger. SK Gaming came out swinging. Now they're in the back foot. 30 seconds left on the clock. Take that onto OP. 2v3 situation here. OP is still trying to get back into the match. Chaos falling. Yoshi one shot. It's not looking too good for SK Gaming. Yoshi with a jump though. Maybe they can get the ball later on. Tries to jump in. Honeypot coming down. Cyclone gets the takedown. 16 seconds left. It's going to be a tough one.
Oh, there. Tomsy almost got embarrassed, honestly. Not Tomsy, rather. The B player, but nonetheless, the ball in the pocket, and that should be safe and sound as we go into yet another game as we reset off the back of that last draw. This is getting very, very spicy, but I really do feel like prolonging things is only going to take away the confidence of SK. They didn't look as good in that game as they did in the previous ones, and it feels like Humble are starting to learn a bit from their mistakes and what they've got to do to shut this idea down. And OPE really is the key. They're just getting him eradicated more often than not. As you can see here, just everyone's starting to really harness their focus onto him because they're going to struggle against that when it comes their way.
It seems like that draw has helped Humble to gain a bit of confidence. OP falling, Luki so as well. Chaos though with the wall. That has to be a goal here. Early goal, 15 seconds. And SK Gaming already in the lead. They do have the match point. They do have this very first goal in this Brawl Ball game. Can they close this one off in a 3-1, or can Combo still turn things around here? Ope standing in mid here, trying to get a takedown onto Luki, gets traded off, but still with the 2v2 situation, SK Gaming is not going to conceive a goal anytime soon.
Yeah, you can't make opening mistakes like that, not against SK. They will be able to punish you for it, and they've got all the time in the world now. OP just trying to aggress this mid, but then the connections from Luki there just make him think better of it. As Thomas is approaching a very good spot here, he had super to hand, just trying to think about whether he wanted to utilize it there, pushing everyone to the right-hand side, but with Chaos there, there's not really much they're going to be able to do about this, and coated the ball around, forcing him now to the left-hand side further forwards. That's a great gadget from Luki, though, and a great slow from Cyclone, just really just turning all the screws here. This is a goal-scoring opportunity with just OPE left. This is surely going to be a goal.
Shot coming in from Cyclone, getting rid of OP, the only man left standing, and in his way of that 1v1 scoreline. 1 minute left on the clock now as well, with SK Gaming, again with mid-control. They're looking into their pathway into Cologne. Can they make it? Can they close this one off on Brawl Ball? And they would know that they're secured. Luki now pushing up on the right-hand side. Cyclone on the left-hand side. Yoshi dodges the incoming super. No hits for Luki, but with Chaos with a super, maybe SK Gaming can prevent this one. Humble with a great goal scoring opportunity.
That will just deprives Tomsy of super, and if you can just get that utility, I mean, SK are going to struggle on this goal, and Yoshi just on that right-hand side trying to create some space. There it is for Tomsy. It goes down, OP is low phase shifter through. Great live plant from Tomsy there in retaliation. Chaos, though, can just focus the time and attention onto Luki, who can't then support anything, and I think SK with that will be able to deprive Humble just a little bit longer of a potential goal. How did Cyclone land that shot? That was beautifully done. To get the stone to Yoshi as well. As 10 seconds approach, SK are actually in a perilous position.
Yoshi's gonna fall here. Chaos with no more gadgets can't get back his super unless he hits the shot. So OP's one shot here. The walls are gonna fall down. Ball is cornered for now, but OP so low, has to be taken out any second now. Is falling Tomsy with a super, looking into maybe getting that ball out of the corner. Getting Chaos in a precarious position there. Yoshi, the last man standing, jumping, gets a takedown onto Luki. Yoshi falling. Cyclone getting that takedown. OP and Cyclone, the only ones left standing. This could head into another draw arc.
I'm just saying, there's a sprout for SK, and that ball is going to be in a prison very, very shortly. Big taps from Chaos onto Luki, which means he can't really aggress his left-hand side. SK have got one thing in mind, and that is defending this. The aggression coming in. Tomsy lands a super, which is going to push Chaos back. OP is surviving on about 876 HP. It's not much at all with no super for Chaos. This is the prime time opportunity for Humble, but they're not really able to continue to keep the aggression up as SK are fighting back. 10 seconds. They're going to make a push for it. OP is bringing the ball. SK wants it.
SK will try. 7 seconds left on the clock. No supers in their hand, and OP corners it once again. 3 seconds left. Tomsy spinning. And we're going to head into another draw here. The ball caged in the very last second. 1-1 now. Humble definitely looking a lot stronger now in this very last game.
Despite getting back and forth very early goals, first Humble were the ones to do it. SK responded again with the timer on 2 minutes and 13 seconds. It's literally 17 seconds of play, and that's what Humble have got to be keeping in mind in this moment in time, because they cannot let something like that slip through the cracks. As SK love these early aggressive pushes, trying to exacerbate that utility as quickly as they can to then give themselves a greater chance, but that takedown there, oh, that's it. They've got to shut that down. They cannot let OP. He's so dangerous in that mid. One phase shift forwards, and he will score.
He would, if he only could. Humble shutting him down for now. Yoshi falling there in the end, and still SK Gaming with the mid control. Humble now finally pushing up here, getting SK Gaming all the way back into spawn here. Yoshi has to fall back here as he's low. Chaos still trying to get his super. It's looking good for Humble with another super here from Tomsy. A residue of Luki. No chance of pushing back, but Chaos gets a super. Great wall here, preventing Humble from scoring this early goal.
Humble will play it slow. And Luki trying to tap onto OPE. Another wall into the mid from Chaos. I don't mind it. It will break some bush as well. Should go a long way for them. And gradually pushing this left-hand side. Cyclone can't find the angle at all until this wall goes down. But it will allow Luki to heal up in the meanwhile. That was another great wall from Chaos. The ball's dropped as a result of it. Connection in retaliation. Yoshi surviving on 291 HP. Everyone from SK pretty low for the most part, but staying aggressive. OP goes down, making it a 3 versus 2, and this could be an opportunity for Humble.
Cyclone pushing up there, Tomsy on the right hand side, trying to get another super to put even more pressure onto SK Gaming. Yoshi there in the end, surely falling to Luki on the left hand side. OP is still trying to put in some aggression. Chaos trying to get another super. Great wall placement from him so far, preventing every single goal opportunity Humble has shown.
Able to get right back into the mid now, as again, if they can just burn down the utility on Chaos, it will help with these walls, but nonetheless, that's the name of the game on both sides of the coin here. Luki not going to find any value off the back of that. The slow though onto Yoshi will be helpful, but OPE, you can just get super here, could be able to make a run for it. Passing the ball to the left-hand side for now, but Humble are just keeping things up. Cyclone wasn't able to find the value of the back of the slow there. Let's see now, the OP speed is a great chance for SK to get out of this position.
Humble with a crazy amount of control now, just standing in mid there for the whole duration of the game. SK Gaming has played their whole game in their own spawn. Tomsy now with another super closing off Chaos from the rest of the group there on the left-hand side. Residue is going to slow down. Yoshi is finally falling. OP getting out with the shapeshifter. I already saw him getting taken out there. Tomsy quite low, gets hit up by Chaos, falling back, still surviving that one. Ball is cornered once again. Is this going to be another draw?
SK playing defensively on Brawl Ball. My time machine works. It's deja vu all over. Cyclone's got Beehive there, ready to connect, and with no wall to Chaos, this could be a good time to strike. Yoshi gets tapped up by Cyclone, wonderful connection there. Chaos is slowed, OP is not, but he can't really get to this ball. That's his final phase shift as well as the team wipe. Humble cannot falter in this moment here, it's got to be clean, and it is! They survive on, they do not let SK run down their clock, and we are going the whole hog.
Well, Humble were the ones that just reverse sweeped A&R in the Monarchy Finals. Can they get the win here as well is the question. SK Gaming could secure their spot in the Gamescom. Like, yeah, I don't know. Technically, even if SK Gaming loses this one, if Navi wins, all good for them, but it would just feel a lot more satisfying to close it off themselves, getting there out of their own strength.
Oh, it's disastrous for SK. Absolutely. I mean, this should have been done. They should have won, and it should be a deciding match between Foot and Navi for the 4th spot, but they are now in a really dangerous position, massively so. You know, ultimately, that first game for me was enough to just convince me that SK had it. I mean, it was just looking so one-sided. But then this is what we're starting to see from Humble recently, is this ability to adapt, especially under pressurized circumstances, and that's the scariest part, because you know, when you're under pressure, that's not where your brains are functioning the best, that's where you're panicking more often than not. And you know, credit to Humble, honestly, it's taken a bit of a time to kind of really see them shine like they are. Imagine if they reverse sweep this. Imagine what that will do for their confidence going in, you know, to match up still to come in the BSC. Again, they can't get points, you know, for BSC through the Snapdragon process. They can't make the challenge finals, but they can prevent SK from making it there cleanly and potentially at all. I mean, if this happens and Humble continue to reverse sweep this situation, then SK are going to have to watch from the sidelines as Foot and Navi play it out. And again, that could avail to be a 3-way tie. And then they've got to play later and later. I mean, that's... They need to get this win in this set.
And just watching the other two play it out is going to be devastating for SK Gaming, especially if they lose this one in a reverse sweep. Honestly, that would hurt. Like, yeah. Probably the hardest thing for any player is getting a reverse sweep. So SK Gaming needs to come back on this one. They looked so strong in Brawl Ball, but as you said, Humble seems to learn how to play against a certain comp. We even like their comp better. SK Gaming were looking like they got this one in the bag easily after the first Brawl Ball game, where they just ran into Humble's faces, getting 2 goals within not even the end of time, and then just a draw that kind of threw them off completely.
Yeah, it's strange to see SK faltering when they're going from set to set to be the strongest. I mean, it's very back and forth in that regard, but I think that goes to say more about how Humble are adapting under that pressure. But Artie banned, Tick banned, and Piper for SK for shooting Star, Bonnie, Sprout, and Jean banned for Humble, and I was literally about to say that. Nani coming in, Gus available though for SK, that could be the play. Carl still there on the spot as well, so combining those two might be a decent shout for them, but you know, ultimately it's a ranged-based game. Max can do a great matchup into this Nani as well, and we've seen OP, you know, just championing that. I mean, again, in the previous set it was more Humble shutting him down, but when he has max speed, I mean, you can just go on the aggressive. The thing is it the best time in the draft to kind of consider that as an option?
Could be, just because of the Nani in the end. Usually you want to play a Jean into the Nani just because of the catch-up, but obviously it's banned out here. Gus is going to come in, like you said. SK likes this brawler, and they like to see any of the teams playing the brawlers they feel comfortable with. It more often than not pays off. Gus could go alongside any of the other long-range brawlers. Now, we don't have that many options open anymore, but maybe even a Carl could work here. Maybe a Bell is incoming. Maybe a Grey as a mid could work here. We have a lot of options open.
Yeah, Brock as well, often forgotten about here, but can really land a big punch. Bell, like you say, as well. Eve, that wasn't the pick I was thinking, to be honest. It's not bad. It's okay.
I would prefer Mr. P even.
Yeah, I mean, again, the quadruplets will do a great deal in terms of that push potential that SK thrive off the back of. And it will definitely consider options, or take away options rather, for Humble for things like B if they wanted to consider that. So it's a big deterrent in that form. Just wasn't kind of the approach that I was thinking. There's definitely a ranged approach, no aggression for SK.
Well, now I'm just thinking Bell is open. Humble has to take her because of the Eve hatchlings, because the Eve super, the nest itself, basically. It's going to be an easy one, and there she is already. Humble now with a last pick. don't really have to play anything into tanks here with Bell and Nani. They're just going to do fine. Even if SK decides to go with the mechs now, it should be fine, as they don't really have anything to push together with the mechs. Of course, they could just shield her off with the Gus, but I would have loved the Max Carl, for example, a Grey Carl in the end. They could have had so much potential to push in. There comes the P that I would have preferred even over the Eve here. I don't really know how that one is going to play out.
Yeah, it wasn't what I was expecting, to be completely honest. It's not going to be a bad brawler to have by any means, but I think the Max, if they do go it, will just kind of shred through it and just overpower it. But again, SK just keeping their cards close to their chest, and it's a tough thing to tell as to whether they're thinking that or potentially a Brock coming into this matchup. I prefer the Brock Grom. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's going to be able to be the best thing against the Porter spawners. So it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Well, I have to go with you on that one. Definitely some picks we didn't expect. Maybe it works out better than we think. Maybe SK did have something in mind when they went with Eve. I do like the Grom against the Mr. P Porters. At the same time, it is enough HP to go up against the Nani Peep. I just don't know if it's going to do well against the Bell. Bell is going to have so much value. It bounces back and forth between the Watchtower, the Eve hatchlings, and of course the Brawlers themselves. And we don't really have any potential to go aggressive. The Gus shield is not going to help anyone other than tanking a Peep.
Well, again, if SK can just kind of get Humble on the ropes, then Gus and Grom are going to be fantastic things to have and can really make the game change in turn. Let's see. It's going to be the X Factor gadget for Chaos, which is a great thing. Again, Watchtower not really going to get the most amount of value here for him, so Humble should be very, very cautious around that kind of thing. And also, on the side of SK, they'll be careful not to feed into Lukey. I mean, those Peeps, they can just provide pretty much guaranteed kills if the support network is behind it, following it. Huge taps from Cyclone on the right-hand side to keep Yoshi low, and that might cause a bit of a push. Nest egg there, but everyone from SK saw it, so definitely will be communicating that effectively if they go for a push.
They better keep it in mind now. Blue stars for Humble. Peep coming in now, getting the connection with OP and getting the takedown as well, as he's low with a single shot from Tomzin coming as well. 3-star lead already for Humble, and Yoshi on the right-hand side showing us that Eve just doesn't really have the range to go up against that Bell. That was exactly what I was afraid of here for SK Gaming, yet they are pushing up at the moment. With 58 seconds left on the clock, they still have enough time to get the takedown. They need 2 members of Humble in the end, as they do have the blue star. Still OP has to shield himself now, still pushing in aggressively. Tomzi's falling low, maybe the takedown is there, but still not enough for SK Gaming.
The positioning is rife for attack, and this Porter's going down for a defensive measure from Humble, but SK, oh, there's a nest egg that I said they should be definitely communicating, and they didn't. They've got to separate here, and they didn't, I don't think, and that's disastrous. 5 stars to Humble, to 2 of SK with 25 seconds on the clock, and a Peep coming in. If this strikes when the iron is hot, Yoshi's marked up. This could be it. Oh, beautiful jump, though. A great defensive measure. SK are not out of this one yet.
Headstrings come in now, getting eaten by the Mr. P shots, though. 15 seconds left on the clock. Yoshi falling there again. 9 seconds left on the clock. SK Gaming needs a team wipe. It's going to be a tough one here. Tomzy finally falling here, but Cyclone and Luke is still full HP. This set is going to go towards Humble. Match point for them. 5th set. Match point after they were in the lead, SK Gaming.
The 2 nest eggs that I literally said, SK have seen them, they're communicating that, they're not going to trigger them if they go on the aggressive. Both got popped. One there by OP in the final closing moments as well, which could have been a game-changing moment if they'd been able to evade it. I mean, again, at the moment, SK are on a 4 and 2. If they lose this, it becomes a 4 and 3, and they are not in an out position there at all. If Navi get the win against Foot, they still qualify for the Challenge Finals, but they have to watch from the sidelines and be praying that is the case. If Navi later lose to Foot, then we get a three-way tie with SK if they lose here. SK have got to bring back 2 consecutive games to be able to have assurance of the Challenge Finals, and right now, they're not looking like they're playing for all that cause.
Yoshi again getting tapped up by Cyclone, almost falling there, still staying alive so far with the blue star in the hand of SK Gaming. This time around it looks a lot better though, just simply because they can fall back. They don't need to push up there to get their single kill, just evading Tom's shot as well to not give him any porters anytime soon. Luke is still trying to get super as well, and that's exactly what the blue star does. The team with the blue star can just play a bit more passively to not feed supers.
Great gadget there from Yoshi, as Cyclone was definitely going to land that shot. OP on the left-hand side, getting pressured by both Tomzy and Lukey, and yeah, these big Nanny taps from the left onto Yoshi, just keeping him low. Humble do need to get a kill as Peep comes in, but okay, breaking the wall, I don't necessarily mind. That was surely intentional there, and it will open things up as OP has shield. He'll go in aggressive now and try to get some value or potentially a cookie popper for later. Oh, huge from OP. Almost got the kill, but not enough, and Humble still just struggling to find that first kill.
He's still trying to find the right lane for Yoshi as well, trying to go in mid, now going up against Luki, getting pinched by Tomzy and Luki. Still Yoshi dodged as well so far. It's a single kill that Humble needs to close this one off with the match point. 15 seconds left on the clock. Can they make the single kill? Ope with shield as well. Chaos with another gadget here. It was the last one. Yoshi gets shielded off here, jumps out of the way. Ope is low. Can he get hit? Not so far. 5 seconds left on the clock now. Chaos gets another takedown. This is going to be a game that goes all the way to the very last set and the very last game within the set.
SK played it slow, and it is what they do best, and it worked out. If Humble can get the blue star, though, that could be something which could change the tide and the balance. It's going to come down to one game of bounty. Again, Humble out contention for the challenge finals, but SK Gaming very much in it. In fact, if they win this game, they've got it. At the moment, it's 50-50, honestly.
Yoshi gets the blue star here, and the blue star was that made the difference in the last 2 rounds. They do get to take down on the left-hand side onto Chaos, though. So Humble is in the lead for now. Blue star is still with SK Gaming. Peep coming in now. Chaos surely gets hit here, but can tank it. Just needs to fall back a tiny bit. Needs to heal up here, giving Humble the opportunity to take over mid control.
Yoshi was so close to death, and Cyclone just trying to keep a handle on things on his right-hand side, just trying to look for chaos as well as keeping OP suppressed. And look at these taps to OPE, so low down that right-hand side, and Yoshi's coming through the mid to try to help out. And this might actually work out for SK, the healing along the side of things. Yeah, those taps are so important, but look at this. This pinch is so gnarly on the right-hand side. Cyclone has got to land all these shots to take off some of the pressure. Tomzy goes down, though. 3 stars plus the blue. One singular kill for Humble will turn things around, but that was a great moment for SK to seize.
Double match point for now. It's only a single star that makes the difference here. Peep is not going to connect it. Would have taken out OP there. He was quite low. 50 seconds left on the clock. Humble needs a single kill. SK Gaming could get another one to confirm it at least. Yoshi needs to use another gadget here. He gets super here as well. Great jump out of that situation. Surely would have gone down here. Chaos falling low here as well. Has to fall back. OP with shield though. 30 seconds left on the clock now. Humble kind of falling back now, and they do need to kill.
Yeah, they got to push. Time is ticking. One singular kill was all it will take unless there's a response from SK in that eventuality, but at the moment it's not even needed. Luki low as well. And that will draw the eyes of both Chaos and Yoshi for sure. Yoshi's still got gadget, remember, as well. That's really fundamental to have in these final moments. 10 seconds on the clock.
Shield misses. OP doesn't connect the shield with Yoshi there on the left-hand side. Could have saved him there. Luki falling low there. Cookie Popper coming in. Cyclone and Luki both low. 5 seconds left on the clock, and Humble is not able to get the takedown there. Chaos surviving, and SK Gaming taking away double match point. And SK Gaming made it. Welcome to the Gamescom. Trev, I hope you were watching.
I was watching, and I was thoroughly enjoying it because, I mean, SK looked a little bit sketchy towards the end, putting it that way, and they saved pretty much all of these teams the possibility of a lot of time as well, locking themselves in for the finals in Cologne. Wonderful performance for them to do so as well, and it was such a good match against Humble as well. Considering Humble really didn't have that much to play for, to be able to bring such a good performance like that, it really was exciting to watch.
I don't think anybody is giving up any of these matches easily. That was, yet again, the full 5, double match point, back and forth the entire time. We knew these games were going to be exciting, but SK needed to clutch that up. In the end, they were able to do that, and that means that we're pretty much safe from a tiebreaker situation, right, Ark?
Yeah, absolutely. SK have now finished on a 5-2 for the season, which means it's going to come down to a head-to-head between Navi and FUT Esports.
They now have to play it out who gets the very last spot SK secured. So is it going to be Navi or FUT Esports? Both of them deserve it in my eyes. Who gets it?
After everything we've seen, Trev, does it go the full 5 for the last match of the day?
I mean, all I can say is I hope so, because that would be a good way to end out the season. End out who finds...
He wants to get off early.
Hey, listen, I just said I hope it goes the full 5. Don't listen to this guy. I hope it goes the full 5. It'd be a good way to end the season and a good way to find out who goes to Gamescom.
All right, well, we won't keep you waiting much longer. We're going to figure out how the entire regular season comes to a close in just a few minutes at the other side of this short break, so don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is almost time for our fourth and final match of the day, which will also determine our fourth and final team heading to Gamescom for our Challenge Finals. This is going to be a fantastic matchup, a great way to close out the day. Sunny, what can we expect from this match?
Well, I hope for it to be another close one here, as honestly, last week, 3 sweeps in a row. Now 2-3, 2-1, 2-3 again. For the esports versus Navi are going to look into another close head-to-head here, I feel like. They have never faced in the BSC, they've never faced in the Snapdragon Pro Series so far, so they might not really know how the opponents really played out. But I feel like they have watched both of each other popping off in the EMEA region most often than not, so they still know how those two teams are going to play. For the esports, we're going to have Semantic, Elena, and Drage. The roster has changed a bit, but they're looking stronger than ever now.
Yeah, for me, FUT esports are dangerous at the moment. I mean, they have never looked this good, and I said that over the weekend before they went to the grand finals. You know, they've been saving the best for last, and this is going to be their final test today. And it is a very, very worthy opponent, no doubt about it. But you cannot deny that the momentum has been there. FUT esports had the hardest matchups, you know, arguably, my opinion being that is the case, that in the opening week and a half. And now they've been able to get continuous wins. They're building up to something big, I feel, here.
For once, your opinion's actually right, Ark.
Wow, really?
You're
sitting there with literally my face on your shirt. Like, you idolize me. Don't give me anything less.
For esports, they had the toughest start, but what a redemption arc it's been, let's put it that way. Back to 3-3 from 0-3, and now possibly going to the challenge finals if they can beat Navi. It's going to be the story of dreams for esports, to put it that way. And I mean, Navi, they're as Ark said, a very, very good opponent for them to be able to do it. If they do manage to beat them, then they've definitely earned their spot in those challenge finals, but it's going to be very, very tough to take this win back.
We're playing third against fifth place in the BSC leaderboard. Navi needs those points a bit more in that regard. So yeah, let's see if they're gonna take it today.
All right, well, it's going to be, like we've said, a very, very exciting way to close out the day. We've got our picks and bans coming through as well. Right up there behind you, and now on the bottom of your screen as well. Ark, what's jumping out at you to start?
Well, doing this ban on both sides is always a good start for me and Shelly as well. Poker banned for Foot because ultimately Navi, I mean, you have to kind of ban brawlers like that. I mean, Poco in Hot Zone, Buzz in like, you know, Heist or Brawl Ball are, you know, calculated ban ideas directly towards them. Barley ban as well for Foot, I quite like. The Crow first pick for Dueling Beetles is quite interesting. Pan response, I actually kind of prefer. I think Crow's going to be quite a tough into the Pan matchup there. So far, yeah, for me, I mean, I'm kind of favoring Navi. Bell mid, though, I think it's kind of better mids. I think kind of Dueling Beetles caters a lot towards Stu here.
Well, personally, I feel like Bell's going to be played down one of those lanes.
Yeah, true.
I think it's probably the smart thing to go. But you see, the thing is, I don't mind the Crow first pick, but I just think Navi was smart and picked Pam back into it. You know, like, as a first pick, I think Crow's pretty decent, but Pam's just very good against the Crow. You know, when slowed down, the heals can pretty much outdo it. A lot of HP, so she can just tank so many of those Crow shots as well. And Bell is a decent brawler, stops things like Lola coming down a little bit later on down the line. You know, people with spawnables is always going to be a bit of an issue, but we're going to see the B coming in from Foot Esports. And obviously, it can be rough if we see more spawnables coming later on down the line from Navi. You know, stuff like Jesse and that's been played quite heavily. But then they're going to bring in the Griff, which is obviously only going to be able to break up one of those walls now because the other one's unbreakable on each side. So it's become less impactful along with that B, but also at the same time still very good.
All right, Sonny, well, we'll get the last pick coming through here for these squads. Talk to me, give me your thoughts on these picks and bans for the last match.
Well, I agree with Trev there. The shirt buff is working. The Griff there is the last pick coming in from Foot Esports. I do like it. We do know that Semantic loves it, so he brings it out every time. And Navi now with the last pick, they decide to go with a Mr. P, which I'm quite surprised about, but the spawnables are going to come in handy against the B, and the Crow could be in favor of Navi here. I do like the Pam, I do like the Bell, going to be played on the lane there. Tiny bit better than Foot.
All right, well, it's time to determine the fourth and final team who we'll be seeing competing in our challenge finals at Gamescom. Boys, take it away.
It's a great starting draft for Navi for me. That Mr. P pick swung me big time towards the end because the B matchup there, it's Foot are going to have to really be cautious when it comes to those porters, make sure that someone else is picking up that slack. And I mean, they're going to be placed wherever the B goes, and that's going to take away amplified shots.
Yeah, it's pretty much just going to have to be the Griff dealing with them, really, and we'll see if he's able to do just that. He was going over to the right then, but chose to go the left instead. Lenane playing through this mid. Mr. P through the mid as well. And Angel Boy down that right side against Drage. It's going to be a bit of a tough one here for Foot, I think, starting off, but if they can get control early on and keep it, then they're going to be in a decent spot. Now we see Lenane taking those first percentages, and in this big, big match, every moment matters.
Yeah, very early slow there from Lenane, but he did get a little bit of time on the mid. There's Drage and Angel Boy just duking this out on the right-hand side, as you said. Bell on lane, who would have thought, Trev? Drage healing now, and Semantic as well. Just hasn't chosen to break that wall yet. Obviously, they just want to get this under control first. But definitely, when you can combine that kind of Griffin B idea with the map open, it can just do so much. Foot are doing well to stay on their feet as much as they are, but as I'm saying that, Drage connecting shots from Angel Boy and into Lenane. Everyone low on the side of Foot.
Yeah, Samantha doing a good job of juking, but eventually the Pam's going to get those shots in, and now Drage low as well. Navi push back. We do still see about 20% lead for Foot at the moment. Navi starting to get some burns down as well. I mean, Foot starting to get some burns down, and a great jump there from Lenane, but the Mr. Porter's in a dreadful spot. That's going to be taken out so fast, and Samantha using that super lovely gets another one out as well, and Navi are falling faster than they can respawn now. Angel Boy's going to get a little bounce shot around the side, but Lenane is marked up, but 40% lead is nothing to kind of just glaze over.
Yeah, big misplays there for me on Navi. Can't put the porters there, and what a play from Lenane. But as quickly as that, Navi now are back in front, placing down that healing station in an aggressive spot. For esports on 68%, Navi though climbing up 45 now, huge slow from Drage. Again, timed to perfection with Lenan with a jump in as well. Cube though here, slow potential, but no, the amplified shot coming in, and now Foot Esports take back control at the crucial moment to do so.
I mean, Foot are on top of the game at the moment. The synergy inside that play was absolutely incredible. Drage is slow, Lenan's jump, Semantics break, it was all perfect. The Porter's coming for the second time, but for what the game's done, Foot Esports start things off strong, take the first game, and Navi not looking the best.
But this can turn quick. I mean, Foot Esports was doing such a great job of keeping the survivability in check. I mean, that was kind of where they just had to time those moments with Lenan to really have that explosiveness. And until then, I mean, there was a lot of pressure, a lot of shots to juke. But I feel like Navi have got a slightly better comp, but they're not playing it right. I mean, like you pointed out, the Porter spawner right in the middle of nowhere, so it's completely exposed. Again, that really early slow from Lenan, which I love a lot. It just gives a bit more of a controlling start to the match for Foot, but that's a swift takedown on Drage on the right-hand side, and much different to the first game.
Yeah, but still, they've got already a 15% lead. MMA's eventually pushing back now, but every time he pushes through, Lenan's got a shot on him, and he's not healing. Slow again coming out of him, but, I mean, why not? Drage went down, they needed something back, but these bounces are going to bring Drage very, very low and almost take him down. 300 HP left. Ninja Boy's doing a lot of work, but it's all stemming from this mid, and at the moment, MMA's just not doing anything against lane. Jump comes in, a little turret coming down from Cube there, but it doesn't really matter.
Lenan's playing out of his mind, honestly, juking bullets there left to right and doing a wondrous job of just buying some time and keeping the pressure on and then just jumping in aggressively. It's brought almost a 50% lead now for Foot Esports. Drage got the amplified shot on the right-hand side and also the honeycoat to take a couple of shots from Angel Boy, but Angel Boy's doing a good job on the right-hand side, though, of keeping that pressure on. These shots do ricochet into Lenan, remember, who's trying to keep that mid-control. It's only 21% so far for Navi. They've got to start to make a bit more of an aggressive push here.
Yeah, I was going to say the Porter's coming in, so Lenan wanted that trade and did manage to get it, but Drage goes down as well. The break eventually coming in from Semantic now, and obviously it's not meaning too much, especially with that one wall left. It means Lenan's going to have to push through one of these choke points. Cube eventually establishing himself as well, but doesn't want to move that turret up any higher because these walls are gone now, and Lenan looking for another shot into Angel Boy, and then the value of the slow will be heightened quite heavily. Doesn't get the slow on Emma, the burn just stops before, but now Foot pushing back up onto this point and a Porter coming through. That's going to be difficult for Lenan, but as we said, Semantic dealing with them well.
I think it's a great smart play from Semantic to break that wall whilst he had the time, because when they lose control, that's going to open things up and provide a bit more potential to come off the spawn, and Navi are doing a bit of a better job at securing some of these kills than they were in the previous game. In fact, now they're getting ever closer to tying this one up as Drage goes down on the right, and now on the left is getting scrutinized by these taps from Angel Boy and another gadget. The final one from MMA will bring Navi to level in terms of percentage.
Yeah, it's all down to this closing few seconds now. Drage needs some hits on Angel Boy here when he's got nothing tanking. Jump goes forward and the mark's going to be missed there by Angel Boy. Great shots from Drage coming through. Hits it on Cube and he's got another turret, but the slow comes through as well. Porters are there. It's all coming down to these last seconds. MMA falls. Turret's established with a super from Semantic. Can they get these closing percentages? Lenan's coming back up healthy as well. Drage doesn't get the shots, but it's not going to matter as Lenan jumps forward and Foot takes set number 1.
Navi increased the pressure big time in that game, but Foot will leave the set feeling much, much better because they survived it. I mean, that should have been a Navi game for all intents and purposes, but at the same time, you can't even necessarily say that because Foot was just playing so well. Navi turned it up, but Foot matched the pace, and that's what's remembered. And especially, Travis, you know, when it comes to things that matter, it's just the scoreboard that counts.
I mean, you know, Foot were playing well all in all, but let's be honest, it was Lenan all day long, just playing so well. Drage made some plays when it matters, and I feel that's the dynamic that this team has. Semantic's the rock, and it's Lenan and Drage taking turns to make the big plays set to set. And I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about Semantic because every team needs that rock, but he just doesn't seem to be playing making the big plays. But luckily enough, his teammates are doing it for him.
Yeah, it's similar because, like, you know, Semantic was always such an aggressive player, but that's what I think makes him so great, the fact that he's able to kind of fit the mold around the team and put the team first. I think that's so commendable, and Lenan is super aggressive, but I watch a lot of Crow players across the world and you know, watching it in many other regions, and the one thing that players tend to get wrong is like going in for those jumps at the wrong times and, you know, not using those slows at the right times. Lenan just hit every single mark in that set, and it's a very difficult thing to make look as easy as he did. Moving on to our second set for double swoosh for gem grab, bans being the Amber, the Sam, and the Poco, the Cordelius, the Tara, and the Shelly, and you're upset.
I'm not upset, I'm saying the Crow's back again.
Tara ban.
Yeah, but like, we don't care about that if we get to see Lenane playing Crow now. That's what I'm excited about now. Lenane on the Crow if he's bringing it back, because he made that look an absolute treat in the first. Yeah. I'll say though, Foot banning out Sam is not something I thought I'd see. Usually that's something they want to gravitate towards, but I suppose that's what Navi do as well. They like these tankier routes. Mr. P coming back again, and it didn't work the first time against Crow and against B, so I'm not sure what they're really going to make it work against here.
I'm worried about Buzz, I'll be honest, and I think that Foot have better planned a little bit ahead. I think it's a great map for it. They banned Amber. I mean, that would have been probably the best brawler to actually kind of keep in the eventuality that Navi bring that idea to the table. As, you know, now Foot can't necessarily pick it into the Mr. P now. That could be the play. Because a lot of the times teams will pick a brawler which they know that a team might want to establish and lock in. By doing that first, if that's the play from Navi, it's kind of smart. They might not even gravitate towards it. I'm just throwing it out there as an idea, but Carl going to come in, always a safe pair of hands, no doubt about it. I mean, in terms of the lane side, you know, Foot had better have a response for that. I mean, Crow going to be able to do its thing and slow if they want to take that matchup, but I don't think they probably will. In terms of mids, I just kind of gravitate towards the kind of Bo or Gene idea. It's a bit of a risky thing now for Foot to kind of lock in a Jinx. I think Bo's a little bit better when you're, you know, at the later stage of the draft. But, you know, what are Navi thinking in terms of mid, Mr. P?
Mr. P's already on the Navi side, mate.
That's what I'm saying. What are they thinking in terms of their mid?
I mean, not an Ems, I'll tell you that. So they're going to still want to play for another one. But I was going to say as well, I'm surprised they don't just take, you know, a Buzz for themselves against the Carl. It's going to be pretty decent, right? Like, yeah. But now, obviously, they are probably going to need a mid unless they want to play the Crow down there, I guess. I mean, I think we saw Ems playing through the mid on a different match, maybe BSC in a different region at the weekend, but it really didn't go too well, I don't think.
Weird.
So. Yeah, Foot, they're going to have to pick a mid now, and obviously the M's going to be decent against that Buzz with the knockback and slow and stuff like that. They're going to go with the Squeak. I don't mind that really. I don't hate it, but I think it's going to... Well, I mean, obviously it's going to be able to get the Mr. P turret down.
Oh, that's my favourite brawler of the three, yeah. No, it's a weird comfortable switch.
It's not that weird, I don't think. Like, I don't mind a Squeak. Oh...
I knew there was something coming. Something was cooking.
Oh, no, obviously something's good.
It had to be an aggressor. This is how Navi play, and it's scary. And I don't know what Foot have got. It just had to be a Buzz or something similar. It's double swoosh.
Yeah, but like, Mortis is Mortis. It's good against all the brawlers, but come on, like, it's still Mortis at the end of the day, and it's going to be unreliable. That's the thing. And I mean, I like the aggression they bring to the table, flying hook with Carl, spin, obviously stuff like that, protective pirouette more than likely. Mortis going to be doing more of the same. It's going to be good against Squeak, good against Crow, good against Ems once those knockbacks are used, but at the same time, it's just unreliable.
It is unreliable, but it makes for great viewing, and I kind of favour the Navi side for it, and it's going to be Angel Boy on it, of course. I think he's just one of the most dangerous aggressors in this region, maybe even the world. He's already going to town, one away from Super, gets taken down, but managed to survive it, but for how long will they be able to keep that kind of action up for? Semantic, as you say, being the rock on that left-hand side, going to even get a kill on MMA when I get the gems for it, but it will be something of a way to save some time on the side of Foot. Angel Boy, the longer that he's kind of in these bushes and keeping Foot, this is what I mean. This is,
I mean, he died though. They got a trade, and I mean, I like the kind of switch that Foot did here. Obviously, we kind of usually expect, you know, maybe a Squeak to be down the mid on this map, but obviously he can't really carry gems against the Mortis, so smart to have him away from that. Semantic really just locked in a 1v1 here against Cube, who gets the aggression going. Super comes in from Semantic, I mean, this might be the point they turn around. Jump comes in from One, the takedown's there, and the Mortis doesn't matter. It's unreliable, Ark.
What was the timing, though? I mean, that's insane. For Foot to manage to get that at just the right time. Angel Boy's got one last thing to say about it, but with a missed Super, Cube comes in, Lenane goes down, and Semantic again, who is sticking firm there for his squad. But there's a reset, 15 seconds now. Foot have got to hold on to these gems, and Angel Boy is gunning for them.
I mean, we've got a knockback there as well. Friend Zone is still available. Even if Cube comes in with a super or anything like that, it's not going to happen. Foot moving yet another game up, and maybe I should take it back. Maybe Semantic's not just that rock, because he made a big play in that game.
Maybe not the rock, maybe the canyon, to be honest. I mean, that was game-changing. I mean, just literally at the perfect time. I mean, they got the takedown there on that right-hand side, and then I think Cube then followed up and just leaving MMA all alone, and it was a perfect time. They're all spawning in. They're not present at all. And with that M super and the jump from Lenun, again, Foot have never looked fiercer.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just looks like Navi just don't want it. And Foot really do, by the looks of things. Residue did make an effect there. Little dash in there, but he's just going to continue his aggression because now Semantic's not going to have that knockback. Linane needs to deal with this whilst he still can. Good shot from him. Slow down as well on both of them, and Drage is going to follow with 2 shots. Linane maybe should have aggressed Danger Boy there a little bit, but he's going to run away from it. Move to the right-hand side, and maybe Linane can grab these gems out of his hands here.
4 in the pocket, 5 now for Foot. And Navi got to stop playing the objective. I mean, I'm loving these flashy plays from Angel Boy. Eventually, though, Foot always seems to come out on top of them, but it might be a matter of time before that is not the case. It's going on the aggressive yet again onto Semantic, and Lanan is for breakfast coming in, and Angel Boy didn't go in with a super. I mean, there's a respawn coming from Foot, but he had time, no?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, he might have been able to get the kill, but I don't think he'll be able to get the gems out with the 2 of them there. Good shots coming in, though, and Linane survives on. Going to pick up that 6th now, and Angel Boy just dashing to the left-hand side. Semantic looking for a good knockback. Actually just gets the slow. Going to save his friend zoner. And maybe we'll see Linane connect to his shot. But Linane just has to jump out. He's trying to get the gems back to his spawn. Good slow on his side as well. But he is very, very low. Semantic's trying to reclaim this bush now whilst he is low. And obviously was burning down, so didn't have that much HP. Going to be back, though, and now he is over the right-hand side. And that's going to be a surprise. Yes, it is to the bot. But it doesn't matter because they deal with him anyway.
It's honestly so commendable to see Foot shut this down as well as they are, because honestly, 9 matches out of 10, it wouldn't be the case against this player, the best on these brawlers, and he's not playing them badly. It's just simply that Foot are communicating enough to be able to defend against it as Cube comes in. This is a perilous position now for Semantic Lanan, just healing up in time. Lanan goes on the aggressive, gets some great value for it, but the Angel Boy comes in, he comes out with a couple of gems and gets the countdown for Navi, but he'll be stuck in the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be keeping this countdown for long. Surely they're going to be able to get him down here, and May's going to try and swoop in for these remaining gems. The Semantics there again. The super comes in from Drake, the follow-up shot as well. He's down. The porters are there as well. They still have countdown, but Foot have a chance.
I'm just seeing a meme in my head where, like, you know, Semantic saying everywhere I go I see his face. He is always present, but they've got to get these gems. They've got to secure a takedown, and it's got to be Cube. I don't think, unless they can just try to close the gap, they can't get anything from the mid. It's not going to be enough time, and now you put one on the board. It's never too late.
Yeah, that was really nice from Navi there. They start to make a bit of a turnaround, and I like the fact that, you know, Angel Boy got the kill and he was just wasting time in the spawn, letting MMA pick up those gems from the mid and start another countdown. We did see almost a bit of a turnaround there, though, when we saw MMA go down, but Cube was quick to recover those gems, and that's the point. Angel Boy just grabs 2 of those gems. It's not that much, but it's enough to make an impact. And you see MMA going down there, but Cube just recovered them before anything else could happen.
Yeah, just delaying things so importantly done there by Angel Boy, but I worry because MMA's dropped a lot of gems, you know, and in this game he's got to be much more careful to hold on to them because you do not want to be 2 sets down going into the 3rd set at all. Drake's going to fall to the right-hand side as the trader's there. Angel Boy tries to go in Semantic again, just trying to exacerbate these friend zone gadgets early on. Semantic just reserving them. I mean, I quite like that because instead of using them now, he's waiting to the late part of the game where those decisions can just change the course and of action can literally lock in a game rather than just delay time.
Yeah, Dridge not being able to find Cube here, but he finds a couple of shots onto him. That's the 3rd as well. Might be able to get the finish. Lanane's going to go in. The gems are down. He gets hit by the super. Cube's trying to cover for him, but the porters are going to keep him low. Semantic says no to that. Takes 5, leaves 1, but that's fine. Semantic's got another couple from mid there, and the countdown's almost starting.
I heard today that if Navi loses, they're going to be applying for jobs of waiters because they keep bringing gems on a plate to Foot. Stop it! You can't do this. Not at this stage in the competition. And there's 7 now in the pocket to the 4 of Navi. But Foot are being far more, you know, resourceful and staying on their feet despite the aggressiveness of Angel Boy. Time and time again, they're coming out on top.
I mean, how is a Squeak trading a Mortis? This just shouldn't be happening, surely. Semantic's going on MMA again. He's almost brought him down. Slows there. Gets the finish, and the gems are dropped again. Angel Boy's coming off spawn, though, and can't be too far off Cyclone or Super. Lanane's got 8. Has the jump, and he's just seen him cross. But he's got to be cautious here. Oh, he goes down. Lanane's dropping the gems now. And now it's Navi with the count.
That shouldn't have happened. That was a bit of a fumble for sure, and Foot have got very little time to retaliate, maybe none at all. And now jumps in very prematurely, tries to find it, and actually does. I think maybe got a bit of a slower potential there, but they're still going to get a takedown. MMA is going to be absolutely focused on him on the right-hand side, and they get it! They won't come out. Angel will clear up Semantic with the next to follow. Oh my word, it's not over yet. We've got another countdown, but that was a great play from Angel Boy.
Yeah, Lanane had the jump as well, could have almost got out, but didn't quite manage it. 10 seconds on the clock. Semantic's got a slow, but I think Mortis is just going to be too far out of the way for them to reset this now. Gets Drage down, Cube cleans up Semantic, and Navi takes set number 2.
Oh, that play may well have costed their Foot the set. It's hard to say because you look back at the game prior to it, and there could have been things that may have changed the course of action there as well. But certainly, you know, you can't really be handing gems over in that fashion, not to a team like Navi, who now are neck and neck. They've tied things up, especially in the second set. You know, when you've got that first one in the pocket, if you can get 2 back-to-back, that kind of pressure alone can make teams crumble in the third. And now Navi are coming in fresh to the plate, to the table, and with confidence. Again, the Mortis pick was so bold, and for time and time again, shut the ideas down in convincing fashion, time and time again. In that third game, though, it wasn't to be. Look at the amount of gems there as well. 64, 44 dropped for Foot, 35 dropped for Navi, which is actually a surprise because I thought Navi dropped more. More damage on the side of Foot. The 73,000 of Navi, but I don't know. I feel like the way Foot started that game, they probably should have ended it and made it 2 sets.
Yeah, I mean, Lenane went down with 8 gems in the mid there. He knew the Mortis was round his bush as well, that's the thing, and had his jump, so he could have got out as well. Not the best thing, especially when we're saying Navi were the ones dropping the gems. We kind of expected Foot to be taking that set, but 1-1 now, and we couldn't have asked for a bit of a better game, to be honest with you. I said, you know, Mortis was unreliable. They had quite a lot of unreliabilities on that side as well for carrying the gems, and MMA was dropping them like nobody's business as well. But it doesn't matter if Foot's not able to come back and win these games. Navi even things out, and I mean, I wouldn't say they looked good because they didn't really, but I mean, they've managed to get a set.
I mean, it seemed pretty reliable to me, Trav, bringing the gems out in the final hour. I don't... I'm just saying.
Not a chance.
I'm just saying. But Foot did do some good trades, like we said, with the Squeak, and time again doing that. Went a long way. But I just felt like his aggression paid off in the end. The result was there. Infinite Doom for Bounty, then Foot banning out the Brock, the Poco, and the Squeak. The Squeak, the Poco, and the Cordelius then for Navi. Crow first pick again for Foot. Is this like a strategy of just like literally every map we're just going to pick Crow first and then just...
Shelly.
Yeah, that's not great. Well, it's great for Navi.
I mean, I don't mind, like, honestly, the Crow first pick, we might question it a little bit, but on these maps, it's kind of, it's fine. You know, I don't mind it. I think it's very, very good on this map, but also at the same time, Shelly is incredible on this map, and it's just going to take a lot of scouting from the Crow to be able to find him, and especially when you've got Brock banned, you're not going to be able to break up the map as much. So it's a bit difficult for them. You know, there's still Tara, the M's, all on the board here. For Navi as well, and that's, well, they're going to go with the Gene. That's another one of those good picks. I think it's very, very solid for them, and obviously the Vision Gear is going to be something that Shelly would have a bit of a tough time against.
Yeah, I think Tara's a great pickup here for Foot. To be honest, under the circumstances, they've left Shelly open and they're going to have to struggle with it unless they've got a response. And I think Tara can definitely have some solid moments in that regard. I mean, the support from Beyond can seek out the Shelly, give a bit of an awareness to it, and if they want to run Vision as well, instead of that gadget, then they can do so. But certainly, the Shelly's going to be the biggest threat here, and if they lose mid-control, yeah, M's be good. I don't mind that. Something in the mid to have as a super, yeah, that's probably the best pairing that Foot could have asked for, actually, under the circumstances. But this third brawler pick, as we know from Navi, is often the most impactful.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We've got, friend zoners from M's coming out. We've got support from Beyond, which is going to be able to tank G. They're going for Amber. The thing for me is, they're going to burn down the bush, but Shelly kind of needs the bush,
yeah,
more than Foot do, Like, once those clay pigeons are used, then obviously they'll be used a bit more spread out on Bounty rather than just kind of using him for that general control. I like the Foot comp here quite a lot. I think support from Beyond, tanking gene pools, scouting people out, friend zoners and stuff can be very good against the Shelly in the early game, and once Amber burns up, it's pretty much just going to be Gene versus the world.
Yeah, those magic hands, are going to go a long way combined with that Shelly. Ultimately, when they've whittled down that utility on the side of Foot, and they know they can target a Tara with ease and not have to worry too much about the pests, then that's going to go a long way for them. I mean, in terms of draft, I don't mind either. I mean, they're both decent, but I mean, when there's Shelly, side with Shelly, right?
I mean, you've got to. I mean, you really. Lenane's going to pick up the first, though, and Vengeful Spirits was popped out, so not going to be using that lamp blowout for the side of MMA as well. He's getting hit hard by Lenane, and Lenane just constantly picking up this Crow time and time again. Blue Star and Control all goes Foot Esports.
Healing Puffs coming in from MMA will definitely be favorable for this matchup in the position that they are finding themselves in. There's now another super from Cube, but Navi are the ones who are behind. Just trying to survive at the moment, I think, is more important under the circumstances. Strage, the first sign of low HP and the first burn from Cube. They're just going to try and cycle this even in the back spawn area and just try to open up the map and take away some of this unpredictability. Good slow from Lenun, affects both Cube and MMA. Ooh, but there's a return from Cube on Semantic, and that's going to give the lead to Navi.
Yeah, it was a little bit questionable from Semantic there. He kind of felt like he knew he was going to go down, but just wanted to use that crow slow. And that's definitely not the best. Gene pull is there as well, and it's going to be tough to push into this now. Drake's trying to make something happen. He's going to need that gravity, going to need that super to be able to make anything work. Good shots from Linane, though. Might be able to get the slow off here, but even if they do, they've got to get past that Gene pull.
The healing puffs as well will deflate a bit of that effectiveness of the crow. Buy more time for Navi to keep themselves in order. But they are still very bunched together. And especially when there's a Tara on the map, Drage does get that gravity, or they're going to have to separate out or try to get the magic hand connection. Drage's still got a lot of gadgets, I believe, as well here. So, yeah, now's another one pops and just immediately eradicated by Cuban. That's great from Navi. 15 seconds, and Foot have got to get a kill here to stay in this game.
I mean, they've got the jump and the pull, though. This can be, you know, Linane taking all the fire and Drage coming in to clean up, but the Amber Oriole's being placed down. He's got to go right, surely. Jumps there, the pull comes through. Can he get the double? He gets two. Angel Boy's the only one surviving, but they get the trade. Can Semantic but the blue star still with Navi. Must have been a trade for it to be still on that side because he was coming out of spawn.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word. What a sour taste that is going to leave for Foot. Unbelievable. Linan had it there, went down from 90 HP. That's where it folded over, yeah. It was Linan's death there, which was costly, but the play was right, honestly. Just a bit of a miscalculation in terms of the stars and how they were going to go, but I mean, that was very patiently done by Foot. I mean, marvelously done, really, when you think about it. The best possible chance of turning things around, but just a blue star differential. Ouch.
I mean, that's got to hurt as well, because that's the first time I've seen that, you know, burn down damage, only one person remaining on the map, and the blue star's in the hands of someone who's just come off the spawn. Doesn't happen too often, but the burn down damage coming in from the Crow. Nice slow. Drake trying to look for the pinch as well here, needs the support from beyond Tank MMA stuff, but in comes Cube. And for esports, they do still have the lead, but they're not got the control.
MMA's got pull now as well. And if he can find a connection, again, Foot haven't quite seen where he lies yet. Let's see whether Navi can make something of this moment. But they're doing a good job. The range of the Amber is just keeping Foot at bay. Not able to really gain much to hand. And you know, the way that Navi are playing is leaving Foot in a position where they just tend to have pretty much like just one super for the entire matchup. And that can only be used in the final moments. And it's a bit of a risky thing. It's almost like the equivalent of a bounty base race in that regard. I think Foot have got to just try to utilize this cover a bit, push forwards, get something to utilize and have here. They've got the blue star, they've got the lead. Don't want to go overly aggressive in that respect.
Clay Pigeons are there, and now the pinch starts. Good slow onto MMA, though, but they can't over-aggress just because they've got a slow now. Drage going to get burnt down, Semantic going to get hit, and that Vengeful Spirit's going to put a nail in Drage's coffin. They take the lead, the pull's there, the Shelly Super's there, and this might be Navi.
That tiny, tiny Spirit. There wasn't much in it at all. 2 stars. Blue star still with Foot. That is a saving grace as any one player from Navi will do it. But there's a pull from MMA, and it is huge. Semantic will fall. Linan goes into trying to make something of it, and Drage will get the pickup. But nonetheless, he will go down regardless. And I don't think Drage can realistically do much in this position with 3 seconds remaining. It's a massive mountain to climb for anyone. And that is going to be Navi then moving up a set and taking the lead in terms of them 2-1.
I mean, both games, Foot had control, they had the lead, and they just wanted more. And what more can you want other than a lead and control? That's the thing, like, it kind of just felt like they gave that away, and the same in the previous set as well. They looked in control, and they dropped the set anyway. Foot esports not on the top of the game ever since we saw that first set go their way so convincingly. And now Navi are going to be the one who are 2 sets up, and Foot are trailing. They really want this spot, they really need these points, but Navi do as well.
Yeah, it just felt like going back to the previous set, when Navi were able to prevail in double swoosh, that it just ruffled their feathers on the side of Foot esports. They just did not look like the same squad in that set. And I think a lot of that was down to the draft, though, as well. I think that was a really, really decent draft on the side of Navi. I think that Amber got some great value. I mean, their strategy prevailed. I mean, simply just hunker down beneath the magic puffs of the Gene, wait their time, ensure they got the blue star more often than not. Going into Kaboom Canyon, this could be the final set of this series if Navi continue this win streak. Bans are Colette, Crow, and Eve for Foot on the side of Navi, Carl, Eve, and Shelly. Foot going to come in with the first pick of Bonnie. I'm not convinced it's the best Cordelius map, but we have seen Foot do some wonderful things with it on defense. I don't know whether it's the right time necessarily, but nonetheless, I'm just saying this is a map where Buzz can be played out by Navi. If they can look at the entire comp, it might be a possibility. I mean, I said earlier in the SK match that my time machine had worked, right? Maybe my time machine really has worked because Gale, I know the strategy, springboard into the map for faster access, but...
Listen, I think you need to blow your time machine off. Because nobody wants to see that, do they really? Maybe with the exception of like Kenny or someone like that.
Yeah, absolutely. He would
Kenny be here for it.
Jumping for joy, mate, over the desk and parading. It's his favorite brawler, but like, all I'm saying is if Foot lose this set to that...
And good. If they lose this set to a Gale, then good. That's all I'm saying. Squeak going to come in as the second pick from Navi. I like that a bit more. Obviously going to be able to cut off a few of those avenues, and we saw, I think it was SK who managed to get a massive, massive Squeak bomb onto the safe, and it does like 9,000 damage or something like that. It's a massive amount. If you're able to auto-aim it onto the safe, it does so much, but I'm intrigued to see if this Gale can work. And if it does, then I take back everything I've said, and Navi will officially be my GOATs. But I don't know if I like the likelihood of it working. Lola going to come in as Foot's next pick.
It's kind of... I kind of want to see a Bell combining with the Lola, just simply because if Navi were to pick it up as their final pick, then it's going to have a rough time with things. But, I mean, Navi's comp is very, very weird. I mean, I don't know whether on some level they're thinking that if Lenan wants to bring in Sam, that they've got an answer to it. But if that is the case, then they're wrong, because, I mean, Gale's so bad, and Sam probably wouldn't come in here. It's just gonna be only for that springboard, which makes me question why they've valued it as a first pick. They could have waited until third
which
pick.
Now doesn't matter, because we're going to see the piggy break in the mid anyway, so I don't think the jump over the mid's going to really matter that much.
Bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go with the Amber as their last pick, burn down some of that grass, but I don't know how much Foot really want the grass, to be honest with you. I think they've got a bit more range than the Gale has, you know?
Weird stuff. Weird stuff. And again, if Navi win... I mean, looking back at the history, can I just bring things back around to the fact that how unlucky have Navi been in the Snapdragon Pro Series? I mean, they
involved, mate.
And they could be making the Challenge Finals for the first time with a Gale on Kaboom Canyon. What is life?
I mean, there's no luck involved. If they manage to win with Gale on Kaboom Canyon in 2023, in July, then there's no luck involved. It's just pure skill, and they thoroughly deserve to be in Germany. But we'll see if they do manage to make it work. Semantic's surely going to break up early on, and the jump over straight away from MMA. And he's already dead.
You cannot write it. You cannot write it. Wow. That was a very convincing start, and the bush already opened up so much that will only realistically help out for esports. No damage on either side yet, as you'd expect, but Nan, with a good sign of aggression on the left, might be changing that very shortly.
Yeah, well, more piggy bank coming down, and that's all three of his gadgets going to be used. Going to leave those walls closed off as they've got the launch pad anyway, so they could just quite easily get up the map, but MMA choosing not to use it this time, and regardless of all the control, all the kills going the way of Foot in the right timings, Navi looking as good a spot as they do.
Yeah, doing a decent job in terms of control at the moment, as you kind of expect, especially with Cube on the Amber. I mean, he is very, very good with that particular brawler, can hard carry a lot of scenarios here and just keep things in order. Quick connection onto Drage, not running too much on Semantic, just being able to work around it as the Lola Spray is doing quite a lot of work from Drage into the mid. In fact, largely responsible for deflating everything that's being thrown at Semantic. And I just worry a bit, as soon as these residues exacerbate on the left-hand side and Ninja Boys run out with no more to hand, that's going to be where Foot are going to strike.
Yeah, Lenane just trying to get this poke damage at range against Cube, and see MMA moving over to the left-hand side now as well, but Semantic has this super Drage pushing through. Better than anybody else, really. Another residue going to be used down the mid, but MMA's going to go. And now Semantic can start to push up. Only eats one shot there and gets some good control back for it. Lenane's got the jump as well. Nice move from him. 45 seconds on the clock. We haven't seen a lot, but what we have seen, it's been Foot Esports getting more percent than Navi.
Angel Boy has no more gadgets. MMA's got another springboard, though. That could be useful. Cube be throwing down a super temporarily, and Lenan can just jump over the whole thing. I mean, Foot are leaving it tight. They've got to be cautious in that regard, but they are waiting for the time to strike, and the time is getting towards now. 20 seconds. If Lenan can creep forward enough to get a jump on safe, everything else will follow off the back of it. There's the springboard, but instantly, Semantic knows it, and it's opened up the entire left-hand side, and this is surely going to go the way of Foot. It's already done, Trav.
I mean, nice springboard. Like, just went straight to his death. I mean, like, listen, I know chat roast casters' knowledge of the drafts quite frequently.
Speak for yourself.
But if I go and watch this back and I see them back in it, I will take no more stick.
You're taking names, quite literally looking through the chat.
I'll at you on
Atting on Twitter.
I'll at you on Twitter and call you out.
Yeah, we'll get the Snapdragon Pro Series social media too. Will also do the same, retweet them and ensure that it gets in all the right places. I don't see how Foot don't win this set, in all honesty. And three-way push into the mid. We haven't seen this yet.
New strategy unlocked, and it didn't go too well. Esports starting strong in Kaboom Canyon in the second game then. Cube going to go down as well. Not going to get the burn off on Linane even. A little bit of a slow coming through, but Drage surviving on just a little bit longer. Linane's got this jump early on as well. Piggybank breaking up even more of that bush. And so far, no damage dealt, but Foot are in control.
In the last game, MMA went down immediately as a result of the strat, and then all three fall. I mean, what do you do? What different outcome are you looking for? That's the thing that's so weird to me, but nonetheless, no sign of damage. Linane is able to open up things so much more on the right-hand side. This is a great spot. He can just jump in whenever he wants, allow his teammates to push forwards at the same time, cancel out that squeak shot as well as he jumps in. Beautiful work, 81% and climbing still. There's definitely a potential return push here from Navi, but everyone is so low. Cube on 100 HP, MMA is the same, and Drake survives.
Yeah, Drake's still there as well. Cycling 3 goes in a row now as well. 1 minute 25 on the clock, 30% done already by Foot Esports and 1 game ahead in the heist game. Now, good super thrown out by there by Semantic. Didn't get too much DPS, but did keep him low, keep him back. And then he just playing the long game again. Angel Boy, every time he pushes up, has got a lot of DPS swinging his way.
Yeah, good tap from Drage, just stops the healing for Angel Boy as he now focuses towards MMA. But again, not really much that Angel Boy can do. He's already got 0 gadgets to hand. Cube coming in the left might open something up, but Linane has super now, so even if he respawns, perfect for Linane. That is what you want to have. And Navi have just got 2%. I mean, we're approaching 30 seconds on the clock, and, you know, that's just goes to show that this draft is awful. I'm not holding back. I'm in your mindset here, Trav.
He's turning into me.
No, you're literally, quite literally turning into me.
This is a little bit worrying for casting kind. Turning into me. Linane's got the jump, going to go forwards onto Cube there, but might get traded out by Angel Boy. Actually doesn't, but the super backwards from MMA will get the kill. Now shots coming through, and this might be the first signs of damage, but Drage is still there. Freeze frame going to be used, gets one, almost gets 2, might escape that as well. Jump comes back in from Cube here as well, and he's got the DPS to bring this one back. But Semantic says no to that, starts shutting him down. 9 seconds on the clock, 8 seconds now. Jump forwards from Linane, and he's going to tie this one up. We're going to a set number 5, and it's going to be decided there.
What a surprise. I'm shocked, Trav. Completely dumbfounded. How did that happen? Unreal. Did Navi put out a poll tonight and let their fan base and following draft for them? Because I just don't get it. I mean, first and foremost, okay, I don't necessarily mind about the strategy, but why pick it first? I mean, that's just stupid. I mean, when you can ultimately wait until the 3rd and 4th, no one is seeing a Gale coming this year. I think it's probably the first and only time it's been played in competitive this year. So I just don't know why they put it first and just instantly told for esports, this is what we're going to do. How are you going to respond?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about that one, but stats-wise, no surprise, Foot Esports get more kills, more damage, more heals, all on the side of Foot Esports for this one. They looked very good throughout Heist, but I'm not sure whether to commend them for that or kind of have a little bit of an issue with Navi about it either. And I do want to send a message to Angel Boy. Can I get this camera right here? Close up view on me, because I've just remembered something as well. Listen, Angel Boy, don't think I didn't see your little BSC content in the middle of the show. Telling us casters, they don't understand the drafts.
Larry is the best at drafting.
Listen. Explain. I want to be atted on Twitter by Angel Boy tonight when I get off. Even if they win, even if they lose. I need an explanation, please, because I don't understand.
Well, you wouldn't because you're a caster. Casters don't know anything about the draft, Trav. That's the thing. That was not it. That's what I do know. I mean, you said about it being a commendable performance. Nah. It's just nah. Bells rock. This is where it comes down to for both Foot and Navi. And I hope for Navi's sake that this draft has some legs. Grey ban, Grom ban, Sprout ban for Foot, Tick, Brock, and Grey for Navi. Barley's the first pick for Foot. We've seen this a lot from them. They really do cater towards it. I think with the healing tonic, you know, that is a great thing to have, especially in a mode like Knockout. One of the better throwers, especially if you're banning Grom and Sprout. I think this is quite a good start, seeing hand actually for him.
Yeah, with a lot of throwers banned out, you can't really complain about Barley at the moment, but, you know, Navi, they're a very aggressive team. You know, they're going to go something that can just run in a straight line either, whether that's now, whether that's last pick. They're going to have something that can do decent against it. Obviously, with no throwers kind of on the board except from Willow, it might have to be something different. They're going to go with the Shelly. They're feeling bold with the Shelly. And, I mean, it worked the last time they played it, but this time, it's a different game.
Yeah. I mean, now the question is, in terms of how Foot want to respond with that and open up the map, if they choose to, then they've got to have some long-range affair. Second pick coming in for Navi. And I think Gus still available here would be a pretty solid shout for me. Certainly, you know, something to have some range, because that's where Shelly is going to struggle. Once those clay pigeons are exacerbated, you've got to have a backup plan. Yeah, Squeak makes a lot of sense. I like that for sure. And we saw, you know, it being pretty much appearing in every single set today. So makes a lot of sense if it's not banned, Squeak. In terms of how Fit respond, again, I still think they've got to have something either like for wall break or range and just try to open up the map as much as they can. Unbreakable walls, of course, are going to change that, but the Barley can really thrive off the back of that as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Foot Esports' next couple of picks are. Obviously can't really go anything too aggressive because that Shelly's just going to be able to defend so well. They don't really want to give power to it, or any more power than it's already got, put it that way. They're going to go with the RT, play a bit more range. I do like the Squeak pick, though, I'll admit. I really like what Navi have brought to the table so far. I like the Shelly, I like the Squeak. I think it's very, very solid. Good mix of what they need, but you know, RT in the closing seconds could be very, very similar to Shelly. It's got that big burst damage if it closes in and gets to it. But, I mean, once those residues, once those clay pigeons are used up, they're going to have to be... Ooh.
I didn't think it would come in, though.
I'm kind of glad it did. I'm intrigued to see how it plays out on Bell's Rock.
I mean, if you eradicate the Shelly, you don't necessarily even have to try to have the matchup. Just take her away into the realm and just let your teammates focus on the other more weaker brawlers in the scenario. It makes perfect sense. I really like that. It's almost like Foot leaving Shelly open was almost like intentional. And if that is the case, then that is super smart. I think earlier they made the mistake, but I think that this could actually be genius. Bonnie going to come in for Navi. I mean, that's never a bad comp. I mean, Navi have got a solid comp, but I feel like Foot have got a strategy. That's what it's going to come down to. Is it just going to be brute force and power with the Shelly and the Bonnie for assassination attempts, or Foot with some magic out of the back pocket?
Listen, I may have roasted Navi throughout the last set, but I actually kind of prefer the comp here. I don't know. If they can get some body jumps going, if they can get the residues in the right places, clay pigeons at the right times, I think they're going to do absolute work. But then again, Foot have that Barley, they have the throw, which is going to be so influential in, you know, those opening few minutes, of those rounds, those opening of the rounds. It's going to be definitely better than anything else that's brought to the table, and pretty valuable first pick.
Well, we would not want it any other way. One set to determine it all. Will it be Foot Esports, or will it be Navi who make the challenge finals for Season 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series? This is so much on the line for both of these two teams. Slightest mistake can be a whole season of work down the drain.
Yeah, Semantic's just going to eat that shot because he knows he's got the star power to heal back up and instantly pretty much back to full health. Now, Angel Boy's going to rotate over to this mid and try and take this lane and let MMA have a bit more fun. Oh, the clay pigeon comes through, gets the kills. And now it's down to Linane and Drage, whether they just want to kind of eat the shots and try and get some of the supers of their own, or if they just want to head to the gas when it comes in.
Well, Drage has his. Linane would have to go in pretty much head first into a lot of shots to be able to earn his, or just try to close the gap as best he can. But Navi going to be giving him no looking in that regard as the gas comes in. I mean, Cordelis has got a good matchup in close range, but that's it. Yeah, one big shot from Shelly. Foot have got a bit of a mountain to climb here, I feel, as they do lose the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Semantic went down so early on to just the one burst of clay pigeons, pretty much. And Linane did get fairly close super, though, I do believe.
Yeah.
And now pushing down this left-hand side, surely a Residue's got to follow up just to get Linane out of that spot, and he does just that. Should be able to come around and pinch quite nicely now, as they can't really contest the mid, they can't contest that left, they're pushed all the way to the right. Semantic's trying to throw out some shots, and obviously Angel Boy did use that clay pigeon there. And Residue's now gone, but still focusing this right.
Yeah, dangerous position, but now the Residue's gone down. Semantic moves back over to the left-hand side. Needs to heal up a little bit, though. In the meanwhile, as again we saw him go down so swiftly there. Angel Boy in the realm, it seems. And again, Linane has not got to necessarily get the kill, but wants to pressurize the circumstances. Angel Boy comes out of it, finds Semantic immediately, but Semantic just survives here. 192 HP, my word, Foot The 3 versus 2 should be able to win this round.
Yeah, they should be able to, but it's Shelly. We can't forget that. It's going to have a pretty much leg in every single game. Residue comes down. They're feeling confident with this one if they're using that. Lineane's going to jump over it. Semantic's going to fall low. Angel Boy's going to pick that up, but Drage pinches back. Lineane looking for another super for the next round. He's got to go for it, and he gets it thanks to that radius. Foot now, not in a bad spot.
Well, they survived the round, but there's one more to decide this game, and I kind of agree with you. I mean, Navi's comp is so scary, but there's no more clay pigeons on the side of Angel Boy. That's definitely going to eradicate a lot of what he can bring to the table now. Cuba's got his jump, which will be a concern. But that's going to eradicate him straight away into the realm. Actually, just kind of, yeah, maneuvering around this. Surely he's communicating this to his teammates. That's the thing. Not going to get anything for it. Maybe he thought better of it. Maybe Drage and Semantic said, pull back. Let's kind of rethink this through and reset.
Yeah, well, Semantic's got that super, going to throw it over to Angel Boy to pin him back in that right-hand side. No clay pigeons left, so he can't really fight back at the moment. Semantic looking to try and slot a bit further up the map, but now it's actually Navi who are fighting back and pushing them into this right-hand side corner. Drage is going to have to use his range advantage here over the Shelly to try and get some work done, get some damage in, because Lineane didn't cycle any of that super, and he needs to be worried about that.
The gas will be coming in very shortly, and Foot needs to kind of gain back some control here, distribute themselves a bit more effectively, because at the moment they are clustered, and Drage taking a lot of shots there. Oh, big super there as well from Angel Boy, but again, no slow. Running Band-Aid quite clearly as Cube jumps in. Oh, the pick was beautiful from Drage. That's going to alleviate so much of the strain of the situation. As quickly as that, Foot get the game. Wonderful stuff considering the first round was so convincing for Navi. I mean, it just was a matter of time before the utility went down, and Foot knew that. It was smart for them to keep themselves in the mix for as long as they could. By prolonging the game, they kept their tournament lives in check, and now, match point.
I mean, the difference maker is Semantic not dying in those opening seconds to the clay pigeon out of nowhere, and Lineane getting his super further on down the line. Now, it is for esports who are in a phenomenal position. Honestly, the only thing more we could ask is a double match point, and if Navi win this game, we will be treated. Lineane just trying to push forward, get some good positioning with this little radius, and now Angel Boy's pretty much pinning himself in this corner. Semantica moving over to the unbreakable walls. Can't complain about that. Clay pigeon's coming through, though. He's going to have to use that. Now he's pretty low. Gets the super as well. Can he get Angel Boy down? Uses the super. Lineane trying to chase him down, but can't get much done. Residue's cutting off Drage as well. Can't be helped in this position. He goes down. Now all they can do is get Lineane's super and try and not feed anybody else. Is going to go towards the Squeak instead of the Shelly, and that's probably the better super to give.
Well, it was Navi that got the first round in the last game, and Foot were able to respond. But have Navi learned from their mistakes? That is the question. Cube's got super as well on the right-hand side, and it's definitely a scary prospect. I think Lineane might be looking to get a super in this spot whilst he can, and trying to make a play, which could prove costly as well. But we know that Cordelis or Angel Boy might be the suspect here. Didn't go for it, but MMA could well be. I mean, if he connects that and then goes on the run, I think that's a great opportunity for Lineane to pick it up.
No harm in waiting, and that's the thing, but he's going to get that jump away now. Heal comes in for Drage. Cube's going to try and pursue him. He gets the jump in, but he's just going to drop his legs. What was he thinking? Gets taken down. Residue's there, but Lineane just took Angel Boy to the Shadow Realm just to run away, but he's going to get traded out. Drage and Semantic need a pinch in now. Angel Boy's coming into this mid, but Drage doesn't have the range. Semantic's got super, but he's going to surely be taken down. Survived. Throws out the last call to the left-hand side and has a bit of a leg in this game. Speaking of legs, Drage's legs are in the back. Spawn can't do a lot about this. It's all down to Semantic, surely.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Drage is just a sitting duck. All we can do is try and heal, and those shots from MMA are surely going to clear up, but the gas doesn't. Instead, Drage goes down. Will Semantic be able to make a championship play here? He is low, but Angel Boy comes out strong, and we are going to match point, this next game to decide it all.
Like I say, we couldn't ask for anything more than a match point to see who goes to Gamescom in Cologne. Will it be Foot Esports, or will it be Navi?
Well, again, Drage did say that, in their opinion, if they win this game and make it to the Challenge Finals, then they're locking themselves in for Worlds, because they are that confident that they will qualify for the last BSC Monthly Final. That is what is on the line here for Foot. For Navi, a chance to get in the door in the first Challenge Finals that they've ever had in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Not only that, of course, BSC points in their name as opposed to Foot's, and that could cause a huge shift on the leaderboard. This game has got so much on the line.
Yeah, well, we're into another game. That means Angel Boy and MMA have got their gadgets back, and you can see that instantly. Now we see that residue come down. Clay Pigeon going to be used there by Angel Boy as well. Not really getting too much value, but gets his super and then gets some valuable shots in though. Samantha just using his second gadget of the game to heal up, and maybe was trying to provide it over there to Linane, but MMA's going to rotate over to this side now, and let's not forget, Linane's got some jumps in hand, and Semantic's got the unbreakable wall to help him out as well.
Huge tabs from Semantic. Last call going out the left-hand side as well, and that's really nicely placed. Angel Boy, though, finds a space in the middle of it somehow, and keeps some positioning power as a result. Drake wants to drop the legs, he could, but I suggest he doesn't. I mean, it didn't work out well. Cube jumps in, finds the kill, but the trade is there. Linane goes into the showdown with Angel Boy, and Drake goes in with the legs. He's just going to go straight in, hold W, and Linane's right in the center. Have you ever seen the gas close in that much in a round of knockout?
I have not, and I mean, Linane is going to be very pleased about it as well. Super in hand too, and that is so valuable. How he saved that, how confident he was in the closing seconds is huge for Foot here. Semantic's going to be over the left-hand side. Linane can drag anybody into the Shadow Realm, and we know how influential that is.
What a moment there for Foot. That might have turned it to a place in their mental to be able to do the unthinkable here. And for Navi, what a sting that would leave. But they've got a chance. Angel Boy has got super on the left-hand side, and he might go in, and he is. But Linane returns so quickly into the realm, gets the mushroom, going to be able to heal up the back of it, and gets the kill! It's a 3 versus 2 for Foot, and Linane's not done yet, but MMA comes out on top. That's going to slow things down dramatically here. 2 versus 2, Drake and Semantic, Cube, and as well there on the left-hand side, I think is it MMA?
Regardless of who it is, what a spot for Semantic. He's got him pinned in the corner. Last call comes in. MMA's so low. Drage gets the shots to help him out as well. Down he goes. 2v1. Cube's the last one remaining. He knows he can't win this. Semantic will put the nail in the coffin. And Foot are going to Gamescom.
Wow. What a moment. What a moment we just witnessed. I'm speechless. Sunny, have you got any words?
We're safe to say both of those teams would have deserved to make it in the end. Both Melmi and Foot Esports prolonging it to the very last set, to the very last game of this last set as well. Playing it so fantastically well. Honestly, my heart is kind of bleeding for Navi, but for Foot Esports, congratulations to them. They're taking this very last spot.
I mean, almost every single one of our matches today went to the full 5 with a double match point. This was an insane day of competition. You could tell that all of those teams, especially in our last 2 matches, really wanted to make sure they were securing that spot to Gamescom, and now they've done it. We've got our top 4, not too shabby a top 4 arc.
Oh, this is an absolutely banger lineup, isn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, and thoroughly deserved by all. I mean, I'm so grateful for what we just witnessed today, honestly, because I think you put it in one. I mean, the level of gameplay today, to have the scorelines that we've had and the moments that we've witnessed, just absolutely insane. I mean, you wouldn't want to round off the season any other way.
It's sad for some, but for the 4 who qualified, they're going to be absolutely thrilled. I mean, you've got to feel for Navi in that spot. You know, they tried the hardest. They took it to that last set, to the last game as well, but couldn't quite get the work done. It's Foot Esports who did come out on top. And I mean, as you're all saying, we couldn't have asked for better gameplay to close out the season.
Yeah, and I mean, you were even saying, Sonny, when we were watching the final moments, that it was just so hard to root for either team because they both played so well. You wanted to be able to have both of them at Gamescom. I mean, we'll take a look at the leaderboard here, which will give everybody at home that visual of the top 4 that we keep talking about. But give me some more thoughts on that.
EUR already secured their first spot in the first game we had of today. Zeta Division close second there, also won 6 games, but won in the 1-1 against EUR. SK Gaming now finally making their spot today. And then this very last matchup we just watched, not even updated yet. Navi versus Foot Esports. Foot Esports came out on top, making it to the Gamescom as well. Coming out from last week with 3 sweeps, 3 3-0s. Now today 3 2s in three matches in a row. Kind of shows us how close the competition is in EMEA. And also looking at that leaderboard, it could have been any of those teams. Honestly, in the end, we have our top 4 and they definitely deserve it.
Yeah, definitely a complete polar opposite of the events that we saw from last week when it comes to the results here in our competition. Obviously, that means that our last day of regular season play for the challenge season is done, but we keep hyping it up. We still have the challenge finals at Gamescom. All right, so if you want to know what happens or you want to keep up to date with all of the action, obviously make sure you're following us on social media. You could be on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, watching all of our live streams so that you know exactly how the challenge finals play out, which team takes home that top prize, the BSC points. I mean, there's lots on the line when we make our way to Cologne. But then, of course, also make sure you're joining our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join the community, hang out with us, also get those updates on any of the action that's going down, as well as talk all things Brawl Stars, esports, casual, whatever you want to do. Just make sure you're there before we get to Germany. You've got a little bit of time now, as do our teams, to kind of get themselves prepped and ready for the finals. What do you think that's going to look like for these teams, Sunny, especially as a coach here? Walk me through what that additional time now looks like leading up to Cologne.
It is a big amount of time. We still have 4 weeks now that all of the teams can get a bit more creative with their draft. Maybe we even have balance changes until then. Who knows? So a lot of things are going to be changing, and the teams better get prepped for also how to ban against certain teams. They don't know yet who they're going to face off against. Of course, we know the seeding already, so they might have an idea there. But for me, all of the 4 teams that have made it can win it. So yeah, it's going to come down to prep. It's going to come down to how well they're going to play also in a LAN event. I know that some of those players have never before faced off against each other in a LAN event, have never even played in front of people. Let's see if nervosity also going to play a role there.
Oh, I like it. I like it. Experience at LAN is a very, very big thing to have in your back pocket when it comes to these competitions. Ark, final thoughts on the day, how everything went, favorite moments maybe? What happened?
I just honestly got to say, I say it every week, don't I, at this point, but I'm just blown away by the level of competition that we bring at the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's just such great Brawl Stars. To kind of watch the week by week and the storylines and the development of teams and just the level of gameplay, it's just been a joy to be able to be a part of, to cast, to watch, to witness. And aside from that, I mean, just don't ban Gale.
Don't pick Gale.
Don't pick Gale. Don't draft.
Don't touch Gale.
Yeah, do nothing. Do nothing. Draft Gale is what I was going to say. Yeah,
What
don't
about
draft Gale.
Macy?
I'm okay with Macy. Just don't draft Gale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prav, are we going to see any more fashion experiments?
I mean, it depends. Depends what kind of revenge Ox
my turn.
looking for now. It's his turn now. I'm a bit scared about it, but I'm sure my revenge will be a sweet one.
All right, well, we're going to go through one final recap of all of the action that we've gotten to see here. Talk us through some of these final moments as we're able to kind of say goodbye to everyone back home. Everyone! Is it time to say goodbye? Is it time to say goodbye? I think it's time to say goodbye, right? Okay.
Well then,
Let's
goodbye.
do it. All right, well, obviously, fantastic performances from all of our squads. Top 4 teams that you'll see in Gamescom are SK Gaming, Foot, A&R, and Zeta Division. It's going to be a fantastic Gamescom. Thank you so much to Snapdragon, Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for making this whole thing possible. We'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.